Volume 2 Wither Communism. The Challenges of the Past and the Present. Shannon, Brincat, edit Orby Terrell Carver. These volumes are dedicated to my brother, Dustin Brincat, who upon reading the Communist Manifesto for the first time remarked that the communist ideal is the sensible choice given our world's problems, despite the array of asocial behaviors conditioned by contemporary capitalism seemingly opposed to it. By dedicating this series to him, I hope to convey the depth of my gratitude for all his years of support and the esteem I hold for him. Contents 9.1. Marxism and Anarchism on Communism, the debate between the two bastions of the left. 1 Robert Graham 2. The Split in the International and the Origins of War. 31 Paul Blackledge 3. From the Dictatorship of the Party to the Dictatorship of the Market, the Capitalist Restoration in Eastern Europe. 57 Catherine Samari 4. The Rise of the Red Dragon, China as the New Superpower. 91 Alexander Lvoving 5. An Enduring Paradox, The Sources of North Korea's Survival and Longevity. 109 Bruce Cummings 6. Beyond the Vietnam War, Vietnamese Socialism Today. 135 Thaviporn Vasivakul 7. The Mexican Commune. 161 Bruno Bastils 8. Cuba after the Castros. 191 Sandra Rain 9. The Communal System as Venezuela's Transition to Socialism. 217 Dario Azzolini. This volume is focused on the challenges faced by communism, as a movement and an idea, in both the past and present. The volume engages with the historical dimensions of communism as well as how existing communist movements, parties, and states are navigating the many issues and problems confronting the revolutionary left today. Exploring the past and present of communism was considered a necessary field of study in this series, offering a retrospective analysis of the failings and the tragedies of communism's past, alongside an account of the present conditions that form the horizon of possibilities for communism's future. In this way, Volume 2 serves as a bridge between the rediscoveries of Marx's ideas discussed in Volume 1 and contemporary research on the conditions of communism's present. This also leads directly into the concerns of Volume 3 regarding the future possibilities of communism. Indeed, the subtitle Wither Communism was chosen to emphasize this aim of placing communism in an open horizon of possibilities that, as with all social transformation, is informed by its historical past and contextualized within given conditions. Communism is positioned here as a question of agency, of struggle, something undetermined but also unbounded. This dual aim of exploring the challenges within communist movements of the past and the present immediately raised a number of issues related to the definition of communism, the relevant groups and events to include in analysis, and ensuring coherence across the many different languages and cultures that the volume would need to engage. In regards to the first issue, perhaps the most fundamental problem for Volume 2 was treating with sensitivity and analytical precision the divergent meanings attributed to the term communism and the vast ideological, theoretical, and practical distinctions between existing movements, parties, and states that are associated with this label. Part of this problem was political in nature, for the doctrinal differences between communist groups are notorious and create immense differentiations in meaning and ideology. As Massimo de Angelis affirms in Volume 3, there one word, communism, and many meanings, many organizational forms, often in open conflict with one another. The other part of this issue was analytical, how to speak across such vast discrepancies, which are not merely ideologically opposed, but often in direct contradiction with each other. Defining communism in a way that could be inclusive of such politically variegated, competing ideologies, while being able to adequately capture their divergences in a scholarly manner was of paramount concern. It was decided to take a pragmatic and nominalist approach to this dilemma, with the only viable solution being to not advance a particular perspective of communism. However, we have retained the general meaning of communism to include both ideals or theoretical aspirations and presentations of the main aims of the communist emancipatory project, and concrete historical experiences, societies, parties, states, and models. As such, the volume includes those movements, parties, and states that attribute the term to themselves, or who are widely associated with the term. That is, those who self-identity as communist, those who are informed by or express ideas and practices associated with communism, and those who are regarded as holding to, or deploying, communist ideals and practices by others. While there are considerable disagreements, for example, on the question of whether any of the states discussed in this volume can be properly associated with communism given the forms of repression associated with their rule, which contradict the emancipatory aspirations of the theory of communism conveyed in Volume 1, such judgments were not considered appropriate for editorial decision. Rather, authors were encouraged to pursue any line of inquiry they wished into these movements, parties, and states, revisionist or otherwise, in order to interrogate the gulf between the theory of communism and its historical practice. The second problem related to the question of inclusion. With the incredibly wide subject matter that could be discussed, Volume 2 faced two potential limitations. On the one hand, given the long and rich history of communism, the volume could face charges of excluding relevant groups or events within its narrative. On the other hand, as the subject area of each chapter could warrant book-length treatment in their own right, if the volume attempted to draw upon too wide a set of communist groups and events, it could fall to parsimony. No history can hope to achieve total comprehension of its subject, nor can any analysis for reasons of length alone hope to engage with all relevant topics to 11. The satisfaction of all. The difficulty was in organizing such a rich history into coherent parts, with the caveat that some things would be overlooked, while engaging with the plurality of existent communist movements, parties, and states. Here, the purpose of the volume exploring the challenges of communist movements in both the past and present brought balance by structuring the volume, and each chapter, through three overlapping themes: the historical legacy, the present status, and the future challenges of communist movements, parties, and states. Taken together, these themes ensured that the volume did not exclude relevant groups and events, nor result in a surfaced critique of such groups and events. The first chapters explore the methods of communism through debates with anarchism and the experiences of the commune. The next set of chapters, largest component of the volume, consist of various accounts of the past and present transformations of real socialism, and the final chapters concern communist movements confronted with the distinct challenges in the context of contemporary world order, offering a transition into the themes of Volume 3. The first two chapters offer a reappraisal of key historical debates related to communism and an assessment of how these continue to affect communist movements in the present. Here, Graham's examination of Marxist and anarchist conceptions of communism, coupled with Blackledge's work on the splits between the radical left within the internationals, offer differing accounts of the failings of working-class solidarity that, in many respects, continue today. The second and certainly the largest component in Volume 2 were those chapters focused on the examination of communist states, both past and present. It should be noted that given spatial constraints, this volume does not aim to achieve consistent comparative analysis, something which must be left to future research. This volume suggests the need for further scholarship that would emphasize the general contradictory features of past socialist countries and the unique attributes of each, combined with specific research concerning each historical period that would include careful analysis of the changes in the global context and official/unofficial changes in ideology and concrete reforms in each project. Samari engages with the practices of real socialism in the Soviet sphere and Eastern Europe, looking not only at their historical development but also their collapse and the capitalist restoration that followed the fall of the Soviet Union. Viewing offers an economic analysis of China as the new superpower and the challenges it now faces in mediating its dramatic rise against its unsustainable growth model. Cummings provides an assessment of the longevity of North Korea that he suggests is a result of its fundamental divergence from Marxism-Leninism, from 12 which it has since devolved into a monarchical system. The challenges for North Korea are not those typically reported in the Western media regarding collapse, famine, or nuclear arms control. Rather, they are centered on ensuring that its own place in history is not erased. Vaisavakul takes a different approach in her analysis of Vietnam that examines the many economic and political changes underway in Vietnam, particularly through the emergence of Doi Moi policy, as Vietnam seeks to creatively adapt Marxist-Leninism to the challenges of today. The long history of the Mexican Commune is given by Bast Eels. His chapter suggests Mexican revolutionary history draws a number of parallels for the challenges facing today's radical left, particularly regarding the potential for local self-rule. Looking to the future of Cuba, Rain speculates on the challenges of adaptation that the Cuban socialist project is likely to face after the Castros. Using primary research, Aitzalini looks to the novel experiments currently underway in Venezuela's transition to socialism regarding communal councils, communes, and communal cities that, he argues, offer direct and participatory alternatives to representative democracy. The third theme present, at least to some degree, in all of the chapters, is an assessment of the challenges now facing communist movements, parties, and states. This theme is most visible in those chapters that are specifically future-focused, such as the rise of China as the new superpower, the persistence of North Korea into the 21st century, and the likely direction of Cuban socialism with the passing of the Castro era. In the context of this theme, Camfield's work offers a suitable point of closure for Volume 2 and a lead into Volume 3, by giving an historically contextualized, global account of radical working-class socialism that he documents in Asia, South America, Europe, and elsewhere. For Camfield, contemporary forms of radical socialism face daunting obstacles regarding the fragmentation of these movements, the commitment to political goals wider than self-preservation, and the capacities for building practical collaboration with other groups. While these three themes, the historical legacy, present status, and future challenges of communist movements, parties and states ensured inclusivity and thoroughness in content, they also had the unavoidable consequence that state communist projects figured heavily throughout the volume. This was inevitable given the importance of the state to political life and the fact that many communist movements have actively sought to capture and or transform state power. Nevertheless, the emphasis on the state and state forms of communism was balanced by the deliberate inclusion of those communist groups unconcerned with, or outside, the state. The chapters focusing on these groups lead into the concerns of Volume 3, which engages with a wider range of movements associated with communist or socialist ideals, including Occupy 13, the World Social Forum, and the Arab Spring. In all of these ways, the volume achieves coherency across a vibrant, if tragic past, whilst examining the present challenges of communist struggles. The final problem concerned the different languages and cultural idioms the volume necessarily relied on. Using sources and primary research in a variety of languages was unavoidable, given that the volume interrogated the past and present of communism across a wide array of contexts, ranging from Yugoslavia to Cuba, from Venezuela to Vietnam. While disadvantaging those who cannot translate these sources, their inclusion offers unique insights that can be found nowhere else in the literature. The contributors selected for Volume 2 are all leading experts in their fields of research, whether country or region specific, and their source material is testimony to the quality of their work. I would like to acknowledge the copy editing work of Tim Eistrup, who helped with the compilation of this volume. All errors and inconsistencies are my own. As with the other volumes in this series, Wither Communism would not have been possible without the work of the contributors who, in addition to penning their own chapters, offered constructive reviews of the work of their fellows. The volume would not be as strong without their support. Shannon, Brincat, February 2013. Chapter 1, Marxism and Anarchism on Communism, the debate between the two bastions of the left. Robert Graham. In this chapter, I review the historical disagreements between the anarchists and Marxists, focusing on Marx himself, but wish to show that the adoption of a communist position by the majority of anarchists by the 1880s was largely the result of an internal anarchist critique of earlier forms of anarchist socialism, and not in response to Marx's criticisms of them. Indeed, anarchist communism retained several elements of its anarchist precursors to which Marx had expressed profound disagreement. However, despite continued theoretical disagreements, particularly over Marx's theory of history. After the Russian Revolution and the advent of Council Communism, some anarchist and Marxist currents began to converge into a hybrid doctrine referred to by some as libertarian communism. 1 The origins of the debate. Proudhon and Marx. In putting the debates between Marxists and anarchists in historical context, it is important to bear in mind that both anarchist and communist doctrines had emerged prior to the publication of Marx's first two important political works setting forth his communist views: The Poverty of Philosophy and the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Anarchism, too, was not merely a reaction to Marxism, and communism and Marxism are not synonymous. The Poverty of Philosophy was a critique of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's system of economical contradictions, or the philosophy of misery. Proudhon had already famously proclaimed himself an anarchist in What is Property? An Inquiry into the Principle of Right and of Government, a work which Marx praised at the time as the first resolute, pitiless, and at the same time scientific investigation of private property. 2 However, despite advocating a form of anarchist socialism, famously denouncing property as theft, Proudhon was opposed to the communist doctrines then current in France. Although subsequent anarchist communists were to argue that communism and anarchy were necessary for each other, Proudhon regarded them as fundamentally incompatible. In What is Property? Proudhon argued that communism could be created and maintained only by a strong central authority. Either labor would have to be made compulsory, in order to ensure enough was produced to satisfy everyone's needs, or the productive members of society would have to be forced to share what they produced with unproductive members of society, replacing capitalist exploitation with parasitism. 3 By the time Marx's Poverty of Philosophy was published, Proudhon's anarchist views were already fairly well developed. Proudhon advocated a society composed of equal contracting parties exchanging goods and services of equivalent value, directly and between the various groups to which they would belong, with no political authority above them. Credit would be made freely available to enable the workers to finance their own enterprises. He described this form of anarchist socialism as mutualism, after the Mutualists of Lyon, a group of workers who sought to replace capitalism with a network of workers' associations. 4 While Marx's critique of Proudhon's anarchism helped Marx hone his own views, it had very little or no impact on the development of European anarchism. Very few copies of Marx's book were sold and Proudhon never publicly responded to it. 5 The first German edition was published only in 1885, by which time ideologically distinct anarchist and Marxist movements had emerged in Europe. A second French edition of The Poverty of Philosophy was not published until 1896, and an English translation did not appear until 1900. 6 Historical materialism. Nevertheless, it is useful to highlight the main points of disagreement between Marx and Proudhon. Marx argued against Proudhon that any socialist economic system that retained individual exchange would be a class system. This is because individual exchange corresponds to 3. A definite mode of production which itself corresponds to class antagonism. 7. Only changing modes of production can result in changed social relationships. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. 8. Thus, for the working class to be able to emancipate itself, it is necessary that the productive powers already acquired and the existing social relations should no longer be capable of existing side by side. 9. Communism and the abolition of classes are the social relations that will correspond to the new productive powers no longer capable of being constrained within a capitalist mode of production. This theory of historical materialism became a defining characteristic of Marxism. Regardless of Proudhon's views on historical development, he was never a historical materialist. Although Proudhon argued in the late 1840s and early 1850s that a social revolution that would result in the end of capitalism and the state was a historical necessity, second study, by the end of his life he had come to the view that anarchy itself was to remain a perpetual desideratum, that is, an ideal to work toward but which was unlikely to be achieved. 10 The anarchist communist, Peter Kropotkin, while much more optimistic regarding the anarchist prospect, subsequently argued that from All times two currents of thought and action have been in conflict in the midst of human societies, a popular anarchist current, and an authoritarian current represented by the governing minorities, regardless of a society's particular stage of technological development. 11 It was largely on the basis of the anarchists' failure to accept Marx's theory of historical materialism that Marx and later Marxists have accused the anarchists of being idealists, namely people who believe that ideas have causal effects. When they simply did not accept Marx's view of history. 12 Market socialism. In the poverty of philosophy, Marx took Proudhon, and other socialists of similar views, to task for advocating various forms of what would today be described as market socialism, that is, a form of socialism that would retain some kind of economic exchange and individual remuneration based on each worker's productive output. What market socialists, including Proudhon, sought to achieve was a form of exchange without exploitation. 13. Another reason why Proudhon advocated the retention of some market mechanisms was at least in part to avoid reliance on any governmental or state institutions to regulate economic relations. However, as subsequent anarchists were to argue, anarchism is not necessarily tied to market socialism. Proudhon's mutualism is simply one of many different conceptions of what kinds of social relationships are compatible with, suitable for, or required to maintain an anarchist society, a society without a state. As we shall see, when self-avowed anarchist movements began to emerge in Europe in the early 1870s, they were not committed to Proudhonian mutualism and, in fact, quickly gravitated toward a communist position. Marx himself was later to concede that during the transition from capitalism to communism, each worker would be remunerated based on the amount of labor he had contributed to social production, drawing from the social stock of means of consumption as much as costs the same amount of labor as he contributed. 14 Proudhon advocated much the same thing, but as a permanent solution to the social problem, rather than as a temporary phase in the transition from capitalism to communism. 15 Later, anarchist communists disagreed with individual remuneration, or a wage system, as either a transitional measure or the goal of a social revolution. 16 Technology. Marx disagreed with Proudhon's criticisms of machinery or technology. Proudhon was critical of the technology being developed under capitalism because it rendered many workers redundant, it resulted in the deskilling of workers, it made workers slaves to the machines, and it engendered both overproduction and destitution. 17. No matter how great the pace of mechanical progress or technological advancement, Proudhon argued, the ultimate effect is to make the chains of serfdom heavier, render life more and more expensive, and deepen the abyss which separates the class that commands and enjoys from the class that obeys and suffers. 18. For Marx, the technological advancement generated by capitalism would ultimately result in the abolition of capitalism and the creation of communism. As technology develops, the workers combine to further their interests as a class, not just as individuals. The capitalists respond, in part, by developing new technology to reduce their need for workers, resulting in further technological development incompatible with the capitalist mode of production. The transformation of the workers into a revolutionary class, according to Marx, therefore supposes the existence of all the productive forces which could be engendered in the bosom of the old society. 19. Marx's disagreements with Proudhon regarding machinery and technology are therefore ultimately based on Marx's historical materialism. Because Marx believed that Proudhon failed to grasp the revolutionary nature of technological development under capitalism, he accused Proudhon of wanting to return to the craft-based production of the Middle Ages. 20 After the emergence of Marxist and anarchist movements in the 1870s, they continued to disagree regarding whether a particular level 5 of technological development was necessary for socialism or communism to be achieved. In addition, most anarchists advocated decentralized, human-scale technology for the society of the future, a view most fully developed by Kropotkin in his influential book Fields, Factories, and Workshops. 21 However, neither Proudhon nor subsequent anarchists advocated a return to a mythical pre-industrial Arcadia. In The System of Economical Contradictions, Proudhon argued that despite the negative effects of modern technology, it is impossible for us to retreat. 22. He criticized Sismondi for wanting to abandon the division of labor, with machinery and manufactures, in order to return to the system of primitive indivision. 23. In the general idea of the revolution, he argued against those philanthropic conservatives who wanted to go back to the feudal farming period, that it is not industry that is at fault, but economic chaos, namely capitalism, for the plight of the workers. 24. Ironically, the 19th century socialist who came closest to advocating a return to craft production was William Morris, whom Marxists, such as E. P. Thompson, have since sought to claim as one of their own. 25. Kropotkin, while a great admirer of Morris's News from Nowhere, could not agree with what he described as Morris's hatred of machines, seeing a much more positive role for advanced technology in making work less onerous and more enjoyable. 26. The role of the working class. Proudhon did not support strikes because he thought any increase in wages would result in a corresponding increase in prices. 27. A view which Marx debunked in The Poverty of Philosophy. Nevertheless, Proudhon still regarded the workers as one of the primary agents of revolutionary change. The new socialist movement, he wrote, will begin with a fact sui generis, the war of the workshop. 28. For Proudhon, the workshop was the primary locus of class struggle because it was the constitutive unit of society. 29. However, Proudhon did not see this as necessarily culminating in a violent revolution, as did Marx in his conclusion to The Poverty of Philosophy. 30. Rather, Proudhon argued that the workers will at no time need a brusque uprising, but will become all, by invading all, through the force of principle and their own mutualist associations. 31. While many subsequent anarchists, particularly the anarcho-syndicalists, agreed with Proudhon that the workshop was the focal point of the class struggle, they did not share his opposition to strikes, which they saw as a means for strengthening the organization and solidarity of the workers, leading the way to the social revolution. But as much as Proudhon and later anarchists looked to the emerging working class as an agent of revolutionary change, most did not share 6. Marx's view that the industrial working class was the preeminent revolutionary class destined to abolish capitalism and all classes. Proudhon was hopeful that certain elements of the bourgeoisie could be won over to the revolutionary cause, dedicating the general idea of the revolution to them. 32. On the political capacity of the working classes, he advocated an alliance between the workers and the peasantry, for the peasants' cause is the same as that of the industrial workers, namely the elimination of exploitation and inequality. 33. Subsequent anarchists were to follow up on Proudhon's suggestion of a revolutionary alliance between workers and peasants, and some even saw a role for the so-called lumpenproletariat. The end of the state. One area where Marx and Proudhon appeared to be in agreement was on the ultimate end of the state following the abolition of capitalism. Proudhon argued that once the economic revolution was accomplished, the state must entirely disappear. With socialism being achieved, there is no further need of government. 34. The end result of the social revolution is therefore anarchy conceived in a positive sense as spontaneous order arising from voluntary relationships based on equality and reciprocity. 35. Similarly, Marx concluded The Poverty of Philosophy by stating that the working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, such that there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. 36. Marx's Communist Manifesto. In the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx argued that industrial development led to the organization of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party. 37. Anarchists argued that the organization of the workers into a class need not result in the creation of a workers' party and that no single political party could claim to speak for the entire working class. In his most explicitly anarchist works, especially The General Idea of the Revolution, Proudhon advocated the abolition of the state and all authority, whether political, judicial, economic, or ecclesiastical. Consequently, Proudhon was opposed to any form of political representation. In the First International, whether workers' parties should be formed to participate in existing systems of political representation became a major point of contention between Marx and the anarchists. 7. For Marx, the conquest of political power by the proletariat was to be the immediate aim of the workers organized into a political party. 38. Marx claimed that the communists represented the interests of the movement as a whole. 39. This was because the communists were the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, having over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 40. In other words, the communists were those who embraced Marx's theory of historical materialism, expressing, in general terms, actual relations springing from an existing class struggle, from a historical movement going on under our very eyes, which would ultimately lead to the abolition of private property. 41. Bakunin and later anarchists were to argue that intellectuals claiming to have a clear understanding of the march of history would use their claims to intellectual authority to justify claims to political authority, representing not the workers but their own self-interests. 42. Once the proletariat, organized into a political party, achieved power, it would use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. 43. Marx emphasized that this would require despotic inroads on the rights of property and the sweeping away by force of the old conditions of production. 44. Among other things, he called for the centralization of credit and the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state, the extension and state ownership of the instruments of production, and the establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. 45. This revolutionizing of the mode of production would ultimately lead to the disappearance of class distinctions, such that public power would lose its political character. 46. Having swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, the proletariat will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class, resulting in a classless society without a coercive state apparatus, a positive form of anarchy. 47. Self-management. During the 1848 French Revolution, Proudhon himself had appealed to the provisional government to transform the Bank of France into a people's bank, asking himself, why should I not use things as they are? To change things as they are, for s. But he expressly argued against the bank being kept under state control. Instead, there would be a democratization. 8. Of the bank, with the operation of the bank being turned over to a democratically elected Council of Administration. 49. General control of the bank would be exercised by a General Assembly of delegates chosen by all branches of production and of the public service, subject to imperative mandates and immediate recall. 50. Instead of state control of the means of transportation, such as railways, Proudhon advocated that the workers themselves operate these collective enterprises, forming associations or companies of the workers involved in each enterprise that would exchange their services and products with other workers' associations, localities, and individuals. 51. Although subsequent anarchists, particularly the anarchist communists, saw no need for a people's bank or any kind of market exchange, this idea that collective endeavors would be operated and managed directly by those involved became a common theme in anarchist proposals for social change. In contrast to the state ownership and control advocated by Marx in order to abolish class antagonism, the anarchists therefore advocated various forms of self-management. While self-management can be viewed as a form of self-government, it is a form of self-government without the state. In the anarchist conception of federalist self-management, society is composed of a variety of functional groups, from productive units to transportation networks, from schools to municipal services, which feed right into regional networks in order to coordinate their activities, with no central authority above them. Within each group, and within each federation, membership is to be voluntary and decision-making based on consensus or some form of direct democracy, or a combination of both, rather than decisions being made by elected representatives. Underlying anarchist conceptions of self-management is the notion of self-assumed obligation, the idea that for group decisions to be binding, each participant or member must have directly participated in making the decision and freely agreed to be bound by it. 52 Communism. In the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx sets forth in more detail his conception of the communistic mode of production that is to result from the revolutionizing of the mode of production by the proletarian state. 53 Under communism, individual property will no longer be capable of being transformed into bourgeois property, into capital. 54. Capital will instead be converted into common property. 55. People will be able to appropriate the products of society for their personal use, but they will not be able to claim ownership over any remaining surplus. 56 With no one being in a position to subjugate the labor of others by means of appropriation of surplus value, accumulated labor will become 9. A means to widen, to enrich, to promote the existence of the laborer. 57. In a communist society, the free development of each will therefore be the condition for the free development of all. 58. Anarchist communists would find little to disagree with in these general statements regarding future communist society. The real disagreements were over how production and distribution would actually be organized, through complex networks of voluntary associations, as the anarchists advocated, or through a bureaucratic administrative apparatus that had somehow lost its political character with the abolition of private property and class antagonisms. Marx's references in the Manifesto of the Communist Party to industrial armies, especially for agriculture, did not inspire confidence regarding how work would actually be organized under the Marxist conception of communism. Other anarchists were to move toward a communist position, not because they were convinced by Marx's theory of historical materialism, but because they regarded Proudhon's mutualism as insufficiently revolutionary. Joseph de Jacques was an anarchist contemporary of Proudhon who advocated something akin to anarchist communism. He criticized Proudhon's mutualism from an explicitly anarchist perspective, daring Proudhon to be frankly and wholly anarchist and not 1/4 anarchist, 1/8 anarchist, 1/16 part anarchist, and to press on to the abolition of contract. Not merely of the sword and of capital, but also of property and authority in every guise. 59. For him, an anarchistic community was a communist one, wherein every individual might be free to produce and to consume at will, without having to exercise or endure oversight from anyone or over anyone. 60. The First International and anarchist collectivism. Proudhon never changed his views on communism, but he did move away from anarchism toward a doctrine he called federalism, which acknowledged a limited role for the state. He no longer advocated complete anarchy, which he defined as a system in which political functions have been reduced to industrial functions, with social order arising from nothing but transactions and exchanges. 61. In addition to these economic relationships, there would be political agreements between various groups and localities resulting in the creation of a federated state based on the separation and division of powers, with the role of the state being reduced to that of general initiation, of providing guarantees and supervising. The execution of its orders would be subject to the approval of the federated governments and their responsible agents. 62. While later anarchists agreed with the concept of individuals and groups voluntarily federating with one another, they saw no need for any state power above the federated groups. 10. Not only did subsequent anarchists disagree with Proudhon's abandonment of anarchism, most of them came to reject his mutualist economics. However, the movement away from Proudhon's mutualism toward anarchist communism only really began in earnest during the debates on collective property in the First International, starting with the 1867 Lausanne Congress. The Belgian delegates argued that Proudhon's own mutualist program, based on the view that the whole product of labor shall belong to the producer, entailed not only that larger industrial and commercial enterprises should be considered collective property to be managed by companies of workers, as the mutualists agreed, but that the land should be considered collective property to be worked by the peasants and farmers. Neither the capitalists nor the landowners ought to be able to appropriate the product of the workers and the peasants' labors. 63. The argument for collective property was therefore based on Proudhon's own arguments in favor of some forms of collective property, not on a Marxist historical analysis. Proudhon's argument was based on notions of just entitlement derived from the labor theory of value. If labor is the source of economic value, then laborers should be entitled to the full product of their labor, regardless of what stage of industrial development has been reached. By the time of the 1868 Brussels Congress, a majority of international delegates had adopted a position in favor of collective property. In addition, the Belgian delegates argued that the trade unions constituted the embryo of the future society where companies of workers and peasants would manage collective enterprises. 64 For the anarchists, this meant that there was no need either for political parties during the transition to socialism or for a state once that transition had been achieved. Bakunin and anarchist collectivism. Bakunin, who was only just beginning to identify himself as an anarchist, supported the collectivist position that each share in the enjoyment of social wealth. Only to the extent that he has contributed his own to its production. 65. Bakunin took from Proudhon the view that the workers and peasants were entitled to receive the full value of their labor because wealth is produced only by labor. 66. Bakunin was opposed to communism not only because it did not provide for remuneration based on individual effort, but also because, as with Proudhon, he believed that communism required the concentration of property in the hands of the state, whereas he desired the abolition of the state. 67. On the other hand, Bakunin argued against the more orthodox mutualists that a system that retains some form of private property presupposes a state to sanction and guarantee the inequality that 11 would inevitably result when some men remain able to appropriate to themselves the product of the work of others. 68 Bakunin opposed the right of inheritance on similar grounds, namely that the enforcement of such a right would require a coercive state apparatus. 69 For Bakunin, and other anarchists, the state and the laws it enforces are not merely superstructural but have their own causal effects, such that the state must be overthrown if we wish to arrive at an order of things different from what now exists. 70. Bakunin opposed either the state sanctioning property rights through coercive law enforcement, or the state being used to expropriate millions of small farmers, as this would inevitably cast them into reaction, and we would have to use force against them to submit to the revolution. 71. With the abolition of the state and its enforcement of private property rights, the farmers would be left only with possession de facto of their small holdings, which, deprived of all legal sanction, would be transformed easily under the pressure of revolutionary events and forces into collective property. 72 Bakunin's arguments in support of collective property were therefore based on an essentially Proudhonian notion of just entitlement and his own critique of Marx's theory of historical materialism. While Bakunin commended Marx's Capital for its merciless expose of the formation of bourgeois capital and the systematic and cruel exploitation that capital continues exercising over the work of the proletariat, 73 he did not accept Marx's theory of historical development, according to which the most advanced countries, and consequently those most capable of producing social revolution, are the ones where modern capitalist production has reached its highest point of development, because this meant that countries more backward from the viewpoint of capitalist production are necessarily equally backward from that of social revolution. 74. Disagreeing with Marx's view that a particular stage of technological development was necessary for socialism to be achieved, Bakunin saw landless peasants as a potentially revolutionary class and the natural allies of the workers. Consequently, Bakunin urged his fellow revolutionaries to encourage the peasants to take the land and throw out those landlords who live by the labor of others, inciting them to destroy, by direct action, every political, juridical, civil, and military institution, thereby establishing anarchy through the whole countryside. 75. Bakunin opposed those revolutionaries who favored a powerfully centralized revolutionary state on the ground that this would inevitably result in military dictatorship and a new master, with the masses being condemned to slavery and exploitation by a new pseudo-revolutionary aristocracy. 76. Faye also opposed workers' organizations, such as the International, being divided into two groups, one comprising the Vest 12 majority and composed of members whose only knowledge will be blind faith in the theoretical and practical wisdom of their commanders, and a learned, clairvoyant, and cunning minority, carefully hiding its despotism behind the appearance of obsequious respect for the will of the sovereign people. 77. Bakunin and the anarchists rejected participation in all bourgeois, monarchical, liberal, or even radical democratic politics because it could not have any goal other than the consolidation and extension of bourgeois power. 78. Bakunin therefore sided with the proto-syndicalist currents in the International, represented by people like Jean-Louis Pindy and Eugene Hinz at the 1869 Basel Congress, who argued that capitalism and the state should be replaced by the assembled councils of the trades bodies, and by a committee of their respective delegates, overseeing the labor relations which are to take the place of politics, so that wage slavery may be replaced by the free federation of free producers. 79. This vision of the organization of work in the future would serve as a model for the societies of resistance in the present 80. As Bakunin put it, the workers' trade union organizations bear in themselves the living seeds of the new society which is to replace the old world, creating not only the ideas, but also the facts of the future itself. 81. Parallel to the organization of work on the basis of cooperative associations would be a federation of communes, an idea which was championed by many of the internationalists during the Paris Commune and which Bakunin also supported. 82. Subsequent anarchists advocated networks of federated functional, productive, and communal groups. The Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune. In September 1870, Bakunin published letters to a Frenchman on the present crisis, in which he called for the war against Prussia to be transformed into a social revolutionary war against capitalism and the state. Bakunin argued that a revolution of the workers and peasants in France, rejecting all official organization and government centralization, would lead to the social emancipation of the proletariat throughout Europe. 83. Bakunin called for the establishment of revolutionary communes throughout France and was involved in the attempt to establish a revolutionary commune in Lyon toward the end of September 1870. This touched off a chain reaction up and down the Rhône Valley and through Provence, with attempts to establish revolutionary communes in Toulouse, Narbonne, Sète, Perpignan, Limoges, Saint-Étienne, Le-Creusot, Marseilles, and Paris in the fall of 1870. 84. Bakunin argued that a revolution that is imposed upon people whether by official decree or by force of arms would be counter-revolutionary, for it necessarily provokes reaction. 85. Instead, he called on the workers and 13 peasants to take direct action by taking over the land and the workshops themselves. Marx's attitude toward the Franco-Prussian War was much different from that of Bakunin. Marx thought that a Prussian victory, resulting in the centralization of state power in Germany, would be useful to the centralization of the German working class. Moreover, German ascendancy will transfer the center of gravity of the European workers' movement from France to Germany, constituting the ascendancy of our theory over Proudhon's. 86. Marx described any attempt at upsetting the new government in the present crisis, when the enemy is almost knocking at the doors of Paris, as a desperate folly and ridiculed Bakunin's attempt to establish a revolutionary commune in Lyon. 87. As for Bakunin's endorsement of the view that the International constituted the embryo of the future socialist society, such that it should already now be the true image of our principles of freedom and federalism, banishing all principles which tend to lead to authority and dictatorship. 88. Marx claimed that this would result only in anarchy in the proletarian ranks. 89. The future Marxist, Jules Guesde, when he was still an anarchist, argued to the contrary that political organizations with a central authority, as favored by Marx, were much more vulnerable to state repression because the police only needed to strike at the center of the organization to paralyze or destroy it. 90. After Bakunin, anarchists continued to argue that, in Jean Graves' words, the surest means of making anarchy triumph is to act like an anarchist. 91. Whether pre- or evolutionary organization should prefigure post-revolutionary society remained a major point of disagreement between anarchists and Marxists, particularly with respect to the Marxist concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Anarchists shared Bakunin's view that no dictatorship can have any other objective than to perpetuate itself. 92. After the proclamation of the Paris Commune in March 1871, Marx argued that the Central Committee surrendered its power too soon, to make way for the Commune 93. Bakunin, on the other hand, argued that neither a dictatorship nor a constituent assembly could achieve the social revolution, which could only be brought to its full development, by the spontaneous and continuous action of the masses and the immediate abolition of the state. 94 After the fall of the Commune, Marx appeared to move closer to an anarchist position, arguing that the Commune demonstrated that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. 95. Marx praised the Commune for trying to transform the means of production, land and capital, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor, something which Proudhon, Bakunin, and the proto-syndicalists such as Pindy, Hinz, and Eugene Varlin had been 14 advocating, but which Marx now claimed was the very communism that he supported. 96 However, Marx, without mentioning Proudhon, associated federalism with the counter-revolutionary Girondins of the French Revolution, rejecting it because it sought to break up that unity of great nations which, if originally brought about by political force, has now become a powerful coefficient of social production. 97. Thus, the few but important functions which still would remain for a central government were not to be suppressed, but were to be discharged by communal, and therefore strictly responsible agents. 98. Each commune was to be both an executive and legislative body based on universal suffrage. 99 Writing on the 10th anniversary of the commune, the anarchist communist Peter Kropotkin argued that there is no more reason for a government inside a commune than for a government above the commune. 100. Instead of setting up a revolutionary government, forced to discuss when it was necessary to act, the people themselves should take possession of all social wealth so as to put it into common according to the principles of anarchist communism, utilizing their own organizations, such as trade unions, mutual aid societies and neighborhood committees. 101 Social and economic policies would be developed and implemented by these self-managed worker and communal organizations, forming themselves freely according to the necessities dictated to them by life itself. 102. Instead of drawing Marx and the anarchists closer together, the brutal suppression of the commune only served to drive them further apart. Marx reiterated the need for the working class to form its own distinct national political parties in the face of an unbridled reaction which violently crushes every effort at emancipation on the part of the working man. 103. Returning to the views he expressed in The Poverty of Philosophy and the Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx argued that the political movement of the working class has as its ultimate object the conquest of political power for this class, with the object of enforcing its interests in a form possessing general, socially coercive force. 104. Political power and the general strike. The anarchists in the International argued against Marx that all political organization cannot help but be the organization of domination to the benefit of one class to the detriment of the masses, such that the destruction of all political power is the first duty of the proletariat. 105. Some of the surviving communards, such as Louise Michel, became anarchists because they felt that the people had waited for the politically divided commune to institute and safeguard the social revolution, when the only effective means of achieving the social revolution was through their own direct action. 15. Contrary to Marx's claims that the anti-parliamentary approach of the anarchists meant that the capitalists and the governments in their control would be able to exploit the working class unimpeded. 106. The anarchists, in contrast to Proudhon and his more conservative adherents, favored militant trade union organization, regarding strikes as a precious weapon in the struggle against capitalism. 107. Bakunin suggested that when strikes spread out from one place to another, they come very close to turning into a general strike, eventually resulting in a great cataclysm which forces society to shed its old skin. 108. Through trade union organization and collective action, the workers would prepare themselves for the great and final revolutionary contest which, destroying all privilege and class difference, will bestow upon the worker a right to the enjoyment of the gross product of his labors and thereby the means of developing his full intellectual, material and moral powers in a collective setting. 109. The concept of the general strike was to remain one of the main tactics advocated by anarchists as a means of overthrowing the capitalist regime, but was derided by Marx and Engels, 110, leading the Marxist Social Democrats to later dismiss the general strike as general nonsense, 111. Given the savagery of the French state's suppression of the Commune, with some 30,000 communards being massacred and thousands more imprisoned and exiled, the majority of European anarchists rejected Proudhon's advocacy of peaceful social transformation. Proudhon's gradualist program was seen as completely incapable of dealing with counter-revolutionary violence. Anarchists came to embrace class war in a very literal sense, calling for armed uprisings against the bourgeoisie. Participation in bourgeois politics by means of working-class political parties would hopelessly compromise the revolutionary struggle. For Bakunin and the anarchists, no state, howsoever democratic its forms, not even the reddest political republic, is capable of giving the people what they need, the free organization of their own interests from below upward, without any interference, tutelage, or coercion from above. 112. Statism and Anarchism. Marx's 1874 marginal notes on Bakunin's statism and anarchy provide a useful contrast between Marxism and anarchism around the time that anarchists were moving toward a communist position. In response to Bakunin's question regarding over whom the proletariat would rule once it became the ruling class, Marx emphasized that during the transition to communism, while classes continued to exist, the proletariat's conquest of governmental power would enable it to remove or transform by force the economic conditions on which the existence of classes depend. 113. Marx therefore believed that some sort of coercive state apparatus was necessary for the transition from capitalism to socialism. 16. In response to Bakunin's claim that it was impossible for all workers to be part of the government, such that to speak of the proletariat as the ruling class was in reality to speak of the despotism of the ruling minority, Marx relied on his theory of historical materialism. He argued that specific political forms, including the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat, are determined by the economic basis, such that the proletariat, as the ruling class, during the period of struggle to overthrow the old society, still acts on the basis of the old society and consequently within political forms which more or less belong to that society. 114. Where the industrial proletariat was not sufficiently developed to constitute itself as the ruling class, the economic prerequisites for a radical social revolution simply did not exist. 115. The anarchists maintained, to the contrary, that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges. 116. Furthermore, if a coercive state apparatus is not necessary to abolish capitalism, neither is it necessary to wait for the development of an industrial proletariat to abolish the state. The anarchists did not accept Marx's view that political forms are the product of a particular stage of technological and economic development, such that the transformation of the economic base was necessary before the state could be abolished. Marx's response to Bakunin's point that once a small number of workers assumed positions of power, they will no longer represent the people but themselves and their own pretensions to govern the people. 117 highlights the degree to which Marx regarded authority relationships as arising from existing technology. If only Bakunin understood at least the position of a manager in a cooperative factory, all his illusions about domination would go to the devil. 118. Engels expanded on this point in his essay, On Authority, in which he argued that modern industry could not function without imperious authority, subjecting individual workers to a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. 119. This was consistent with Marx's comments in Volume 3 of Capital that the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases. Beyond the sphere of actual material production. 120. With respect to Bakunin's concern that the peasantry would be ruled over by the urban and industrial proletariat, Marx did not deny that this would be the case, but argued that the proletariat, functioning as the government must take steps that will directly improve the position of the peasants. 121 Marx saw the proletariat as the natural trustees of the peasants' interests. 122 As for Bakunin's view that the best way to win the peasants over to the cause of the revolution was to let them take over the land, Marx claimed this would simply reinforce private property by enlarging 17 the peasants' small holdings to include the larger estates. 123 The important point is that it is the proletariat, as the governing power, which will be responsible for implementing reforms beneficial to the peasantry, rather than the peasantry acting for themselves. From collectivism to communism. While Bakunin and other anarchists believed there could be revolutions in countries lacking a large industrial working class, they did recognize that the level of economic development would have an impact on what sort of economic system would replace capitalism. For example, Bakunin's associate, James Guillaume, argued in 1874 that after the revolution, at first workers would be remunerated for the labor performed by them, given the existing state of economic development. 124 But within a few years of the revolution, with the advances of industrial and agricultural science that would result, production would come to outstrip the needs of society, putting an end to any need for the scrupulous measuring of the portion due each worker. Each of them will be able to dip into the abundant social reserve, to meet all of his requirements, marking the material realization of the communist principle, from each according to ability, to each according to needs. 125 These views are similar to those expressed by Marx in the Critique of the Gotha Program. 126 With the primary disagreement being over whether a coercive state apparatus was necessary during the transition from capitalism to socialism, and then from socialism to communism. Anarchist communism. From the mid-1870s to the early 1880s, a number of prominent anarchists came to adopt anarchist communism, including Elisee Reclus, Carlo Cafiero, Errico Malatesta, and Kropotkin. Cafiero and Kropotkin went a step beyond both Guillaume and Marx, arguing that communism should be the immediate result of the social revolution, such that there was no need for a transitional phase from socialism to communism. As Cafiero argued, even where there was not an abundance of goods, such that some items would need to be rationed, the rationing should be carried out not according to merit but according to need. 127 Other anarchist communists agreed with Guillaume that communism required a certain level of economic and moral development and, furthermore, that people would have to work out for themselves the economic forms of a free society. When anarchists started moving toward a communist position, they did so on libertarian grounds. Where everyone may freely take what they need from the commonwealth, Kropotkin argued, people will be 18 free to choose the branch of activity which best suits their inclinations instead of being compelled by economic necessity to work in whatever position they can find. 128 Cafiero argued that the individual distribution of products would re-establish not only inequality between men, but also inequality between different kinds of work, for some would earn more than others, thereby acquiring more wealth, while others would have to do the lower-paying dirty jobs. 129 Instead of vocation and personal taste deciding a man to devote himself to one form of activity rather than another, it would be interest, the hope of winning more in some profession that would be the motivating force, replicating the maneuvering for competitive advantage found in capitalist societies. 130 Furthermore, with modern mass production and the application of machinery on a large scale constituting an ever-increasing tendency of modern labor to make use of the labor of previous generations, it was impossible to determine the share of the product of one and the share of the product of another. 131 As Kropotkin argued, one thing remains, put the needs above the works by implementing communism. 132 Kropotkin's critique of the labor theory of value. By the time Kropotkin wrote his critique of the wage system in 1888, the most prominent socialist proponents of a wage system were Marxist social democrats, who envisaged state ownership of the means of production and individual remuneration. Drawing on the distinction made by Marx in Capital between complex and simple labor, they also advocated wage differentials, with skilled professionals to be paid more than ordinary workers. Kropotkin objected that this would divide society into two very distinct classes: the aristocracy of knowledge placed above the horny-handed lower orders, the one doomed to serve the other. 133. Kropotkin argued that this distinction flowed from Marx's reliance on a labor theory of value, according to which goods are exchanged in proportion to the quantity of work socially necessary for their production. 134. Kropotkin noted that without this premise, it is impossible to formulate the theory of surplus value. 135. Thus, Kropotkin's theory of anarchist communism was developed in opposition to Marx's economic theory, not as an anarchist variant of it, in contrast to Cafiero, who cited capital repeatedly in his arguments for anarchist communism. 136. Kropotkin made this clear by rejecting the labor theory of value. Labor is not the measure of value. Under the capitalist system, value in exchange is measured no more by the amount of necessary labor, something which was true only in the tribal stage of mankind. 137. Thus, the evils of the present day are not caused by the capitalist appropriating for himself the surplus value, although capitalist exploitation was 19 unacceptable, but by the fact itself that millions of men have literally nothing to live upon, unless they sell their labor force and their intelligence at a price that will make surplus value possible. 138. For Kropotkin, the primary reason why millions of people had to sell their labor force at the lowest price in order to survive was because there was a coercive state apparatus in place, which enforced private property rights and punished people for violating them. The means of action: the anarchist communists agreed with Bakunin that the state must be abolished immediately and, with him, rejected the need for any transitional government to abolish capitalism. Instead of political parties seeking to exercise coercive political power in order to speed the transition to communism, they advocated direct action and propaganda by the deed, by which they did not mean individual acts of terrorism, but exemplary actions designed to inspire the people to overthrow their oppressors. 139. When some anarchists later resorted to assassinations and bombings, Kropotkin argued that such acts did not constitute propaganda, for you do not kill a man to make propaganda, you kill him because he is a viper and you hate him. 140. Whether anarchists should form specifically anarchist groups to promote and instigate the social revolution remained a matter of debate. Bakunin had been a proponent and practitioner of dual organization, the idea that through specifically anarchist groups united by a common program, anarchists would be better able to influence the direction of mass organizations, particularly revolutionary, or syndicalist, trade unions, and spur them, and the people as a whole, onto revolution. 141. Other anarchists favored more fluid forms of organization, particularly during periods of increased state repression. Still others, the so-called anti-organizationalists, argued against any ongoing organization, whether an anarchist group or a revolutionary trade union, on the grounds that, in Luigi Gallini's words, all such organizations are based on delegation and representation. Inevitably, the card-carrying members will be forced to submit for the sake of discipline to decisions and measures even though they may be contrary to their opinion and their interest, and may impede rather than further the social revolution. 142. Other anarchists sought to expand upon Bakunin's idea that revolutionaries should foster the self-organization of the masses. 143. The Spanish anarchist, Antonio Pellicer Pereira, acknowledged that, given the existing state of the workers' movement, parallel or dual organization has to be accepted, with the anarchists maintaining their own revolutionary groups, but argued that the primary focus must be on creating libertarian 20 workers' federations in which each worker is an equal and active participant, so as to prevent the development of a trade union bureaucracy and a de facto executive assuming control of the organization. Each organization must in turn retain their autonomy and independence, free of meddling by other groups and with no one having methods, systems, theories, schools of thought, beliefs, or any faith shoved down his throat. 144. Only through the self-activity of the masses can an anarchist society hope to be achieved. By the mid-1880s, anarchist communism had become the prevalent doctrine among anarchists, with the exception of Spain, where a majority continued to support an anarchist form of collectivism, where individuals would be remunerated on the basis of their contribution to production. For the Marxist social democratic parties that were emerging in Europe, communism was becoming a distant goal, prompting Engels to publish Marx's 1875 critique of the Gotha program in 1891 to remind them that state socialism was but a means to the final end of communism. Anti-parliamentarian and council communism that the workers had need of political parties to abolish capitalism and to complete the transition from socialism to communism remained a fundamental tenet of Marxism until the advent of council communism in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution. It was on the basis of their opposition to participation in bourgeois politics that the anarchists were excluded from the Second International in 1896. 145 During the Russian Revolution, some anarcho-syndicalists began advocating factory committees or councils as revolutionary organs, concerned that the Soviets were being co-opted by the Bolsheviks. 146 Similar approaches were embraced by anarchists in Italy and Germany in 1919 to 1920, working with more radical Marxists, who came to describe themselves as council communists. However, the council communists remained committed to a Marxist interpretation of history, criticizing the anarchists for their ahistorical and voluntarist approach. 147 Anarchists were to continue their criticisms of Marx's theory of historical materialism, and to develop a critique of the council communists' theory of workers' self-management as too narrow. While the council communists criticized the anarcho-syndicalists for allegedly wanting to replace the state with a trade union bureaucracy, anarcho-syndicalist unions generally had few if any full-time union officers, utilizing a federalist model of organization with local craft or factory groups sending delegates subject to imperative mandates and immediate recall to meet with delegates from the other federated groups to coordinate their activities. The anarcho-syndicalists were not 21 opposed to factory councils or committees, but rather saw them as the base units of the federations of workers. At the founding Congress of the Anarcho-Syndicalist International Workers Association in early 1922, the delegates called for the establishment of economic communes and administrative organs run by the workers in the fields and factories, forming a system of free councils without subordination to any authority or political party. 148. Noam Chomsky has therefore argued that the radical Marxism of the council communists in fact merges with anarchist currents, leading Daniel Guerin to describe the confluence of the two traditions as libertarian communism. 149. With respect to the concept of workers' self-management, many anarchists went beyond the council communists by arguing for self-management in all areas of life, not just the workplace. Since the time of Proudhon, various anarchists had advocated interlocking federations of functional groups of producers and consumers, self-managed professions, such as teaching, and communal and regional groups. Anarchist communists, such as Kropotkin, advocated what Cohn-Ward later called horizontal federations, complex networks of voluntary associations organized for all imaginable aims, ever-changing, ever-modified, which constantly assume new forms which answer best to the multiple aspirations of all. 150. For Ward, the key is that the federated groups are voluntary, functional, temporary, and small. 151. One must guard against organizations which have outlived their functions, to prevent them from coming only to serve the interests of office holders. The groups should be small precisely because in small face-to-face groups, the bureaucratic and hierarchical tendencies inherent in organization have least opportunity to develop. 152. Despite the adoption of libertarian communism by the majority of anarchists after Bakunin, and the anti-authoritarian approach of some Marxists, such as the council communists, important differences remain not only between anarchists and libertarian Marxists, but between the anarchists themselves. In many ways, there are now more similarities between so-called class struggle anarchists, who trace their lineage back to Bakunin. 153 and council communists, than there are between the former and contemporary anarchist currents that emphasize process, assembly forms of organization, particularly in the 2011 Occupy movements, and the creation of a decentralized ecological society without hierarchy, representation, mediation, or domination, merging with post-structuralist currents in anarchist thought. 154. Chapter 2 The Split in the International and the Origins of War. Paul Blackledge. On August 4, 1914, Social Democratic deputies in both the German Reichstag and the French Chamber of Deputies voted unanimously for war credits. Whatever else these votes signified, they revealed just how far the leaderships of these nominally revolutionary parties had become integrated into the structures of their respective states. Among those who voted on that day were deputies who had, less than a week earlier, met together under the auspices of the Socialist International to champion peace. The initial anti-war posturing of these representatives reflected the International's declared policy as articulated at its Stuttgart conference in 1907 and reiterated at its Basel conference of 1912. This policy included not only the demand that Social Democrats should exert every effort to prevent war, but also the requirement that they should utilize the economic and political crisis created by the war to rouse the masses and thereby to hasten the downfall of capitalist class rule. 1. Despite these unanimously agreed guidelines, the French and German deputies were not alone in voting to support their government's war efforts in the first week of August. 2 days earlier, Belgian socialists voted to align themselves with their state in an act that was repeated shortly afterward by the Labour Party representatives in the British Parliament, albeit after the removal of the party's anti-war leader. Meanwhile, Austrian and Hungarian socialists who had been denied the opportunity of a vote made up for this by publishing an outpouring of bellicose literature in their press. 2. 32. It is not that there was no opposition to this rush to patriotism. In fact, 14 of the 92 German socialist deputies who met in a closed session on August 3 were opposed to voting for war credits. However, norms of party discipline meant that these opinions were not expressed on the floor of the Reichstag, and ironically it was one of the 14 anti-war deputies, Hugo Hasse, who read out the party's pro-war statement to the Reichstag. Unfortunately, this suppression of anti-war voices was typical within the International. Discounting the tiny Bulgarian and Serbian organizations, among socialists in the belligerent states the only group with a mass base to stand out against the war was the Russian Party. For the leadership of the German Social Democratic Party, undoubtedly the center of gravity within the International, the vote for war credits was partly justified as a means of entry into the inner sanctum of power. It was hoped that this vote and, in particular the unanimity of the vote, would make the party respectable. Whether or not the SPD succeeded in these terms, the vote certainly killed the Socialist International, and it did so in a way that was immediately recognized by contemporaries as a seminal moment in the history of socialism. 3. Whereas the International had previously sought to organize the entirety of the socialist left, the events of 1914 meant that this was no longer possible. In a sense, the split between pro- and anti-war sections of the left was a practical refutation of an approach to politics that had roots going back to Marx. When the International was launched in 1889, its organizers initially followed the general approach taken by Marx at the founding of the International Working Men's Association in 1864. When confronted with leftists of a plurality of different national and political traditions, Marx wrote a set of rules that were intended to, and largely succeeded in, maintaining the broadest possible unity across the movement. He wagered that as the movement deepened and broadened through upcoming struggles, the general framework that he and Engels had formulated in the 1840s would increasingly become hegemonic within it. 4. The almost fatalistic optimism of this perspective reflected Marx's failure to develop a coherent theory of working-class reformism. 5. The consequences of this weakness were magnified over subsequent decades as working-class reformism, especially as institutionalized through the labor bureaucracy, grew in strength. If 1914 proved to be a cruel judge of the tendency within Marxism that had become enmeshed with the labor bureaucracy, Lenin made the most sustained attempt to overcome the limitations of this interpretation of Marxism. He responded to the votes for war credits by joining those voices calling for the creation of a new, Third International to replace the now defunct Socialist International. 6. Lenin supported this call with a sharp political explanation of the demise of the Second International, overcome by the split in the International and the origins of war. 33. Opportunism. Its leadership betrayed the working class. The Second International is dead, he wrote. Long live the Third International. 7. Lenin based this perspective on a new conception of Marxist politics that he articulated through a root and branch critique of Second International Marxism. Pace both Perry Anderson's and Lars Lih's contrasting interpretations of Lenin's mature Marxism. This approach is best understood neither as a voluntaristic inversion of Second International fatalism nor as a mere application of Second International theory to Russian conditions. Point 8 Though Anderson is right to locate voluntaristic tendencies among the critics of the vote for war credits, and while Lih is correct to point to the continuities across Lenin's over before and after 1914, neither standpoint adequately captures the novelty of Lenin's contribution to Marxism. Lenin's mature thought is best understood as paralleling but significantly deepening Rosa Luxemburg's powerful political critique of fatalistic tendencies within Second International Marxism. Her claim, made in the Junius pamphlet recalling a comment made by Engels in Anti-Die, that the alternatives for humanity were socialism or a regression into barbarism, marked a profound shift from the tendency within Second International Marxism, including within her own pre-war writings, to view socialism as the inevitable outcome of the contradictions of capitalism. Point 9 Similarly, Lenin's mature thought involved a profound break with fatalism while avoiding the trap of voluntarism. He did this in part by conceptualizing socialist practice in a way that effectively renewed the sublation of materialism and idealism that Marx articulated in the 1840s. In particular, he raised theory to the level of his practical critique both of Second International fatalism and of the more general tendency to cover political passivity beneath radical rhetoric. Specifically, his renewal of the missing category of the totality within Marxism informed his theory of imperialism as an internally contradictory stage of capitalist development. His subsequent political orientation aimed at realizing the socialist potential of these contradictions. Point 10 In what follows I first sketch the limitations of Second International Marxism before outlining Lenin's alternative. I suggest that his general approach to politics has lost none of his pertinence over the last century. Point 11 1914 and Second International Marxism in sharp contrast to Lenin's claim that the Second International betrayed the working class in 1914. S.F. Kissin argues that the decision of the French Socialist Party to support the war and to enter the government is wholly understandable. He justifies this position through reference to Germany's demands not only that France declare its neutrality in the context of Russian mobilization but also that it hand over its fortresses. 34 et tout and Verdun as a pledge of such neutrality. By contrast, he points out that the French government had made no bellicose moves in the immediate pre-war context. Whereas it might be supposed that the logic of this argument would lead Kissin to criticize the SPD's vote for war credits, in fact he suggests that the Germans were also justified in voting as they did, for they believed their government's claims that Germany was merely preparing to defend itself from Russian and French aggression. Interestingly, Kissin approvingly cites Karl Koskai's appeal to the authority of Marx and Engels to defend this argument. Point 12 According to Koskai, the method used by Marx and Engels did not start from either supporting or opposing their own government under all circumstances, rather they had to examine the policy which had led to war and which was being pursued by means of war. For Koskai, therefore, the correct socialist attitude to war should proceed by asking which country provoked war and conversely which country was its victim. Kissin comments that these were indeed the criteria Marx and Engels used when deciding whose victory to favor in a war. 13. If Kissin thus challenges the Marxist credentials of Lenin's critique of the vote for war credits, Georges Haupt argues that Lenin missed his target when he criticized the leadership of the Second International for betraying the workers' movement in 1914 because they were, in fact, helpless in the face of war. Moreover, he suggests that it is too crude to blame the fatalistic resignation with which the majority reacted to the reality of war on their reformism, for even the minority of revolutionaries who took a stance against the war failed to offer concrete proposals to stop it. Point 14 Haupt justifies this criticism of Lenin, in part, by reference to Lenin's own advice to communist delegates attending a peace congress at The Hague in 1922. In seeming contrast to his assessment of the Second International's betrayal of the workers in 1914, in 1922 Lenin suggested that workers' organizations, even if they call themselves revolutionary organizations, are utterly helpless in the face of an actually impending war. 15. For Kevin Callahan, Lenin's claim that the Second International betrayed the working class rests upon the false premise that the International was capable of preventing war through revolutionary agitation in 1914. Callahan argues that because the International was not a revolutionary body, it is wrong to berate it for refusing to act in a revolutionary manner. 16 In a sense, Kissin and Haupt share this perspective, though they approach it from different angles. In Kissin's case, this assumption is implied by his failure, as we shall see later, to critically explore the coordinates of Koskai's arguments in favor of the vote for war credits. Haupt's position is slightly different. He does link the claim that the International was helpless in 1914 to its reformism, but insists that the parallel failure of the revolutionary left implies that the International's the split in the International and the origins of War 35 helplessness cannot be blamed solely on its reformism. 17 Insofar as it goes, this is an honest portrayal of the revolutionary left in 1914. However, by limiting his analysis to the events leading up to 1914, Haupt paints a distorted portrait of the revolutionary left. For although it is true that the revolutionary left were caught unaware by the swift move to war and offered little by way of concrete proposals to stop it, this is perhaps best understood as a function of the way that they had allowed themselves, prior to 1914, to become enmeshed within what were de facto reformist organizations, albeit reformist organizations that bowed before revolutionary rhetoric. While 1914 exposed the revolutionary left's failure to offer a political alternative to reformism, they subsequently differentiated themselves from the right-wing leadership of the International by their reaction to this experience. Most importantly, they learned the limitations of social democracy, and in particular the model of social democracy that was embodied in the SPD, and through this experience they began to theorize an alternative model of socialist political practice. The SPD, which was by far and away the most important party within the International, had been created through a merger of existing Marxist and Lassaline groups at the 1875 Gotha Unity Congress, and in the wake of the collapse of the First International it was through this organization that Marx and Engels most directly influenced the European workers' movement. In 1889 this organization played a key role in the formation of the Second International and maintained its hegemony within that organization until 1914. Interestingly, Marx and Engels, and then Engels alone after Marx's death, criticized both the program that was embraced by the new party at the Gotha Unity Congress in 1875 and the revised version of the program that was voted on at the 1992 Erfurt Conference. Commenting on the earlier document, Marx argued that because the program avoided the issue of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, the SPD opened itself up to a possible evolution toward liberalism. 19 He consequently opened the critique of the Gotha program, which took the form of a letter to a number of his closest comrades in Germany, with the statement that after the Unity Congress Engels and I are going to publish a short statement dissociating ourselves from the said program. 20. Interestingly, in a letter written later that year, Engels explained why neither he nor Marx had found it expedient to break with the new party in the wake of its adoption of the Gotha program. He pointed out that the bourgeois press had in fact read into it his and Marx's views. More importantly, the workers had done the same, and it is this circumstance alone which has made it possible for Marx and myself not to disassociate ourselves publicly from a program such as this. 21. In this context, Marx and Engels wagered that, despite the shortcomings of the party's program, the general superiority 36 of the perspectives of the party's Marxist tendency would lead to its eventual hegemony within the organization. This, in the medium term, was precisely the turn taken by events. Thus, Karl Skorsk points out, as Bismarck unleashed his fury against the socialist left in the period between 1878 and 1890, the party became really receptive to Marxism. 22. Bismarck's authoritarian turn coincided with the publication of Engels's Anti-Diering, in which he took up the fight for hegemony within the party, and which won over many of the organizations counter to Marxism. 23 This process culminated with the revision of the party's program at the Erfurt Congress of 1891. Though Engels welcomed the Erfurt program as an improvement on Gotha, he repeated Marx's earlier criticism of the failure of the Germans to address the question of state power scientifically. The political demands of the draft have one great fault. It lacks precisely what should have been said. 24. Noting that opportunism was gaining ground in large sections of the social democratic press, Engels argued that it was incumbent upon the framers of the program to spell out clearly to the German workers that the transition to socialism could only come by force. 25. He insisted that if the SPD did not make this clear, then, in the long run, the party would go astray, the forgetting of the great, the principal considerations for the momentary interests of the day, this struggling and striving for the success of the moment regardless of later consequences, this sacrifice of the future of the movement for its present, may be honestly meant, but it is and remains opportunism, and honest opportunism is perhaps the most dangerous of all. 26. So, in a repetition of arguments he and Marx had put in 1875, in 1891 he reminded his comrades that socialism could be realized only through a revolutionary regime similar to the Paris Commune. 27. Our party and the working class can only come to power under the form of a democratic republic. This is even the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 28. Skorsk points out that the Erfurt program essentially included two related messages to members of the SPD. To the revolutionary left it said be patient, while to the reformists it said reforms are the first task. Pursue them. But remember, you must fight for them. And the faith in the bright new society is a weapon in your struggle. Do not ignore it. Skorsk goes on to say that this compromise could hold so long as, on the one hand, the working class was maintained in its pariah status by the German state, while on the other hand, revolution was not on the immediate political agenda as economic growth gave rise to improvements in the living standards of the working class. 29. Whereas the unity of the various factions of the SPD was maintained on this basis in the decades up to the war, the tensions that exploded in 1914 had deep roots. Going back over the previous 2 decades. In the split in the International and the origins of War. 37. Particular economic boom from the mid-1890s underpinned a massive expansion of trade unionism, which in turn strengthened the social base of reformism within the party. 30. This meant that within a few years of the party's formal embrace of Marxism at Erfurt, events conspired to draw it away from Marx's politics. It is an accident of history that the party's de facto reformism came to be justified theoretically by one of the 2 co-authors of the Erfurt program, Eduard Bernstein. At the core of Bernstein's critique of Marxism was the claim that contemporary economic trends had disproved Marx's theory of crisis, thus making irrelevant his revolutionary politics. 31. This argument was countered by Koskai, the second co-author of the Erfurt program, who pointed out that Bernstein's Marx was a caricatured version of the real thing. 32. Unfortunately, by focusing on semantic issues about what Marx really said, Koskai's reply missed the key point that the force of Bernstein's arguments came not from their intellectual merits, but from the fact that they represented a real and growing tendency within the SPD, which Koskai did nothing to address. Indeed, despite formal victories over revisionism at party congresses, revisionist ideas became increasingly hegemonic within the leadership of both the SPD and the Union movement. This new balance of forces became apparent in the years immediately following the formal defeats of revisionism at the SPD congresses of 1899, 1901, and 1903, defeats from which revisionism unfailingly grew in strength. 33. At the 1905 SPD Congress in Jena, the left carried the party and won a formal acceptance of the mass strike policy. However, this policy stood in opposition to another motion adopted earlier in the year by the trade unions at their Congress in Cologne. Here it was agreed that the mass strike could not even be discussed. The contradiction between these 2 statements was formally resolved at the 1906 Party Congress in Mannheim. Unfortunately, this solution to the rift between the party and the unions merely reflected the growing hegemony of the revisionist trade union leaders within the German socialist movement. It was simply declared that the contradictory Cologne and Jena resolutions were not in contradiction. 34. While Koskai celebrated this vote as a victory for the left, in reality it amounted, as Massimo Salvadori argues, to a historic victory of the trade union bureaucracy and the retreat of the party before its show of force 35. Skorsk suggests that it was from this point onward that the passivity of Koskai's Marxism became most apparent. He was happy to win a formal acceptance of his interpretation of Marxism at party conferences, while ceding the real leadership of the German workers' movement to the increasingly reformist trade union and party bureaucracy. 36 Koskai acted in this manner because he feared that a split inside the SPD would harm the prospects for socialism. Rosa Luxemburg's contributions to the revisionist debate were politically sharper. She recognized 38 that revisionism was not merely a theoretical error in the context of economic expansion, but was deeply rooted in the structure of modern trade unionism. Indeed, she insisted that the characteristically capitalist separation between politics and economics was reflected in the labor movement through the division between parliamentary socialism and simple trade unionism. 37 Moreover, she claimed that Bernstein's revisionism was best understood as the theoretical expression of the interests of the trade union bureaucracy, a layer whose condition of life was, in many ways, divorced from that of the mass membership of the unions. 38 Skorsk has confirmed the validity of Luxemburg's assessment of the trade union bureaucracy. If we look back over the great issues on which the socialist movement divided in the years 1906 to 1909, we discover that in all those in which the trade unions threw their weight into the scales, the reformist attitude was the one to prevail. He explains this, as did Luxemburg, by the conservative function and structure of the union bureaucracy. 39 Similarly, Salvadori notes that Koskai failed to comprehend that which Luxemburg so clearly perceived, a cleavage between a goal that was socialist and a means that was ever more thoroughly administered by a conservative and moderate bureaucracy, which was now concerned to fortify the organization solely within the dominant system. 40. This analysis of the conservatism of the trade union bureaucracy placed Luxemburg in a much more critical relationship to the trade union leaders within the SPD than was Koskai. Or at least it eventually did so, for in the immediate aftermath of the Russian Revolution of 1905, and for a few years thereafter, Koskai became much more critical of the conservatism of the leadership of the unions. Nevertheless, as Daniel Gato points out, this moment of radicalism was short-lived, and by around 1910 Koskai had reverted to his earlier relationship to the trade unions. 41 The rational core of Koskai's tendency to bend in the face of the pressure from the revisionist wing of the SPD was built upon stronger theoretical foundations than his predilection for unity against fragmentation. Koksy never fully accepted Marx and Engels' critiques of the Gotha and Erfurt programs. This became apparent in 1910 when a growing strike wave in Germany converged with the political struggle over suffrage. Luxemburg led the left in the SPD during this period and did everything in her power to move the party to aid the radicalization of the class struggle. Conversely, the trade union leaders did everything they could to thwart her efforts. In the ensuing intra-party conflict, Luxemburg's call for a mass strike was censored throughout the party's press, including in Koskai's Die Neue Zeit, while Koskai himself rallied to the right with an appeal for a return to parliamentary tactics. 42 He did this not only because he saw the left as the main threat to party unity, but also because his model of the coming socialist. The split in the International and the origins of War 39 revolution increasingly converged in practice with Bernstein's reformism. 43 It was from this point onward that Luxemburg broke politically with him. She argued that his conciliatory stance in the face of the party's shift to the right reflected the practical convergence of his Marxism with revisionism. 44 Indeed, from around 1910 onward it appeared that Koskai had finally embraced the parliamentarianism that was implicit to the Erfurt program, and which had been made explicit in Bernstein's revisionism. Koskai's assessment of imperialism, far from being an honest repetition of Marx's approach as Kissen implies, is best understood against this background. Not only does Kissen fail to mention that Marx and Engels moved to radically rethink their approach to a European war in the wake of Prussia's defeat of France in 1870-45, he also skirts over the coordinates of Koskai's revision of his own model of imperialism between 1911 and 1913. In 1907 and again in 1909 Koskai had rejected, in Hawke's words, as outdated the theory of aggressive and defensive wars 46. According to Skorsk, Radek observed correctly that Koskai's reasons for returning to what he had previously believed to be an obsolete theory was not because imperialism had changed but because his Fabian strategy of attrition could not be sustained by his earlier analysis 47. Similarly, Salvadori notes that the political purpose of Koskai's analysis was to vindicate the possibility of social democracy pursuing its forward march along tried and true paths 48. It seems reasonable to suppose therefore that Koskai's relationship to the trade union leadership informed not only his increasingly moderate stance in respect of domestic politics but also an increasingly unrealistic assessment of the international situation. So by contrast with the revolutionary left within the International who continued arguing against illusions in peace utopias, Koskai lent his intellectual prestige to those Reichstag deputies who focused their propaganda on proposals for disarmament, citing widespread support for this idea even within the ruling class itself. 49 This argument culminated in his theory of ultra-imperialism, according to which the strongest imperialist powers had an interest in coming together to form a holy alliance of the imperialists that would renounce the arms race so as to more adequately exploit the colonies. 50 So, just as war was looming, Koskai threw his weight behind an increasingly utopian foreign policy that acted to obscure the real forces leading to war while simultaneously supporting those elements of the party who were dampening the one agency that had the power to stop the war, working-class militancy. This was no personal aberration, but followed the logic of his parliamentarianism. Through his links to the labor bureaucracy, his politics increasingly became tied to the capitalist state. If Luxemburg's critique of the conservatism of the trade union bureaucracy immunized her against this perspective, her all too optimistic 40 pre-war model of how this layer would be swept aside during periods of revolutionary mass action left little room for anything other than a propagandistic model of socialist politics. 51 R. Craig Nation is right to argue that this meant that though Luxemburg issued dire warnings about social democracy, these never took the form of a comprehensive political challenge. 52. Lucio Colletti famously argued that this approach reflected a general failing of Second International Marxism, its fatalistic and providential faith in the automatic progress of economic evolution gave it the certainty that its eventual rise to power would come about in a spontaneous, constant, and irresistible way, quite tranquilly like a natural process. 53 Interestingly, while Luxemburg's fatalistic view of how the workers' movement would sweep this layer aside had roots in Marx's failure to theorize the problem of working-class reformism. 54 The most powerful aspect of Bernstein's revisionism was aimed at Koskai's earlier formulation of a similarly fatalistic model of political practice. In an article first published in Die Neue Zeit in 1893, Koskai infamously argued that the Social Democratic Party is a revolutionary party, but not a party that makes a revolution. 55. A year earlier in his commentary on the Erfurt program, he wrote that socialist production must, and will, come. Its victory will have become inevitable as soon as that of the proletariat has become inevitable. 56. By contrast with formulations such as these, by the late 1890s Bernstein suggested that Marxism's political failings could in part be understood as a consequence of its simplistic deduction of political conclusions from economic premises. He claimed that this method betrayed the malign influence on Marxism of the Hegelian idea of the self-development of the concept, which all too easily lent itself to arbitrary deductions. 57 It was against the harmful consequences of the Hegelian dialectic that Bernstein famously called for socialists to embrace Kant against Kant. 58. The Kant to which he referred was the meaningless revolutionary rhetoric of what was in practice a reformist organization, while the interpretation of Kant with which he sought to replace it with included a combination of the championing of the workers' movement with a high degree of that scientific impartiality which is always ready to acknowledge errors and recognize new truths. 59. Unfortunately, Bernstein wrote little of substance about his positive interpretation of Kant in the Preconditions of Socialism in 1899, though in one of the preceding essays he suggested that Marxists had been wrong to conflate bourgeois and civil society, for the morality of developed civil society is by no means identical with the morality of the bourgeoisie. 60. Developing this point in How is Scientific Socialism Possible, 61 he highlighted a perceived contradiction between the implicit morality of Marx and Engels' oft-repeated claim that capitalist production involved the exploitation of workers and their suggestion that this was not unjust. Against what the split in the International and the origins of war 41 believed was the incoherence of this position, he argued that socialists, if they were honest, would be forced to engage with Kant to the extent that they asked what sort of society ought we to fight for. 62 He claimed that it was as ridiculous to posit liberal, conservative, or socialist social sciences as it was to imagine similarly political variations of the natural sciences. Furthermore, he claimed that political conflicts arise atop a generally accepted and politically neutral social scientific foundation, and these conflicts are informed by differing ideas about what ought to be. Consequently, because socialist politics carries within itself an element of speculative idealism, the label scientific socialism was best discarded. 63 Though Bernstein's brief discussion of Hegel and Kant was far from sophisticated, 64 it did point to real limitations with the kind of materialism dominant within the Second International in the 1890s. The strengths and weaknesses of this form of materialism were evident in Koskai's reply to Bernstein's Neo-Kantianism, Ethics and Materialist Conception of History. Koskai argued that because action implies continual choice, it follows that moral judgment is unavoidable in the world of the unknown future of freedom. 65. Nonetheless, while he accepted Kant's claim that the realm of freedom is the realm of moral law, he insisted that the world of freedom is no timeless and spaceless and no supersensual world, but a particular portion of the world of sense seen from a particular point of view. By radically separating the realms of freedom and necessity, Kant, or so Koskai argued, closed off access to a true understanding of the moral law, such that if we were to hope to understand it, then we must go beyond him. 66 Against Kant's claim that the moral law should be imposed upon us by reason against our desires, Koskai attempted to root the moral law in our nature as social animals. 67 Koskai pointed out that it is precisely because it is our essence to be social that society and morality will have a history. A key problem with Kantianism from this standpoint is that it naturalizes modern individuality, and as such, confuses the relations between people at a certain moment in history with the universal relations between people throughout history. 68 Kant and the Neo-Kantians also were blind to the way in which in class-divided societies, differing and conflictual moralities emerge as class moralities. In fact, Koskai claimed, although capital has created the material foundations for a general human morality, it undermines this by treading this morality continually under its feet. Alternatively, because the proletariat does not exploit any other class below it, when it fights for its particular interests it is capable of realizing this general human morality. 69. This, Koskai insisted, was no abstract academic hope, but reflected the real evolution of the workers' movement. The content of the new moral ideal does not emerge from any scientific knowledge of the social organism, but from a deep social need, a burning desire, an energetic will for something other than 42 the existing, for something which is the opposite of the existing. By its nature, therefore, the new moral ideal is a negative force, reflecting opposition to the status quo. Thus, Koskai concluded, while its importance is recognized as the motor power of the class struggle, the negative character of the new moral ideal implies that it cannot direct our policy, for policy must be formulated on the basis of a scientific analysis of social relations. 70 Commenting on this argument, Dick Geary observes that Koskai did not believe that moral judgments were irrelevant for a Marxist. It was just that on its own it could not serve as the basis of socialist theory. 71. Of course, despite the power of Koskai's criticisms of the ahistorical nature of Kant's morality, by accepting the separation of facts and values he was at one with Kant and the Neo-Kantians in being equally far removed from the Hegelian origins of Marx's own thought. 72. And, whereas Koskai claimed that differing moral ideals represented differing social standpoints, Marxism the standpoint of the working class, Kantianism the standpoint of the atomized individual within civil society. 73 He at no point attempted to uncover the social basis of revisionism. Instead, the structure of his argument suggested that he saw it merely as an intellectual error through which ethics rather than science was placed at the center of the socialist project. As for his own scientific understanding of the socialist project, the book closed with a contradictory denial that his own perspective was fatalistic alongside a reiteration of Raffertian fatalism. Socialism is inevitable because the class struggle and the victory of the proletariat is inevitable. 74. Lenin's renewal of Marxism. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of Lenin's response to the collapse of the Second International was his return to Hegel in an attempt to overcome the political limitations of Koskai's fatalistic Marxism while avoiding the trap of voluntarism. 75 Though this project had roots in his ongoing attempt to raise theory to the level of the practical tasks facing the Russian left, it also involved, pace Anton Pannekoek, an emergent break with his earlier attempts to philosophically underpin Marxism. 76 The beginning of this process is evident, for instance, in an early critique of the legal Marxist Peter Struve. Lenin argued that, while it was a weakness with traditional moral theory that it failed to connect its ideals with any immediate interests, Struve ran the risk of becoming an apologist for the status quo because he erred in the opposite direction by reducing materialism to its objectivist caricature. In opposition both to moral subjectivism and to economic objectivism, Lenin suggested that materialism, because it examined the contradictions of any social process, includes partisanship, and enjoins the direct and open. The split in the International and the Origins of War. 43 Adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. 77. The critique of dualism implicit in this argument was subsequently obscured through Lenin's infamous deployment of Koskai's formulation of the relationship between spontaneity and consciousness in What Is to Be Done? It is one of history's ironies that a core constituent of the myth of Leninism constructed by the Stalinists from the mid-1920s onward to justify their own power and accepted by Western liberal intellectuals thereafter for their own ideological reasons includes a key constituent part of the Bernsteinian revisionism, which Lenin fought from the outset, Bernstein's patronizing treatment of the working classes. 78. According to what Lars Lih labels the textbook interpretation of Leninism, Lenin's contempt for the intellectual capacities of workers was reflected in his insistence on building a party of professional revolutionaries who would bring socialist ideas to the working class from without and subsequently lead this class in a top-down manner. By contrast with this myth, Lih shows that Lenin's underlying assumption in the text that is paradigmatic of the myth. What is to be done, was an optimism about the possibility of the growth of socialist consciousness within the Russian working class, combined with scathing criticisms of the weaknesses of Russia's radical intelligentsia generally and the Russian socialist movement specifically, which, he claimed, were in grave danger of failing the workers' movement in the coming revolution. 79 Most of the critical literature on what is to be done tends to focus on how, in theorizing this perspective, Lenin reproduced Koskai's dualistic claim that socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without aiding. This is clearly a weakness with the text, but as we shall see it is a weakness that was overcome through Lenin's reading of Hegel in the wake of August 4, 1914. What has been less commented upon is the tension between Lenin's and Koskai's conceptions of socialist practice prior to 1914. This is evident, for instance, in the gap between Koskai's claim, noted earlier, that the Social Democratic Party is a revolutionary party, but not a party that makes a revolution, and the argument of the penultimate chapter of What Is to Be Done? In which Lenin sought to theorize some form of practice that married the day-to-day socialist activities within the state with the eventual uprising against it. He suggested that a network of agents that would form in the course of establishing and distributing the common newspaper would not have to sit about and wait for the call for an uprising, but could carry on the regular activity that would guarantee the highest probability of success in the event of an uprising. 81. 3 years later he returned to this argument in response to criticisms made by Martynov, in an essay that drew on Koskai's conception of revolution, that claimed he had forgotten that social democracy has always 44 and everywhere recognized that a people's revolution cannot be timed in advance, that it is not prepared artificially, but that it comes about of itself. Lenin's reply was devastatingly simple: Yes, a revolution can emerge only from below, but the uprising itself must be organized. We are obliged to explain to Martynov that uprising must not be confused with People's Revolution 82. This simple point illuminates a tension between Koskay and Lenin prior to 1914. This difference is obscured by those, for instance C.L.R. James, who posit a far too simple and absolute division between Lenin's Marxism pre- and post-1914. Contra James, there was a distance between Koskay and Lenin before 1914, and this distinction is perhaps best understood in terms of the register of their respective writings. Whereas the former generally wrote at the level of broad generalization, the latter's writings had a much more concrete focus. To a certain degree this was merely a difference of emphasis. Nevertheless, this difference created a space in which Koskay could mask his increasingly conservative practice beneath revolutionary rhetoric, what Trotsky would later call his organic opportunism. 84. The practical bent of Lenin's Marxism, by contrast, helped him raise theory to the level of practice. Indeed, the concrete focus of his theory informed Lukács' claim that his work was characterized by a sense of the actuality of the Revolution. 85. Nevertheless, because Koskay's opportunism emerged slowly and incrementally, the gap between his and Lenin's interpretations of Marxism was not immediately apparent. It took the shock of war and Lenin's subsequent reading of Hegel to make his split with his former teacher explicit and absolute. Lenin's most important political responses to the war and the collapse of the International, his essays Socialism and War, the collapse of the Second International, the State and Revolution, and Imperialism, the latest stage of capitalism. 86 provide the coordinates of a powerful alternative to Second International Marxism. On the one hand, he showed that the tendency toward war was imminent to the monopoly stage of capitalism, while on the other hand he renewed Marx's argument that modern states were capitalist states that had to be smashed as a prerequisite to the realization of human freedom. Moreover, he located the social basis for the capitulation of the leadership of the Second International in the benefits accrued from imperialism by the labor aristocracy. At its strongest, in the theories of imperialism and the state, this model marked the most serious attempt to develop a Marxist understanding of the form taken by capitalism at the beginning of the 20th century. 87. If his attempt to theorize reformism was much less successful, Charles Post points out that Lenin's deployment of the concept of labor aristocracy, and indeed the labor aristocracy theory more generally, was neither a theoretically rigorous nor factually realistic explanation of working-class reformism. The split in the International and the origins of war. 45 or conservatism. 88. This is a weakness that can be overcome by reference to Luxemburg's account of the limitations of trade unionism and, in particular, the essentially conservative role of the labor bureaucracy as mediator of the sale of labor power. 89. Notwithstanding this weakness, Lenin's alternative to Second International Marxism was powerful and was underpinned by his return to Hegel in the aftermath of the vote for war credits. In notes taken from a close reading of Hegel's Science of Logic, he expressed his break with dualism thus: the activity of man, who has made an objective picture of the world for himself, changes external actuality, abolishes its determinates, thus removes from it the features of semblance, externality, and nullity, and makes it as being in and for itself. 90. Commenting on these notebooks, Stathis Kavlakis points out that it is particularly significant that Lenin ended the section on philosophical materialism with a reference to the notion of revolutionary practical activity. For Lenin understood that subjective practical activity lay at the center of the objective world, and consequently insisted that social scientific laws should not be fetishized as things distinct from conscious human activity but instead be recognized as necessarily narrow, incomplete, approximate attempts to frame political intervention. 91. Consequently, whereas Second International theorists had interpreted Hegel's claim that to act freely meant to act in accordance with necessity in a reductive manner, for Lenin, as Day argues, man's consciousness not only reflects the objective world but creates it. 92. This is a far cry from John Holloway's claim that Lenin took Engels' scientific distortion of Marxism to its logical, undemocratic, conclusion when he posited the existence of a party of knowers who would impart their scientific knowledge from on high to the workers. 93. In fact, As John Rees suggests, in his philosophical notebooks, Lenin came to recognize that practice overcomes the distinction between subjective and objective and the gap between essence and appearance. 94. By repositioning social practice at the core of Marxism, Lenin was able to recognize the affinity between Marxism and idealism. Dialectical idealism is closer to intelligent materialism than metaphysical, undeveloped, dead, crude, rigid materialism. 95. Commenting on Lenin's contribution to Marxism, George Lukács argued that Lenin alone within the Second International held to the original Marxist conception against positivist and neo-Kantian alternatives. 96. For instance, Lenin conceived imperialism neither fatalistically as a moment in capitalism's supposed self-transformation into socialism nor voluntaristically as an abhorrent policy to be condemned from some abstract moral perspective. Rather, he explained it as a specific historical form of capitalism that created the potential for, and hence informed a politics that orientated toward, the emergence of a historically specific and socially concrete possible alternative, workers' power in the 46 metropolis in alliance with national liberation movements in the colonies. He thus pointed toward a model of political practice that, unlike fatalism, was really subjective and, unlike voluntarism, offered the potential of real social transformation. Nevertheless, though Lenin's fragmentary notebooks thus anticipated the themes of Lukács's history and class consciousness. 97. This latter book was by far and away the most sophisticated articulation of similar views to be published in the period around the foundation of the Communist or Third International. In a discussion of the revisionist criticisms of Second International orthodoxy, Lukács claimed that Bernstein's embrace of Kantianism did not overcome the fatalism of the Second International, but was merely its inversion. It is the subjective side of the missing category of totality. 98. While Lukács agreed with Koskai's criticisms of the formalism of Kant's ethics, he insisted that it was not enough to conclude that any moral imperatives derived from this perspective were an inadequate basis for socialist strategic thought. Rather, Kant's ethical formalism pointed back to the methodological problem of his concept of the thing in itself, which acted in his system as a fundamental limit to human knowledge of the world. 99. To overcome this problem, Koskai's critique of Kant's ethical formalism should have led him to the concept of the totality. That it did not reflected the way in which Koskai's dualism allowed him to talk revolution while abandoning the real practical leadership of the SDP to the reformists. Lukács argued that whereas Kant naturalized contemporary social relations, because Hegel showed that these were a product of human history, he pointed beyond Kant's dualism, and by materializing Hegel's project Marx subsequently overcame the limitations of dualism. To separate free human actions from a necessarily given social world, as was done by the neo-Kantians, implied losing sight of the fact that both freedom and necessity existed in a dynamic relationship such that both the social world and the kind of people that we are products of history. In G.H.R. Parkinson's paraphrase, we are both producer and product of the historical process. 100. A consequence of this methodological movement was to unfreeze the concepts through which we aim to understand the world. As Martin J. argues, being would then be understood as becoming, things would dissolve into processes, and most important of all, the subjective origin of those processes would become apparent to the identical subject-object of history. 101. Lukács suggested a key philosophical task is to discover the principles by means of which it becomes possible in the first place for an ought to modify existence. And it is just this that theory rules out from the start. 102. Or as he put it in his defense of history and class consciousness, workers must discover in reality the concrete role inherited by the proletariat as the subjective factor in history. 103. The split in the International and the origins of War. 47. Unfortunately, history and class consciousness was an early casualty of Stalin's crusade against Trotskyism. For primarily political reasons, Lukács's ideas were rejected within the Communist International in favor of a return to a variant of Second International orthodoxy. 104. Indeed, this was the period when, as part of their struggle against Trotsky, the triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina attempted to justify their claims to power through the development of a cult of Lenin in which they, the old Bolsheviks, were to play the role of high priests. As part of this campaign, what is to be done? Was represented by Stalin in the Foundations of Leninism, by Zinoviev in Bolshevism or Trotskyism, and by Kamenev in Leninism or Trotskyism, as the textual bearer of a definitive and essential Leninism. 105 Subsequently, Stalin made cynical use of Lenin's deployment of Koskai's dualistic formulation of the relationship between spontaneity and consciousness in what is to be done, to justify his own semi-mystical role of leader of the communist movement. Stalin's bastardization of Marxism incoherently combined a mechanical model of historical progress with a model of bureaucratic activity. The ideology of Leninism served a useful purpose here. Theory, as embodied in the party and in practice in the pronouncements of Stalin, acted as the ghost in the machine guiding Russia to liberation. As Nigel Harris put it, as a social theory, Stalinism contradictorily combined determinism for the masses, voluntarism for the leadership. 106. More concretely, Herbert Marcuse pointed out that whereas during the revolution, it became apparent to what degree Lenin had succeeded in basing his strategy on the actual class interests and aspirations of the workers and peasants. From 1923 on, the decisions of the leadership have been increasingly dissociated from the class interests of the proletariat. Indeed, Stalin's Marxism served not as a guide to working-class action, but as a justification for the actions already taken by the Soviet ruling class. 107 One manifestation of this transformation of Marxist theory was the reduction of the theory of imperialism to the status of an ad hoc term of abuse used to justify Russian foreign policy. At its most absurd, this was apparent in Stalin's volte-face in June 1941, when Germany's invasion of Russia suddenly led him to reclassify Britain's war aims as democratic rather than imperialist. Later, during the Cold War, Lenin's concept of imperialism came to be treated as a dogmatic article of faith within the communist movement, even as the process of decolonization in particular demanded some form of revision at the very least. 108 Conclusion: if the Stalinist ideology of Leninism involved a return to the kind of dualism Lenin criticized in the philosophical notebooks, the very fact that 48 Lenin felt compelled to write these notebooks is evidence that his renewal of Marxism, pace LIH, involved much more than a return to a prelapsarian form of Koskiism. 109 Lenin did contribute something new and important to Marxism after 1914, and this contribution went beyond his theories of the state and imperialism. His reading of Hegel set the political focus of his work upon firmer theoretical foundations. Though this political focus had roots going back to the 1890s, after 1914 he reconfigured socialist politics upon a firmly materialist conception of subjectivity. Effectively, Lenin's journey through Hegel allowed him to renew the sublation of materialism and idealism characteristic of Marx's theses on Feuerbach. In the first of these, Marx famously wrote that the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism is that the thing, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence, in contradistinction to materialism, the active side was developed abstractly by idealism, which, of course, does not know real, sensuous activity as such. Later in the text he pushed this idea further to point to the historical coordinates of this mistaken way of conceiving the world, the highest point reached by contemplative materialism, that is, materialism which does not comprehend sensuousness as practical activity, is contemplation of single individuals and of civil society. By contrast with this standpoint, he claimed that the standpoint of the new is human society, or social humanity. 110. And as he argued elsewhere, the concrete form of social humanity in the modern world is the standpoint of the working class. 111 During the period of the Second International, this conception of subjectivity was split asunder in the context of a broader, if largely unacknowledged, shift away from Marx's ideas. Whereas Bernstein's alternative to the Second International, Marxism's degeneration into a form of pre-Marxist materialism, merely inverted the error by returning to a pre-Marxist form of idealism, Lenin's reading of Hegel allowed him to overcome this opposition. The comments noted earlier that he made in 1922 to communist delegates to the peace conference in The Hague show him to be a realist. But, Contra Hawk's interpretation of these comments, Lenin's realistic assessment of the prospects for the left once war broke out had nothing in common with political fatalism. Lenin, as Michael Lowy put it, always put politics in command. 112. This should not be confused with the claim that his was a voluntaristic variant of Marxism. In 1922, as in 1914, Lenin's analysis was intended to inform action. This, despite his use of the term helpless in 1922, is evident elsewhere in the document from which this comment is taken. Lenin wrote that perhaps the most correct method would be to start with the sharpest refutation of the claim made by the split in the International and the origins of war. 49 reformist politicians before the war that he shall retaliate to war by a strike or a revolution. 113 Lenin's comment about the helplessness of the left is best understood not as an excuse for fatalistic resignation before the facts but as a criticism of the pseudo-leftist posturing of those politicians whose radical talk masked practical passivity. He stressed the fact that once war broke out revolutionary socialists would be helpless to stop it, but this did not mean that there was nothing they could do. Rather, both in 1914 and in 1922 Lenin aimed at maximizing the effectiveness of the left. This perspective shows why it is far too simplistic to claim, as does Callahan, that the SPD's vote for war credits in 1914 cannot be considered an act of betrayal because, among other things, it implies that the International actually had the ability to stop the war. 114. Callahan's argument overlooks the fact there were a large range of options between the left voting for war credits on the one hand and stopping the war on the other. Nation is right to point out that it was not the failure to prevent war, but the inability to muster resistance, that signaled the International's fail. Light. 115. By deploying the term betrayal in 1914, Lenin was able to focus on the small thing that the left could do with a view to building its influence before a subsequent challenge for power, including the process of theoretical and political clarification, which would provide it with the necessary tools to break with the old leadership of the International. Similarly, in 1922 his use of the term helpless was intended to focus minds on the small things that could be achieved rather than the big pipe dream that couldn't. It is this relentlessly political focus of his work that set Lenin apart from other figures within the Second International, and subsequently informed the novelty of the communist movement he tried to forge out of the wreckage of the Second International. Unfortunately, within months of Lenin's death, Stalin began the process of debasing his thought into the ideology of Leninism, which, unfortunately, continues to inform the hegemonic interpretation of Lenin's Marxism both in academic circles and on the far left. Among its negative consequences, this interpretation of Lenin's thought acts as a brake on the development of an honest reappraisal of the lessons both of the collapse of the Second International and of the early period of the Third International. This is important because the Third International, for a brief moment prior to the emergence of Stalinism, began to give political expression to what Marx and Engels called the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. 116. It was able to do this, in part, because, in outlining the contradictory essence of contemporary capitalism, Lenin's theory of imperialism provided a historically concrete economic aspect of the theory of praxis he had articulated in his philosophical notebooks. 117 Alongside Luxemburg's conception of the mass strike, Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution and his own return to 50 Marx's theory of the state, this conception of praxis played a pivotal role in the renewal of Marxism by shattering Koskai's fatalistic reification of Marxism. Chapter 3 From the Dictatorship of the Party to the Dictatorship of the Market, the Capitalist Restoration in Eastern Europe. Catherine Samari Was the Soviet Century a parenthesis? Dominant interpretations of the past suppress non-recognized memories. This is particularly true of Eastern European history, which has suffered, and still suffers, conflicting national interpretations and ideological censorships or distortions. 1 The official history within the single-party system after the Stalinization of Soviet Union is, of course, one of them. But an older, more powerful one still exists, the ideological expression of relationships of domination between Western Europe's core and the peripheral countries of the capitalist world system. Point 2. The collective and pluralist interpretation of the past. Eastern Europe must resist the censorship and distortions of both sides of the Cold War. The immediate challenge is to oppose the ideological concept of a civilized Europe against other understanding of Europe that exist on the periphery. There was such an ideological Europe opposed to barbarians in the past. But this opposition took a new form as part of the global conservative counter-revolution, poorly labeled the neoliberal turn, beginning in the 1980s. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, which radicalized this neoliberal turn, Eastern European countries were compelled to join Europe. Behind this formulation lies the ideological will to consider the 58 short Soviet century 3 from October Revolution in 1917 up to 1989 as an aberrant parenthesis on the normal path of evolution, modernity, and civilization that Western Europe or the European Union is supposed to incarnate. The integration of the 10 Central and Eastern European countries within the EU did not mean more attention was paid to their specific history. Point 4. On the contrary, wars, colonial European empires, and fascism were forgotten in that rosy picture, while the Soviet past was reduced to the Gulag. Anti-fascist movements led by communists in Eastern Europe are treated as anti-patriotic, whereas far-right parties in collaboration with German Nazis or Italian fascists are rehabilitated. Revolutions and communism are criminalized, while any gains from anti-capitalist resistances of the past are ignored and the capitalist restoration is presented as a democratic choice. This chapter aims at contributing to a collective alternative analysis, which could be called a black book on capitalist restoration. Point 5. Against dominant histories of the bipolar world, a particular attention needs to be paid to democratic popular workers' movements in Eastern Europe, resisting relations of domination within and between the former countries of real socialism. Point 6. We are confronted in those cases with the convergence of opposite ideological bias, official Stalinist and anti-communist versions of history. Both of them, for their own interests, wanted to present the events as pro-capitalist movements. We can take as a symbolic example of this dual bias the Hungarian anti-Soviet upsurges in 1956. These were characterized as pro-Western anti-communist in propaganda from both groups, which had to hide the key feature of workers' councils in those events, because such councils were both organically anti-capitalist and anti-bureaucratic. They expressed spontaneous aspirations stimulated by single-party rule on behalf of the workers. Point 7. One will comment later on other controversial interpretations of massive democratic movements before 1989. But we must understand the preconditions of that historical turning point. Stalinization, continuities and discontinuities within the Soviet century. For the Bolsheviks, the name given to the USSR did not mean that it was already a socialist society. It was meant to indicate the explicit aim of the new power. The Marxist debates of the 1920s between Preobrazhensky and Bukharin introduced the characterization of a post-capitalist transformational society, neither capitalist nor socialist. The movement toward communism was dynamic and conflictual in a hostile capitalist environment, where the extension of the revolution was both an internal 59 socio-economic, cultural, and political issue and part of an international concept of permanent revolution. 9. The notion of workers' state indicated the social basis of the new power. After the huge international impact of the Soviet Revolution, the political defeats, especially in Germany, left the Russian Revolution isolated and provided the international context that facilitated the Thermidorian turn, as the left opposition led by Trotsky would call it. The external aggressions and internal conflicts accelerated industrialization and the priority given to heavy industry. This repressive trend was combined with impressive vertical social promotion, from poor peasants to workers, workers to employees, employees to cadres of the state apparatus. But subjective factors also facilitated Stalinization, the lack of experience on how to defend a revolution against internal and external threats. The effect of the Bolshevik repression of the Kronstadt rebellion in the process of Stalinization is crucial here. Rosa Luxemburg, who criticized the suppression of the Duma and other repressive trends taken by the Bolsheviks, was the first supporter of the Russian Revolution. 10 Contrary to dominant views on Lenin, his last struggle, as publicized by Lewin, shows that he was very concerned about the bureaucratization of the workers' state. 11. Nevertheless, soon after his death the Soviet state was transformed into a totalitarian state through what Trotsky analyzed in The Revolution Betrayed as a bureaucratic counter-revolution within the revolution. 12. It was neither a capitalist restoration nor a new class-stable society, but a crystallization of a bureaucratic caste, ruling on behalf of workers. Trotsky considered the future uncertain, dependent on the relationship between the fundamental classes at the international level. There could be a consolidation of the emerging bureaucratic class or a capitalist restoration if new international and national workers' mobilizations could not get rid of the bureaucratic party/state. The crisis of Stalinism and the extension of revolutions. The building of socialism in one country could not resist the extension of the anti-capitalist revolutions during and after World War II, even if the Kremlin tried to smash or control them. The Yugoslav case is a perfect example of a struggle on two fronts. The Yugoslav communists had first to keep hidden their conflict with the Soviet Great Brother because they were in the same camp. 13. They also hoped to receive Moscow's support. But they were not ready to accept the Yalta Agreement's concept of a shared Yugoslavia. According to the Yalta Agreement, the former Serbian kingdom, which dominated the former Yugoslavia and repressed the Communist Party, was supposed to return and allow the CP to enter the parliament. Stalin criticized the Yugoslav partisan movement. 60. Because it went too far with its hammer and sickle. The Yugoslav communists did not submit to the Yalta agreements and Stalin's criticisms. Control of the popular army, distribution of lands to peasants, and establishment of an independent Yugoslavia based on the Anti-Fascist Council of National Liberation of Yugoslavia allowed the Yugoslavian communists to break with the former Serbian kingdom before the end of the war. Globally, World War II ended in a much more ambiguous way for the working class than foreseen by Trotsky. He had expected anti-Stalinist socialist victories and broad splits within the pro-Soviet CPS, which would ultimately join the anti-Stalinist Fourth International. After the break of the 1939 German-Soviet pact and the invasion of the Sioux, the anti-fascist victories reinforced Stalin and the CPS. The extension of the real socialist world system permitted one-third of the planet to escape from financial dependence on the capitalist and imperialist core states. This opened a difficult phase for the anti-Stalinist left, which was confronted with the increased influence of Stalinized CPS and Social Democrats, who took strength from a period of growth on both sides of the bipolar world open to reformist trends. The Kremlin's new great power logic continued to be demonstrated in Stalin's repression of the international brigadists in the ongoing anti-fascist struggle in Spain. It was demonstrated too in Stalin's attempts to prevent any autonomous move toward a socialist Balkan confederation by severing direct contacts between the CPS of the region. Such trends contradicted the Yalta agreements and therefore Stalin's control. This was the real cause of Stalin's decision to excommunicate the Yugoslav communists and to repress Tito's sympathy within CPS as treasonous. But the Yugoslav leaders were looking for support from the Communist International movement to undermine their 1948 excommunication by Stalin's and to ward against imperialist pressures. 14. They chose to consolidate the revolution through the of self-management, with ideological references to the Paris Commune, and the appropriation of Marx against Stalin. Therefore a new phase of the Soviet century was opened that could not be reduced to a consolidation of Stalinization, nor to an artificial buffer zone under the Kremlin's control. Real anti-capitalist revolution had occurred led by CPS, which would produce the first splits within the international Stalinized communist movement, first in Yugoslavia and later in China, even if they reproduced similar feature of single-party rule. The anti-capitalist dynamics in the world were stimulated by the Yugoslav and Chinese revolutions, an influence confirmed by the subsequent Cuban and Vietnamese revolutions and by the major event of the second half of the century, decolonization. At the same time, a number of people's democracies were becoming integrated as a buffer zone in the new Eastern Europe from Romania to 61 Poland and Czechoslovakia. Even where the Red Army, rather than mass popular upsurges, played a key role in establishing new communist regimes. All CPS consolidated their rule through similar social transformations and mechanisms as the Stalinized SUG. A partial conclusion on the Soviet century. The USSR displayed conflicting features significant of any post-capitalist society, including bureaucratic features not foreseen by Marx. Point 15. But how to evaluate the Stalinization of SUG? The international consequences of the Stalinization of SUG included Soviet military interventions in sister countries and the permanent attempts to subordinate independent social and political emancipatory movements to the Kremlin's control. Nevertheless, repression was not a way of ruling. It had to be combined with the social contract and with the direct support that the SUG gave to anti-imperialist resistances during the Soviet century. This explains why the popularity of the fatherland of socialism and of the CPS that supported it was high for decades. Everywhere, selective repression and single-party rule were always combined with what Lebowitz has called the social contract of the vanguard party that ruled on behalf of workers. Point 16. Workers were proclaimed the official owners, but their self-organization or the right to strike was forbidden, for how could workers go on strike against themselves? In such a context, job security at the micro level represented an alienated form of sharing property rights. This was taken as the official proof that socialism was established. It was a lie. Yet this was not hidden unemployment, as many Western economists often describe it. Economic firing was forbidden and employment was a right, part of the social contract, as was universal access to fundamental goods and services, either free or highly subsidized. This feature led to regular shortages, sometimes derided as hidden inflation. But it can be understood as an organic feature of systems where money had no active role, while planning mechanisms within specific social and political relations led to the combination of extensive growth and shortages. Point 17. Workers' political economy, as Lebowitz calls it, 18, meant a right to protection and improvement of life, job security, and equality within a system that declared the workers as the source, and therefore, the owners of new value produced. This was identified with the communist threat, the obsession of reactionary forces within the United States, explaining witch hunting and international alliances with the worst dictatorships against the communist evil. The pressures of the Cold War on capitalism was captured by 62. Keynes. Welfare state interventionism against market liberalism was both a theoretical criticism of the failures of the free market and a political concern to save capitalism from communism. Such a concern disappeared with the Soviet Union's collapse, which permitted an increase of global neoliberal offensives against workers' gains made during the previous era. The international financial institutions have since described the capitalist restoration as the transition towards market economy. The formulation indicated that they knew what the future was supposed to be despite its deliberately vague content. The real goals of the liberal program were never proclaimed because they meant the radical destruction of the social contract while the workers wanted its improvement through more freedoms. Both aspects tell a lot on the nature of the former system. Capitalism, markets, and privatization were abstractions to the people. Nevertheless, these very same people did react very concretely when the party tried to introduce partial market rules or incentives in the 1970s within real socialism. They considered that the practical effects of these reforms were in contradiction with recognized rights, even if those rights were bureaucratically distorted. Remembering the contradictions of previous attempts at reform helps us in understanding the non-democratic way in which the capitalist restoration had to occur, and the specific articulation between the internal deadlocks and external factors in the historical turning point of 1989. This was neither a sudden event nor a preconceived scenario. First significant experience of market, the reforms of the 1960s within real socialism. The attempt at complete control over all decision-making under Soviet planning was a political turn and not a theoretical Marxist concept. The reforms discussed in the 1960s were launched by part of the party apparatus and economists that wanted to increase productivity and the quality of products by implementing the law of value. Point 19. This was opposed in Cuba by Ecobedo Che Guevara, supported by Ernest Mondale against Charles Bettelheim, in the Great Debate of Political Economy and Revolution 20. The market reforms of the 1960s consisted in the combination of planning for strategic industrial branches and partial market mechanism for consumer goods. Material stimulants and more autonomy were introduced as incentive for managers to reduce costs. The reforms were unpopular among workers who saw them as contradictory to the egalitarian values and rights they considered theirs in the context of 63 the dominant ideology. They were also rejected by sectors of the state apparatus, where they threatened privileged positions, made elites accountable for managing factories with a bad competitive position, or introduced job instability in Czechoslovakia. These kinds of reforms had been proposed by the economist Odasic and discussed within the party between 1962 and 1968, since the rate of growth had been stalled by inefficiencies in the bureaucratic planning system. They were supported by the reformist wing of the party led by Alexander Dubček. The opponent wing, led by Novotny, organized meetings in the factories to criticize the reforms. It was in order to overcome or neutralize the emerging resistance that the reformists decided to open the doors to more freedoms. This was the beginning of Prague's Spring in 1968. Popular and intellectual movements from below asked for the abolition of censorships and a whole set of demands for a socialism with human face, intending to surpass the limits of the single party's reforms. The eruption of such spontaneous mass movements always coincided with the times when splits in the party apparatus appeared, and this would reoccur under Gorbachev's reforms. The reforms in Yugoslavia during this period are interesting to analyze because they were not only proposed but also implemented, and they illustrate more broadly the conflicting logics in real socialism. In Yugoslavia, a more radical move toward the market and the suppression of any planning had occurred in 1965. 21 different kinds of actors and arguments were behind these developments. Firstly, liberal economists were in favor of the supposed efficient market laws. Secondly, the richest republics complained that planning exploited their resources and argued that they could be more efficient for the whole system through decentralization. But one should not underestimate the influence of anarcho-syndicalism here, which agitated for workers' self-management rights to be increased at the level of the factory, the market being used instead of any central organs of the planning system. In that period, the tightwaist political wing of the apparatus withdrew from the public debate. But the social contract was still behind the reforms, which in the post-revolutionary multinational Yugoslavia had both social and national content. The reforms did increase decentralized rights for workers' self-management and republics, but this was done on the basis of more radical market mechanisms, even though the right to strike was tolerated. In practice, a decentralized banking system replaced the social funds, which channeled the surplus and distributed it according to planned priorities. A process of increased management autonomy at banks and factories produced a de facto form of capitalist accumulation. In the meantime, 64 market competition increased inequalities between branches, factories, and regions. Combined with vertical conflicts within factories, hundreds of strikes and independent trade union activity occurred. The left Marxist intellectuals organized around the Review Praxis had discussed a sophisticated set of demands during the summer schools organized in Korčula's Island, arguing that market socialism had been a way to avoid a socialist democratization of the self-management system. They asked for self-managed planning, chambers of self-management at all levels of the system, and direct associations of citizens and workers to manage services. Slogans were put forward against group property, the red bourgeoisie, corruption, inequalities, and privileges within the party. The Yugoslav June 1968 and its student occupations in Belgrade's universities were less known internationally than the events occurring in Czechoslovakia in the same period. There, in front of the whole world, thousands of young and older supporters of Prague's Spring freely gathered in favor of a socialism with human face. In Moscow, in spite of initial support for the reforms, the political apparatus became afraid of radicalization and contagion. The Kremlin mobilized Warsaw Pact troops, aiming at strong dissuasion and pressure on Dubček. But the arrival of tanks only mobilized the population, who came toward the soldiers and argued pacifically with them. They had been sent to Czechoslovakia, officially, to defend socialism. What is much less known is that during the autumn 1968, in nearly 200 factories, more than 800,000 workers reacted to the Warsaw Pact's invasion by establishing workers' councils. 22 The movement spread and organized its first national conference in January 1969, 6 months after the arrival of the tanks. By March there were 500 councils, a massive political movement. Workers' councils were often supported or even launched by factory cells of the Czechoslovak CP and of the trade union, which at that time emancipated itself from the bureaucratic apparatus of the state. Their leaders were often elected at the head of the councils. A new project of law and economic reform based on the ideal of self-management rights was elaborated and presented to the government, still, at that time, led by Dubček. Such proposals had already been rejected by the pro-Odasic reformists before 1968, and Dubček was looking for compromises with the Kremlin. The dynamic of the workers' councils was broken by pressure and direct repression. Afterward, Dubček was pushed aside and real normalization began. The market reforms were blocked everywhere. Here, the specificity of the Yugoslavian experience must be stressed again. The Moscow-led intervention into Prague was used by Tito to launch a popular patriotic mobilization for a popular army having the duty to resist invaders. Arms were distributed and kept in barracks for all the citizens engaged in military exercises, except for the intellectuals of the Marxist left, who remained 65 isolated and partially repressed. Tito implemented a typical combination of repression and concessions. Yet all independent movements that occurred in this period had conflicting demands. The left Marxist current criticized the market reforms, whereas the Croatian Spring asked for the right to keep at the republican level income from foreign trade. At the same moment, Albanians demonstrated for the status of republic for Kosovo. The Albanian regime, like the Yugoslav one, condemned the Soviet-led military intervention in Prague, which facilitated acceptance of Albanian demands in Yugoslavia. Thus, the new constitution in 1974 combined contradictory features. After the repression of the leaders of different movements, the constitution increased rights both for workers and for the republics and provinces, expressing again the original roots of Tito's legitimacy in social and national promises. The basic organs of workers' self-management at the level of factories could be involved in a cooperative self-managed planning, while the autonomy of banks was legally broken. Specific chambers were created to represent self-management's organs, but only at municipal and republican levels, while a new definition of social property was opposed both to state and group property. 23 In order to try and satisfy national demands, the system became more confederated, but also more open to international market pressure. Foreign trade and currencies were put under the control of the republican powers. A new phase opened where the repressed intelligentsia turned its back on workers, while the new credit facilities for self-managed organs and republican powers encouraged a high rate of investments in the 1970s. The 1970s, the debt crisis instead of reforms. The 1970s had been a decade marked by a combination of shocks that struck at Western states in the capitalist center. The imperialist defeats in Vietnam and strong anti-war movements in the United States, Nixon's decision to put an end to the gold standard, and the Bretton Woods Agreement, along with the oil shocks, acted as catalysts for a crisis of profit and world order. The same decade saw the relative stagnation in the SU when Kosygin's reforms had been pushed back and the old guard around Leonid Brezhnev clamped down. But in Central and Eastern Europe, this was a period of growth based, for several countries, on increasing debt linked to both sides of the bipolar world. The high rate of growth in the South and the East, compared to the stagflation in the core capitalist countries, was attractive for Western banks. They increased their international loans in those two directions, looking to use the deposits they had received in $66 from Arab countries after the price of oils was increased in a profitable way. A radically new situation occurred within the East European real socialist world system, which had largely been autarkic within the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, also called Comecon, up to then. 24 On one hand, the East European countries remained dependent on the economic support of the USSR, which took the form of a debt toward Moscow in non-convertible rubles. But for the first time in their post-World War history, this was now coupled with a second debt denominated in hard currencies. The USSR was not involved in this debt, as it was still subject to Cold War sanctions imposed by the United States since 1949. As this embargo was less stringent on Eastern European countries, some of their ruling parties, after having blocked the 1960s reforms, wanted to import attractive Western consumer goods with the aim of reducing mass discontent, along with some new technologies to improve the quality and output of production. Yet bureaucratic conservatism did very little to make the technological imports effective, while exports to the Western countries were reduced by the slowdown in growth in the 1970s. The second oil shock and rising interest rates in the United States at the beginning of the 1980s were additional external causes of a specific debt crisis in hard currencies in several Eastern European countries, while normalized Czechoslovakia was kept under Soviet tanks and material aid up to 1989. The 5 indebted countries of that region had experienced different politico-economic trends, all of which played a decisive part in the transition toward a new system at the start of the 1980s. The Yugoslav Federation was under pressure from the International Monetary Fund from the beginning of the 1980s. 25 During the 1980s, the Federation was paralyzed by social and national conflicts and by 3-figure hyperinflation, reflecting the loss of overall coherency in the system. After the death of Tito and other historical leaders at the beginning of the 1980s, there was no longer any Yugoslav leader supporting the 2 basis elements of the Titoist social contract: equalitarian social and national rights. Hundreds of strikes occurred without progressive resolution. But there was no unified Yugoslav bourgeoisie, either. Each Republican power and potential new bourgeoisie had first to get rid of social ownership through the consolidation of independent states, offering national protection against the others instead of social rights. Territorial ethnic cleansing against minorities was combined with redefinitions of nations in ethnically mixed republics. International pressures in favor of market competition and privatizations increased internal disintegration. The most developed republics declared their independence in 1991. The 67 United States used the Yugoslav crisis as a step toward an extension of North Atlantic Treaty Organization toward all Eastern European candidates for the EU. 26 Hungary was also confronted with an external debt in foreign currency at the beginning of the 1980s. But the Hungarian communist leaders were unique in deciding to respond to it by selling the country's best enterprises to foreign capital, which made Hungary the principal host country for foreign direct investment in the first years of the following decade of transition. 27 The Hungarian government also helped to bring down the Berlin Wall with some financial reward. Conversely, in Romania, the dictator Ceausescu attempted to pay back the foreign debt of his country on the backs of his people, an act that Romanian nomenclatura finally rejected as too explosive. This group subsequently instigated a pseudo-revolution, which included the execution of the dictator at the end of the 1980s. 28 The Polish case corresponded to another context and scenario. It was the only country where some accumulation of workers' struggles in the past decades led to spontaneous strikes and the establishment of a broad independent trade union at the beginning of the 1980s. Solidarność, with more than 10 million workers, members or not of the leading party. It held a democratic congress in 1981, but was repressed at the end of that year by the Polish General Jaruzelski, a repression that opened the door for the of liberal shock therapy in Poland. Finally, we must also emphasize later in this chapter the absorption of East Germany by the Federal Republic of Germany after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. This opened a radical historical turning point at the heart of neoliberal globalization, European construction, and the capitalist restoration in Eastern Europe. The arms race and its effect on Soviet Union. The SU indirectly suffered from the debt crises of the brother regimes because it increased their difficulties in reimbursing debt in the non-convertible ruble. But a more direct external pressure came through a new phase of arm race, launched by President Reagan after the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan in 1979. This extreme phase in the arms race had opposite effects in each socio-economic system. This Cold War peak gave the United States the opportunity to take the offensive in several aspects of its own multidimensional crisis. Public spending financed by huge fiscal deficit was used for research and innovation on military weapons and equipment, which recharged an economy that had started the decade in recession. At the same time, on an international level, 68 the United States began the first phase of a broad-reaching resurgence of the military-industrial complex and technological hegemony, which would be enforced by the military interventions of the following decade. This technological revolution in the United States and in the greater part of the capitalist world was an essential element in the ability of the ruling classes to restructure social relations and the world order at the expense of workers' rights. In contrast, this phase weighed heavily on the USSR in the first half of the 1980s. The social conservatism of the productive apparatus prevented the system from integrating the high level of scientific research and technological developments involved in the Star Wars military competition throughout its many branches. But a direct offensive against the workers was not at stake. The Brezhnev period is known as stagnation and golden age for social protection, with increasing social income aimed at stabilizing workers. The modernization of equipment and infrastructure was sacrificed, however. The decrease in productivity contrasted not only with the technological revolution occurring within the capitalist world, but also with the attacks against trade union bastions and protective labor codes, led by Thatcher and Reagan, that accompanied it. For the first time since World War II, the gap between the United States and the SU widened. This expressed the main contradiction of the single party's rule on behalf of workers, its inability to reproduce itself while transforming an extensive mode of growth into an intensive one. Democratic socialization of management transferring real ownership responsibility to workers was the only consistent source of efficiency that could protect social rights. But the single party's rule needed workers within an alienated social contract that could last only with expansive growth. The resistance of the workers to reforms based on market incentives for managers was a resistance to the mechanism and criteria of efficiency, which threatened to undermine the social contract through job insecurity and increasing inequalities. Liberal economists understood this as the main obstacle to overcome. From the point of view of classical Marxism, the social relationships of production were becoming an absolute obstacle to a significant development of productive forces, which expressed the contradiction between workers' juridical ownership and bureaucratic management or real property rights. It was the demonstration that the bureaucracy could not stabilize itself as an independent new class. At the very moment the debt crises in foreign currencies in Eastern European countries had allowed major external pressures to weigh on these regimes, the USSR of Gorbachev was turning toward internal 69 reform needing a pacific coexistence with the capitalist system. The reforms launched to modernize the stagnating Soviet economy first needed a restructuring of the economy. Perestroika was to win popularity through glasnost, which mirrored the process of how more freedom had been necessary for Dubček to try and win popularity in Czechoslovakia, or how market socialism in Yugoslavia could not have been introduced without increased workers' rights. To push away decades of conservatism, Gorbachev's glasnost opened the doors for new social initiatives and fronts, including workers' collectives and pluralism within the party. 29 But Gorbachev's hope was to also reduce the cost of the arms race and to use Western modern technologies to improve productivity. These aims required new relations with Western countries to obtain credits and technologies. The third pillar of Gorbachev's reforms was therefore international disengagement. This meant a sharp reduction in Soviet material aid. Within the CMEA and the immediate sphere of Moscow's direct military control, this withdrawal led to a relaxation of support to unpopular single-party regimes, the first one being Honecker in eastern Germany. This resulted in an uncontrolled domino effect. The scenarios of the capitalist restoration ambiguous refoliations after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Timothy Garton Ash used an interesting neologism, refoliation 30, a kind of revolutionary change of systems through reforms from above. This can be generalized to analyze the ambiguities of the historical transformation that put an end to the bipolar world. However, one must go behind the ideological discourses on the 1989 democratic revolutions to take in full account two important parallel features. Firstly, the geostrategic importance of both Germany and Poland for the whole region, for Moscow's disengagement from Berlin was as fundamental as the need for the United States to win Solidarność over to a liberal turn to propel capitalist restoration. Secondly, the end of single-party rule, behind which a broad part of the former apparatus was transformed into an emergent bourgeoisie through the invention of mass privatizations without capital. Who decided upon the main contours of this transformation is a question that the rosy pictures on the democratic revolutions of 1989 or even later Rainbow Revolutions 31 does not raise. The first geostrategic step of capitalist restoration, German unification. There is no doubt about the popular enthusiasm for the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Honecker regime. Yet the images of the East 70 German demonstrations against the wall, while being a symbol of the democratic revolution, masked the far less democratic processes regarding the reunification. The fall of the Berlin Wall was not only accepted but was also partially prepared by Gorbachev's negotiation with Federal Germany's leaders. He was rewarded for his acceptance of non-intervention by credits and financed repatriation of Soviet troops. The deal included also a neutral Germany concerning the two military pacts of the Cold War. They were supposed to be dismantled through the pacific coexistence of the two systems in a European common house that the French president, Mitterrand, was ready to support. Yet nothing of these promises happened, and Gorbachev had no means to resist the dominant choices made by the United States and the West German government. The reunified Germany became member of NATO, which remained in place after the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact in 1991. The other question raised by reunification was the question of ownership: who was entitled to privatize East German factories? They belonged, officially, to the workers. Bruni de la Motte explains well how this point was initially recognized, then rapidly dropped, and the consequences of this transformation. 32 Once the border was open, the government decided to set up a trusteeship to ensure that publicly owned enterprises would be transferred to the citizens who'd created the wealth. However, the idea of publicly owned assets being transferred to citizens was quietly dropped. Instead, all assets were privatized at breakneck speed. In July 1990, when the GDR still existed, a hasty currency union was introduced, with the result that the GDR economy was plunged into bankruptcy. GDR export products rose in price by 450% overnight and were no longer competitive. The export market inevitably imploded. Large numbers of ordinary workers lost their jobs. A result of the purging of academia, research, and scientific establishments in a process of political vetting, more than 1 million individuals with degrees lost their jobs. Of course, comments de la Motte, unification brought with it the freedom to travel the world and, for some, more material wealth, but it also brought social breakdown, widespread unemployment, blacklisting, a crass materialism, and an elbow society, as well as a demonization of the country. 71 Therefore, de la Motte concludes, since the demise of the GDR, many have come to recognize and regret that the genuine social achievements they enjoyed were dismantled: social and gender equality, full employment, and lack of existential fears, as well as subsidized rents, public transport, culture and sports facilities. 33 The second geostrategic step of capitalist restoration, Poland. The capitalist restoration in Poland is both unique and significant, given that it was the only country with a huge independent organized workers' movement. Evidence seems to show that the workers got rid of the workers' state. Is that true? In 1980, general strikes across all industries expressed social and political demands, the most important being the legalization not only of strikes but also of an independent trade union, Solidarność. The workers were strong enough to win this right and could therefore organize its Congress openly and democratically. International observers were present and watched the emergence of a new and functioning real popular power. 34 Political and social programs were set out in September 1981 by several hundred delegates and 80% of the organized Polish labor force. 35 Socially managed TV broadcast the debates of the Congress to the factories throughout Poland. The strength and visibility of Catholic beliefs at the Congress also explicit in the program's references, and the failing credibility of the ruling party could be taken as proof of anti-communism. The word socialism was certainly less clear for the Polish workers at the Congress than the idea of justice expressed in the programs. Our aim is to rebuild a just Poland. But what was meant by a just Poland? The program was eclectic, expressing hope in an economic and social system that combined planning, autonomy, and the market. 36 But an examination of the adopted program illustrates at least two fundamental issues that the capitalist restoration would certainly not satisfy. Firstly, social rights, for instance, the right to work must be guaranteed, and the wage system overhauled. Workers should have their health and safety ensured. The union demands that the people's basic rights to housing are respected. The union should ensure that all workers have free time to raise their cultural level. 37. 72 Secondly, there was general emphasis placed on the project of a self-managed republic where self-management was to be introduced in regional structures, cultural fields, and education. Here, genuine workers' self-management was to be placed as the basis of the self-governing republic. 38. This movement then was much closer to the Hungarian or Polish Workers' Councils of 1956, to Prague's Autumn of Workers' Councils in 1968, and to the Yugoslav experience of self-management, as opposed to the liberal shock therapies that took place during 1989. So why then did Solidarność become an instrument of a profoundly anti-worker policy? Many Polish trade unionists were freed after several years in jail by the law of amnesty. But in 1989, there was a radical sanction vote against the ruling party, huge financial pressures on the government, and behind-the-scenes negotiations on the burgeoning national debt with various foreign banks and governments, which had reached $42.3 billion by 1989. A decade of negative growth, demobilization, the hope that Western support and economic experts would offer more freedom and economic efficiency, and the desire for revenge against the ruling party. These were key motivators for Solidarności's leaders to accept as advisors the most radical opponents to the former system. In August 1989, the neoliberal economist and Prime Minister Leszek Balcerowicz presented a program to rapidly transform Poland to a market economy. This program fitted well with the IMF's orientations: price and trade liberalization, fiscal restraint, and reduction of wage protections against inflation. 39 The IMF therefore granted Poland a stabilization fund of $1 billion and an additional standby credit of $720 million, followed by additional credits from the World Bank. The whole program legitimized the cancellation of the Polish debt decided by the U.S. Congress. The reduction of subsidies for basic products increased their new market prices immediately by 179.7% over the level of the previous month. 40 As a consequence, in real terms, over the whole year wages fell to 75.4% and real consumption to 81.6%, while industrial output fell to 75% of the 1989 level because of falling demand. The second cause for depression was the breaking of the CMEA. Now, all the payments had to be made in hard currency. This produced a radical shift in trade relations, an increase in the prices of imports, and the collapse of exports to Russia. 41 A new peripheral insertion in world market economy had begun. The benchmarks of capitalist restoration. The rapidity and facility of the capitalist restoration has been judged by two main benchmarks: pluralistic elections and privatization. The first corresponded with the end of the single-party system and was easily achieved. However, there was no independent expression of self-organized workers. Instead, the of political pluralism was 73 dominated by liberal coalitions and by the choices made by important segments of the former single-state apparatus to turn toward neoliberal policies and privatize, for themselves, what they could. 42 The of pluralism began in the SU at the end of the 1990s under Gorbachev and gained momentum when it appeared that there would be no Soviet intervention in Germany. Members of the CPS were of different kinds, some shared communist ideals, but many used their membership purely instrumentally and had no ideology other than their material interest. They were now keenly interested in new opportunities to transform their weakening privileges based on their nomination as members of the nomenklatura into real, private property rights. Former communists could be quickly made the most ardent of anti-communist ideologues within liberal, Christian Democrat, or nationalist parties. Many others wanted to keep some continuity with the past, becoming new socialists or social democrats asking for membership in the Second International while keeping control of the former apparatus. They were called the continuators, while social liberalism was on the international agenda. In the first pluralist elections there were several variations. Sometimes the continuators stayed in power, both thanks to their still strong control of the new political life and to real popular fears about the future. Elsewhere, the dominant cry for sanctions against those who had been in power led to votes first for liberal parties or coalition, but without full knowledge of their economic program. This was combined with a naive confidence in their economist advisors who were supposed to know how to lead the economy. But in that last case, between 1992 and 1996 the former communist continuators came back either with a majority or with significant minority votes. All this appeared disconcerting, especially in Poland, which was supposed to be anti-communist for those who reduced the former system to its repressive features. The vote expressed the popular discovery of what the liberal policies meant and the hope to keep both freedoms and something of the former social contract. Precisely for these very reasons, Western governments had first high suspicions against those continuator parties and considered the transition to democracy to have been accomplished only when clear liberal parties had been elected. But like the population, though with opposite appreciations, these observers soon discovered that those supposedly left parties were the most efficient means to push forward privatizations and support of NATO. Generalized privatization was needed in order for these states to be recognized as market economies by international institutions and creditors. They were to prove the break with former system, the dogmatic belief being that it would guarantee efficiency, without specifying the criteria. The small privatization 74 raised no big problems, even if they could be fragile. The real issue for capitalist restoration was the big privatizations of the industrial core of the system, counting for the majority of GDP and of employment. But this aim was confronted with two specific difficulties inherited from real socialism: the social contract that the workers wanted to improve, rather than destroy, and the lack of accumulated national capital. Of course, especially in the since the 1980s, an increasing black market and economic criminality had developed to become a feature of the process of privatization. 43 But the stake was to generalize the privatization. With what money and with what source of legitimation could the juridical legalization of privatization be made? Privatization could be in favor of insiders or outsiders. The IFIs preferred selling to foreign capital because they feared a lack of real restructuring in the other cases. But they accepted all kinds of privatization, which would simply destroy the former system. If the choice to sell the best factories to foreign capital was the first possibility, it was only taken up by the Hungarian communist leadership during the 1980s as a response to their debt crisis. The gradual aspect of that policy turned into a more radical transformation in the 1990s. 44 Besides Hungary, in the entire region, the Baltic states were the only ones to decide early on to privatize their economy by radically opening up to FDI. 45. This was supported by a strong popular national feeling against Russian past domination, looking for new relations in Northern Europe. Elsewhere the new powers were reluctant to sell the best factories to foreign capital, which would not have been popular. A problem of the square circle appeared: how to rapidly privatize all industry, the bulk of the former regime, without capital and confrontation with workers. Besides some MEBO, in Poland especially, the dominant innovation to solve the problem was mass privatizations, also called direct privatization, without capital but with a majority of shares in favor of insiders or the state. 46 In Eastern European languages of that period, the word privatization has been used to describe any changes in legal property rights, whoever be the new real owner or the process by which this legal question was decided. The mass privatization was firstly a juridical transformation of the former public factories and the transformation of the workers and the population into shareholders. They received vouchers as a purchase power, permitting them to buy shares of the factories through different kinds of procedures, often auctions. The state was to become the holder of what had not been sold. While the former property has been often described as state property, the direct privatization could 75 give to the new state real ownership powers, which it had not in the past, the legal right to restructure and then sell parts or the whole enterprise. The first experience of vouchers was introduced in Czechoslovakia, with a special fund established to implement the Operation .47 in Russia. It began with a law passed in June 1992. Under Yeltsin. .48 The employees could prefer to sell their vouchers to other shareholders in order to have an income in the context of sharp reductions in wages. Such procedures permitted a radical but opaque transformation illustrated in the Russian example, a rapid concentrations of vouchers in the hands of the real new owners, be they oligarchs or outsiders. As stressed by Myant and Drahokapel, immediately after the mass privatization, workers' share of the whole privatized assets of their enterprises counted for 43%, it had fallen to 22% in 2006, while the managers' share grew from 10.4 up to 28%, to which one should add the outsiders' share growing from 9.4% to 45%. 49 The same source indicates that foreign investors remained marginal in those enterprises, while the state's share fall from 35.8 to 4%. As Martin Myant and Jandra Hokapel emphasize, Russian voucher privatization did not end the transfer of state property. At first, the most important enterprises, oil, gas, and other raw material producing and processing enterprises, were held back, in view of their strategic importance. Their ultimate disposal helped create the new group of business leaders that, in terms of wealth and power, had no analogy in other state socialist countries. 50 The juridical transformation of ownership and mass privatization without capital could thereby occurred at an incredible speed in the first half of the 1990s. 51 Different scenarios and variants of mass privatizations occurred throughout the entire region during the 1990s. 52 Everywhere these privatizations took place there was a field of intense and sometimes violent struggle for the control of ownership, involving financial operations, clientelism, and scandals even in the countries that were put forward as models like Poland or Hungary, the Czech Republic or Slovenia. The specific case of the Russian Federation must be stressed, however, because of its size, its historical importance, and its international weight. Firstly, an unexpected phenomena appeared after mass privatizations during the Yeltsin's period through the 1990s, the de facto development of barter relations as the dominant form of exchanges when wages and taxes were not paid. 53 The very weak Russian state was confronted by the increasing power of regional oligarchs. Their non-payment of taxes behind concentration of property led to a huge fiscal deficit. This lasted up to the Russian state bankruptcy in 1998 following the East Asian financial crisis, when Moscow stopped paying back its debt. 54 This crisis was a turning point. The change in the policy of exchange rate that occurred in its aftermath sought to protect national production. A new phase opened where the circulation of money increased, and taxes and wages began to be paid again, which helped Putin's new strong state to try and submit oligarchs to its power. But the return to monetary normality would also permit attacks on former social protections over the next decade, be they through subsidized basic prices or in the labor code. The capitalist transformation of Russia no longer meant the destruction of a strong power. Besides the bloody wars against Chechen separatism and open military conflicts with Georgia, Russia has tried to reinforce its position through a regional reorganization in order to resist both Chinese and the EU in different parts of the Euro-Asiatic region. 55 Transition. The first 10 years. The World Bank Transition Report of 2002 offered analysis and lessons for Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, covering the first 10 years of the transition period. 56 Up to the beginning of the 2000s, the transition countries followed a general scenario: several years of deep transitional recession followed by more or less rapid recovery. The TR found that all states went through a transitional recession that caused real GDP to dip from its 1990 levels by nearly 15% in the Central and Southeastern Europe and the Baltics and by more than 40% in the Commonwealth of Independent States. 57 The report comments, the magnitude and duration of the transition recession was, for all countries, comparable to that for developed countries during the Great Depression, and for most of them it was much worse. The CIS had an average of 6.5 years of declining output, resulting in the loss of half the initial level of measured output. Even at the end of the decade, the CIS had recovered only 63% of its starting GDP values, recovered their 1990 GDP's level by 1998, and exceeded that level by 6% in 2000. 58 Poland had the shortest and mildest recession, a 6% drop in production over 2 years. But the WB omitted the aid received by Poland that reduced the recession period, just as it omitted the resistance to neoliberal policies in Slovenia during the 1990s that helped reduce the destructive features of the transition recession. 59 In terms of the Czech 77 Republic, often presented as a model up to 1997, the WB report had to notice a severe crisis in 1997 to 1999, which meant that this country was the only in Central Europe that had not reached its 1990 GDP level by 2000. 60 The WB figures for the Southeastern Europe did not take in account the Yugoslav Federal Republic, whose crisis was particularly severe during the 1990s, but it did note that growth in Bulgaria and Romania was sharply interrupted by serious macroeconomic crises in the mid-1990s, which meant that their GDP in 2000 stood at 4/5 of its 1990 level. 61 The WB conceded that everywhere the initial fall was larger than anticipated. In particular, it found that the 3 Baltic countries had the longest and deepest recessions among the CSB. In this, they were much closer to the average of the CIS than to other CSB countries. In the CIS, Armenia, Georgia, and Moldova saw the steepest declines. Georgia, an astonishing 80% fall in output, largely a result of the long internal turmoil, while Belarus and Uzbekistan had mild declines. 62 Taken as a whole, the TR reveals that there was no clear success story of liberal policies to be found behind the figures. Moreover, as the data generally compares GDP levels after 1990 because of break in price systems and statistics, this underestimates the loss of social income and access to services. The comparison that the WB report makes to the Great Depression means something. But it does not capture the main difference. The cause of the post-communist crisis was the destruction of the former system, something that would have lasting social consequences. Effects of the systemic destruction. The WB documented the global effect of the market rules and pricing that showed that many sectors and enterprises were not viable after price liberalization. 63 The social dimensions of the shock were dramatic, leading to fundamental increases in inequality and poverty and deterioration of life expectancy and general health. The WB's report reminds us that the states of Europe and Central Asia started the process of transition with some of the lowest levels of inequality in the world. Yet since then, inequality has increased steadily in all transition economies and dramatically in some of them. Countries such as Armenia, the Kyrgyz Republic, Moldova, and Russia are now among the most unequal in the world, with Gini coefficients nearly twice their pre-transition levels. 64. At the same time, poverty rose sharply. Whereas in 1988 fewer than 1 in 25 lived in absolute poverty, by 1998 this figure had risen to 1 in 5 people throughout the region. 65 This rise in inequality and poverty were accompanied by high mortality increases, and estimates of the number of premature deaths that accompanied the transition vary. 78 Between 3 and 10 million. 66 Similar findings have also been documented by UNICEF Women in Transition report of 1999. 67 UNICEF describes that while women in the region began the transition process with relatively good health status and adequate access to basic health services, the most clear measure of the worsening health conditions throughout the region are located in date of life expectancy. Here, of the 23 countries for which data are available, female life expectancy decreased in 16, and male life expectancy in 22. In Russia, women lost 3.2 years of life expectancy, and men 6.3 years, due to stress, poor nutrition, increased alcohol and substance abuse, and violence. 68 Fearing social explosion, liberal reforms in the CIS could not immediately destroy the complex social role formerly played by the big factories. As Mayant Andrihokapal's study on transition economies highlights, communist welfare regimes were organized around employment as a basic social rights and obligation, and they included universalistic social services with provision linked to the workplace. 69 Yet, as stated earlier, in Russia, barter relations developed during the first decade of transition. Fearing the failures of such large enterprises and the mass unemployment this would bring, the government did not introduce punitive fees for delayed payments, nor an effective bankruptcy framework. The enterprises opted out the money economy in both the early 1990s and again in the ruble crisis of 1998, instead exchanging by barters and often paying wages in kind, with employees continuing to gain access to social provisions provided by the enterprises. For Mayant Andrihokapal, this reveals that new social needs were to some extent handled by an informal continuation of the old Soviet-style system of welfare provision through enterprises. In terms of employment and wages, Russia and other countries of the CIS adjusted to the economic downturn through large, real wage reductions and substantial wage arrears. While, as a result, they experienced only modest employment decreases relative to GDP contractions, the average real wage in Russia, for example, at its lowest point in August 1998, was less than a third of its December 1991 level. 70 The tolerance to a deformed continuity of the big factories in the 1990s turned the employees toward corporate protections within the big factories instead of class resistance that the official trade unions were incapable of organizing. In Eastern Europe, other than in the CIS, the will of the new powers to adapt to Western market model, and the external pressures to do so, was stronger, while official trade unions were not prepared to defend employees against the market competition. But some Western kinds of welfare protection for wage losses were introduced while employment fell sharply in Eastern Europe as the region adjusted to transition shocks through employment shedding. 71 The rate of unemployment was between 10 and 18%, even when the growth became 79 positive, again 72 with two exceptions. The first was the Czech Republic with less than 7% unemployment up to its crisis in 1998,73, and Slovenia where, after the initial crisis, unemployment stabilized around 7%. 74 It is no coincidence that Slovenia was the only case in Eastern Europe where the old trade unions had transformed into active ones from 1991. 75 Despite these two exceptions, in all the transition countries there occurred a sharp decrease of official labor participation 76 through emigration 77 and, though difficult to estimate, increasing levels of prostitution, a byproduct of marketization in Eastern Europe. 78 Health services and education were more difficult to privatize because of popular support for universal rights to access to basic health care and education that had developed as part of the social contract of the old socialist model. A universal strategy was put forward by the IFIs to spearhead this transition. On the one hand, there were pressures for austerity policies aimed at reducing public financing of those services to equilibrate decreasing taxes on high incomes that, of course, was accompanied with deteriorating effects on the quality of those services. On the other hand, in light of popular unsatisfaction with existing levels of services, to try and convince people of the need for a private sector. A genuine example of this second part of the strategy can be seen in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development's Transition Report of 2007.79. At the same time, as public budgets deteriorated, the so-called silent revolution on pensions took place that brought with a partial privatization of pension system influenced by three-pillar pension system of the WB.80 from catching up to the global crises. The 2000s, 10 years after German reunification, the EU was confronted with instability. Both in the Balkan countries, with NATO's war on Kosovo, and elsewhere with difficulties establishing stable liberal majorities in various parliaments. To consolidate pro-European parties against increasing anti-European nationalisms of different kinds, the decision was taken at the end of the 1990s for a broad integration in the EU of the 10 candidates from Central and Eastern Europe. 81 This had to occur before the 2004 European elections. 82 In the meantime, a Euro-Atlantic stabilization was offered to Western Balkan countries, throughout the 2000s, while being under different kinds of international protectorates, they could enter into a specific process of negotiation for European integration. 83 This process facilitated a shift in the CSB countries that were more open to foreign capital. The transformation of the banking system, whereby the majority of banking assets became foreign-owned, had begun first in the 80 Baltic states in the late 1990s. 84 This process became a general one in Central and Southeastern Europe at the beginning of the 2000s. In the second half of that decade, from 60% to more than 90% of private banking assets became foreign-owned except in Slovenia. 85 The eastward enlargement of the EU encouraged high flows of FDI and of credits from the Western bank subsidiaries, and it also gave to the new middle class and impoverished households feelings of safety in taking out loans. After the transition, recession and recovery periods, this new financial turn initiated a third period in the capitalist restoration in Eastern Europe, catching up. It meant that the rate of growth was not only positive, but also higher in the new Europe than in the old Europe, where it stagnated around 2%, against more than 4% in the Central and Eastern Europe and above 8% in the years 2006 to 2008 for the Baltic states, Croatia, and Montenegro. Yet this demand and credit-led growth produced higher increased foreign trade and current account deficits combined with important private debts in foreign currency. In several countries, Western bank subsidiaries played on exchange rates and interest rates to make attractive offers of credits, that later turned into disastrous reversal trends. 86 Financial operations stimulated loans for housing or loans for consumer goods after decades of impoverishment. Against this credit-led growth, the start of the financial crisis and sharp recession in the United States and the Western Europe in 2007 seemed not to affect the stability of Eastern Europe up to the second half of 2008. But a fourth period began in 2009 when the recession struck the region. The 2008 EBRD transition report gave a worrying account, in Central Eastern Europe and the Baltic states and Southeastern Europe, where foreign banks dominate, support from foreign parent banks is likely to be reduced as their balance sheets and capital adequacy are tested by the market. 87 Responding to this test of the market, though with little publicity, the Vienna Initiative was organized in January 2009. This included the European Central Bank and all the national and international banks and IFIs involved in the region. 88 But even if the Western subsidiaries could be in the short term stabilized, the EBRD seemed to suggest that little could be done. Net capital outflows from the transition region in late 2008 and the first quarter of 2009 were generally more moderate than expected, but output declines were sharp. Countries with larger pre-crisis credit booms and higher levels of private external debt at the end of 2007 suffered larger declines. 89 In 2008 to 2009, the output decline in the Baltic states was about 15 to 20%, a similar profile occurred. 81 In Montenegro and Croatia, but with a much more difficult recovery since then. Albania and, with a larger economy, Poland kept a positive rate of growth during the crisis. Both were not so much dependent on financial bubble and exports as other countries, but the situation in Greece and Italy weakens much Albania. In stark contrast to its former principles, since 2011 the EBRD now recommends, developing local currency finance is key to both vigorous and less volatile growth in the transition region. 90 But, globally, in spite of a second Vienna initiative, the 2012 WB Transition Report has observed a significant worsening in the external environment for the transition region as a whole. The region's banks have lost significant external funding as Eurozone banks have withdrawn financing from their subsidiaries in transition countries. This has in turn further depressed credit growth and contributed to slower output expansion. 91. Eastern periphery confronted to the global and European crisis. The very uneven recovery that has taken place since 2009 has been mainly export-led, The rapid increases in unemployment and decrease in wages meant weak internal demand behind better competitiveness for exports and slowing down of imports. In 2012 the rate of growth in the Baltic states rose again much above the European average. But the euphoria of the catching up has vanished. The households in the region have had to reduce consumption, particularly for essentials such as staple foods and healthcare, where 38% of households in the transition region reported declines, compared with only 11% in Western Europe. 92 Similarly, reported job losses were twice as high as in Western Europe. 93 Already in 2007, the WB report inquired on people and the transition in 2007 had to conclude that they were growing at 8 to 10% per year and these economies had a considerable technological lead over China. If we were to surpass them and resume our rightful place in the region and ultimately the world, China would have to grow faster than them too. Contrary to the Great Leap Forward, reform and opening stressed pragmatic adaptation and respected technical knowledge. By liberalizing the country's productive forces and opening it to the outside world, this second attempt has brought China to an unprecedented growth path. More than 3 decades of rapid economic growth have catapulted China from the largest poor country to the second largest power in the world. Today China is second only to the United States in terms of the main indicators of power: gross domestic product and military expenditures. Will China be the new superpower? Will it be able to rival the United States for the top place in the international arena? The rise and fall of the great powers in the last 500 years suggests that a state's power relative to other states ultimately rests on its economic capacity. 3 To answer the preceding questions, this chapter examines the growth prospects of the Chinese economy and compares them with those of the United States. I argue that China will most likely be the new superpower. However, the success of China also bears the seeds of its failure. The growth model that catapults China to a peer competitor to the United States will likely collapse rather than be restructured to a more sustainable one. There is a good chance that China will overtake the United States as the world's largest economy, but there is an equally large chance that Chinese economic primacy will be a transient phenomenon. This chapter is organized into 3 sections. The first examines the drivers of Chinese growth. The high speed and long duration of China's economic growth is explained by the ability of the communist regime to pursue a cult of investment at the expense of personal consumption and marry it with a capitalist and globalizing economy. An important feature of China's rise is that it rests on extreme imbalances, the economically most important of which are the super high level of investment and super low level of personal consumption as a proportion of GDP. The second section looks at the limits of Chinese growth. These include the natural limits set by demographics and the political economic limits set by the growth model itself. The combined effect of these structural limits will make major crises in the Chinese economy inevitable. Based on this analysis, the third section estimates the future of Chinese growth. I compute 3 scenarios: the best case, the worst case, and the most likely case of China's economic growth and compare them with the growth prospects of the United States. The rise of the Red Dragon. 93 The drivers of Chinese growth. Throughout the last 3.5 decades, the Chinese economy expanded nearly 10% a year. Such a long period of very high growth in a large country has no precedent in world history. In 2 other economic miracles, Japan's high growth period lasted only 2 decades, from the early 1950s to the early 1970s, while South Korea's takeoff stage lasted for 34 years, from 1963 until 1996, with an average annual rate of 8.3%. What are the drivers of China's stellar economic rise? The growth of any economy can be attributed to the increase in one or more of the 3 factors: labor, capital, and productivity. According to Dwight Perkins and Thomas Roski's estimates, the contribution of labor, computed as education-enhanced labor hours, to China's GDP growth has diminished from 24.2% in the period 1978 to 1990 to 10.8% in the period 1990 to 2005. They also estimate that China's workforce will peak in the mid-2010s and thereafter decrease more sharply than it has risen. 4 Labor growth has contributed marginally to the rise of China in the last decade, and it will further become less important in the decades to come. China's economic growth in the last decades has resulted primarily from growth in capital investment and total factor productivity, and it will remain so in the future. Since its inception, the PRC has persistently poured huge amounts of capital into the economy. Led by the ambition of rapidly catching up with the more advanced countries, China seems to follow a cult of investment in its economic policy. Data of the Chinese National Bureau of Statistics exhibit a long-term trend of ever-rising shares of gross fixed investment in GDP throughout the 6 decades of the PRC. Many other countries also have a long-term trend of rising investment ratio, but China is exceptional in 2 aspects. Its capital investment rose faster and the rise kept going for longer. India, for example, started at about 10% in the early 1950s and reached 25% in the mid-2000s. China also started at about the same level as India did in the early 1950s, but it already reached the 25% range by the mid-1970s, and in the mid-2000s its level was 40%. Among the Asian tigers, the country with the highest historical investment rates was South Korea. But South Korea's upward trend lasted only 4 decades and the shares exceeded the 33% level for only 1 decade. In China's case, investment has remained higher than 33% of GDP for more than 3 decades now, and it does not seem likely to fall under that level anytime soon. During the global recession of 2009 to 2012, China's investment ratio surged to nearly 50%, a record figure by international standards. By comparison, the historical peak of Japan's investment rate was 36.4% of GDP, that of South Korea 38%, and that of Thailand 41.6%. The cult of investment is made possible by robust domestic savings. China's savings rate is extremely high by both international standards and historical experience. It has never fallen under 30% of GDP since 1985 and has been over 50% since 2006. By comparison, those of Japan and Korea have never risen above the 40% level. 6 There is a high propensity to save by all sectors of the Chinese economy: the household, the corporate, and the government. In the pre-reform era, the rate of investment was a government decision realized by its ability to generate high savings through high monopoly profits in the industry. 7 In the reform era, the high investment rate has stemmed mostly from huge savings on the part of the private households, retained profits of enterprises, and since the late 2000s, also from government savings. 8 Although China is a top destination of foreign direct investment, this external source never exceeded 18% of China's total fixed investment. The share of FDI inflows in China's capital formation started to surge in 1992, peaking at 17.1% in 1994 and gradually decreasing to 7% in the mid-2000s. 9 A key feature of China's approach to economic development is that it sacrifices personal consumption in pursuit of the cult of investment. A long-term trend in the Chinese economy is the decline of the consumption ratio. This does not mean that consumption did not rise. Household and government consumption grew in absolute terms, but while government expenditures largely kept pace with GDP growth, household consumption rose far more slowly than GDP, resulting in a decline of its share in GDP. From over 60% of GDP in the early 1950s, household consumption fell to around 50% in the late 1970s, only to drop further to the 35% range in the late 2000s. By contrast, Japanese personal consumption never fell under 50% of GDP. Also, South Korea's and Taiwan's private consumption reached the lowest historical point at 49.1% and 47.2% in 1988 and 1986, respectively. 10 Sacrificing personal consumption in pursuit of the cult of investment has been the PRC's consistent approach to economic development throughout its existence. The same approach led, however, to very different results. The average growth rate in the 3 decades of the pre-reform period was 4.5% a year. In the past 3 decades of the reform era it was 10%. The reason for this vast difference lies in the ability of the Chinese state and economy to innovate and boost productivity. China's productivity has been enormously improved in the last 3 decades, chiefly by 2 structural changes and 2 openings. The structural changes were the processes by which hundreds of millions of former farmers became industrial workers, and labor and other resources were reallocated from state-owned enterprises to public-private hybrids and non-state companies. Working under harder budget constraints while freer in making decisions, the latter generally outperform those in productivity. 11 The 2 openings refer to China's integration with the world market and its acceptance of FDI. The integration with the rise of the Red Dragon. 95 The world market brought in innovation and enhanced efficiency through the effects of a larger market, the international division of labor, and the exposure of domestic firms to the discipline of greater market forces. The inflow of FDI introduced the Chinese to new technologies, management skills, business practices, access to foreign markets, and other intangible assets. The role of FDI in technology transfer and market access is reflected in the fact that by the mid-2000s foreign invested enterprises accounted for nearly 60% of China's foreign trade and almost 90% of its high-tech related exports. 12 In addition to the structural changes and international openings, the Chinese government's aggressive policy of technology promotion is a source of China's productivity growth. The government creates ample incentives for technology transfer and research and development on Chinese soil. Foreign investors in high-tech industries are given preferential treatment. The government directs large amounts of resources into selected industries that are high-tech based and innovation-intensive, such as information technology, computer science, new materials, alternative energy, nanotechnology, biotechnology, aerospace, and oceanography. Illustrative of China's aggressive R&D policy are the 863 and 973 programs, named after the time of their launch, March 1986 and March 1997, respectively, in which the government supports innovative research in themes determined by experts. 13 The limits of Chinese growth. The rise of China in the past 3 decades resulted chiefly from the country's extraordinary ability to save and invest, the massive allocation of labor and resources from agriculture to manufacturing and services and from the state to the non-state sector, and the influx of foreign technology and know-how. These sources drove up growth by enormously reducing the costs of capital, labor, and technology and optimizing the use of resources. China's rise has not come to an end even after more than 3 decades of high growth, an unprecedented phenomenon mainly because the potentials have been gigantic. Yet these sources will not last forever. When they are exhausted, China will face a systemic slowdown. When will the turning point arrive? The main triggers of this slowdown process could be 2 structural shifts in China's demographics. The first shift occurs when the pool of surplus labor from the rural areas dries up and, as a consequence, wages rise immensely. The rising costs of labor will make the country's products less price competitive, leading to a systemic slowdown in economic growth. This shift is known as the Lewis turning point, which has been experienced in many countries, including Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. The turning point is actually a period, stretching from the first turning point, 96, when the growth of labor demand exceeds the growth of labor supply, to the second, when wages in both agriculture and manufacturing are determined by their respective marginal productivities of labor. 14 Many commentators in the debate over the end of cheap Chinese labor did not pay due attention to these details, causing unnecessary controversy. 15 More careful studies suggest that China has already crossed into the Lewis turning period, with the first point occurring in 2004. 16 The experiences of Japan, Korea, and Taiwan suggest that a systemic slowdown will arrive in the second decade after the first Lewis turning point. In the case of China, its gigantic and fragmented labor market and its hukou system may stretch its Lewis turning period longer than international standards, but on the other hand, they will let the wage effects come earlier. Ross Gaimot and Yiping Huang estimated that the Chinese economy would be structurally transformed as a result of the Lewis turning point by 2020. 17. When the cost advantages of cheap labor, cheap capital, and cheap technology largely disappear, China's high-growth phase will come to its natural end. This will occur when the process of catching up to advanced foreign technology is virtually complete, urbanization draws to a close, and the effect of the Lewis turning point reaches a critical mass. These processes do not necessarily reach their endpoint at the same time, but historical experience suggests that they usually come together. Perkins and Roski have observed that Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea all entered the systemic slowdown, in 1971, 1990, and 1992, respectively, when their per capita GDP in purchasing power parity terms passed $13,000 in constant 2005 prices. 18. It is reasonable to assume that this level will also mark the end of the era of cheap labor and cheap technology in China. According to the World Bank's World Development Indicators, China's GDP per capita in PPP terms in constant 2005 prices was $6,819 in 2010 and had grown at an annual rate of 10.32% between 2002 and 2010. China's GDP in market prices during the same period exhibited a real growth rate of 10.78% per year. If these figures are reliable, and supposing that China will grow at an average rate of 8.5 to 9.5% a year between 2010 and the end of its high-growth phase, China's watershed year, when the country passes the $13,000 level, will be 2018. In a pessimistic scenario, a political or economic crisis can bring down the growth rate significantly. The experiences of South Korea and Indonesia with the financial crisis of 1997 to 1998 suggest that such a crisis can reduce the average growth rate by 2 to 2.5 percentage points for a decade. If China's growth rate in the 2010s is averaged 7% a year, a further 2 percentage point lower than the 9% level, the country's takeoff phase will come to an end in 2020. These estimates are remarkably consistent with Garnot and Wang's estimates for the Lewis turning point. The rise of the Red Dragon 97. The second demographic shift that will structurally curb growth occurs when a shrinking working population lives alongside a growing retired population. Expected to take place beginning from 2013, this situation will start having a devastating impact on growth sometime between the late 2010s and the early 2030s by vastly reducing both savings and the ratio of the productive workforce to the non-productive population. 19. China's high rate of savings has multiple causes, the most important of which include strong economic growth, a low dependency ratio, and the pressure to save, both created by the one-child policy and the cult of investment. 20. This implies that China will be unable to maintain high savings rates when there are substantially fewer working persons to support non-working ones. In China's rapidly aging society, the retirement age population will reach a critical mass by the early 2030s. When reform and opening was launched in 1979, there were about 7 working age persons to every retirement age one. This ratio shrank to 5.5 to 1 by the early 2010s and is expected to fall below 2.5 to 1 by mid-2030s. 21. When the Chinese economy will slow down systemically is determined by the natural limits set largely by demographics. The above analysis suggests that China's high-growth period will come to an end sometime in the late 2010s or the early 2020s. Starting from the late 2020s or early 2030s, China's growth rates will be further drastically repressed by the effects of a rapidly aging society. How the Chinese economy will slow down is determined primarily by the political economic limits set by its growth model. China's super high growth is due in large part to its ability to maintain super high investment and super low consumption. These imbalances have troubling economic and social implications. High dependence on investment spending has created huge industrial overcapacity, eroding economic efficiency and requiring increasing amounts of capital to deliver diminishing returns. The accumulation of bad debts over decades of investment-intensive growth may shrink the Chinese economy into a long period of stagnation. Beside this economic downside, a social implication of China's investment-intensive model is the wide gap between rich and poor, which is already one of the world's widest. China's Gini coefficient, the indicator of the country's income inequality, stood above 0.47 in 2012, down from a peak of 0.49 in 2008 but still higher than the 0.4 mark, which is viewed by experts as the point at which social dissatisfaction may come to a head. 22 Although the need to correct the imbalances was already recognized in the 1990s and the objective of rebalancing has been set as a guiding mission in the national development plans since the mid-2000s, there are forceful factors that continue to keep the Chinese economy on the investment-driven and export-led path of growth. In general, strong incentives for investment continue to exist in the form of cheap costs of labor, capital, and technology. Workers' wages are subdued by the unlimited supply of labor from the countryside. Bank lending rates, which 98 reflect the cost of capital, are kept significantly lower than the rates of return on capital. 23 Intellectual property rights are poorly enforced while the government aggressively subsidizes technology enhancement. Coupled with China's low currency exchange rates, these cheap costs not only encourage more investment but also ensure that Chinese products are price competitive in the world market. Raising these costs to cool down investment is not an approach the Chinese government can pursue. Although imbalances are threatening China's sustainable development, high growth remains the most effective way to satisfy its more immediate needs, which range from maintaining international competitiveness to preventing social unrest. This dilemma is described by David Beim as a timing problem. Raising wages will impact export competitiveness immediately, but the benefit of wealthier consumers buying more may take many years to evolve. The old model must be disadvantaged well before the new model can take hold. 24. In addition to the cost and timing problems, there are two political constellations that ensure that any efforts to rebalance the Chinese economy will hit a brick wall. The first concerns the local governments, whose revenue comes in half from price difference in land transfer as land in China is state property. 25 It is thus in the core interests of local governments to promote the volume rather than the quality of investment. The second constellation involves the SOEs, through which the state exercises control of the economy. The Chinese government has made clear that the state must have absolute control in key industries deemed to be essential to national security and the economic lifeline of China. These critical industries include finance, media, energy, telecommunication, and transportation, among others. The government's view is, as State Assets Supervision and Administration Commission Chairman Li Rongrong clarified, that central SOEs should become heavyweights and state capital should play a leading role in these sectors. He declared, in these sectors, state-owned assets should expand in volume and optimize in structure, and some key enterprises should grow into leading world businesses. 26. However, SOEs are inherently inefficient due to their role as a political tool of the state, their monopolistic position in some sectors, and their public ownership. Receiving more than 3/4 of total investment, they produce only 1/4 to 1/3 of the country's output. 27 In any case, the state-controlled banks have to pour vast monies into the SOEs, either to expand the profitable firms or to bail out those making losses. In addition to this propensity, there exists at the local level an intricate relationship that favors extending loans to SOEs on a policy or even personal rather than commercial basis. One report describes, local officials have enormous leverage over the banks, because they administratively supervise the local branches of the state banks. They negotiate with the central bank over the amount of loan quota the local banks can lend, they decide. The rise of the Red Dragon. 99 How much of the existing loans to the local SOEs are to be repaid, and they are in a position to assist the banks in such matters as hiring, housing, and education of bank employees' children. 28. The results of the 11th five-year plan have clearly shown how effectively these tendencies defied even the top leaders' political will. Already in 2005, the 11th five-year plan set the target for the economy to grow at an annual rate of 7.5% for the period 2006 to 2010. In the report that promoted this target, Prime Minister Wen Jiabao acknowledged that slow change in the pattern of economic growth and imbalance between investment and consumption were among the main problems in China's economic development. He stressed that the Chinese government needs to work hard to solve all these problems. 29. Despite the political will to rebalance, China's investment rate surged from the 40% range at the beginning of the 11th five-year plan to the vicinity of 50% at the end of the period. During the same time, the consumption ratio plunged from 40% of GDP to a few percentage points over 30, while annual GDP growth rates remained over 9%. Resting on extreme imbalances, China's growth model is unsustainable in the long run. However, due to the structural impediments identified earlier, the change to a more sustainable model will have little chance of being realized until the investment-intensive model actually collapses under the heavy weight of bad debts accumulated over decades of overinvestment, on the thin layer of household consumption, and intensified by the bursting of social dissatisfaction. A major socio-economic crisis is awaiting China down the road. After the collapse of the current model, it will take the country several years, possibly even more than a decade, to establish a new normalcy. The futures of Chinese growth. The future trajectories of China's GDP fall within a wide range according to how severe and how long the crisis of the current model and the transition period to a new normalcy are. To estimate this amplitude, I shall compute three scenarios: the best case, the worst case, and the most likely case of China's economic growth in the next 3 decades. The benchmarks for computing these scenarios are the Japanese and South Korean growth paths. Japan and South Korea are selected because of their growth model's similarity with China's. All are state-led, investment-intensive, and heavily relied on big conglomerates. Also, both Japan and South Korea experienced a major economic crisis at the end of their high-growth period. As China's imbalances are more extreme than Japan's and Korea's, its crisis should be expected to be more severe than those of the other two. Japan's average growth rate was 9.1% in the last decade of the high-growth period, 4.5% in the first decade of 100 the slowdown period, and 4.5% in the second decade after the high-growth period. The rates for these 3 decades in South Korea were 8.9%, 5.8%, and 3.7%, respectively. As if in a regression to the mean, the average growth rates of Japan and South Korea for the 2 decades that evenly straddle the watershed between the high-growth and slowdown period are 7.2% and 7.3%, respectively. Also, Japan's and South Korea's average growth rates for the 2 decades after the high-growth period are 4.6% and 4.7%, respectively. When compared internationally, these real growth rates must be adjusted to the appreciation or depreciation of the country's currency against the US dollar, which is mainly driven by the Balassa-Samuelson effect. In this respect, I use the appreciation of the Chinese yuan and the South Korean won against the US dollar in the decades from 1986 to 2011 as a benchmark. Again, the South Korean experience is selected because of its similarity to the Chinese case. South Korea suffered a major crisis during 1997 to 1998, in the first decade of its slowdown period, and the country also aged rapidly during the systemic slowdown. The Chinese yuan appreciated by 4.5% a year in the decade 2001 to 2011, whereas the Korean won rose by 5.5% a year in the decade 1986 to 1996. In the decade 1991 to 2001, the Korean won depreciated by 2.4% a year against the US dollar. It also fell by 1% a year in the decade 1996 to 2006, but rose by 1.3% a year in the decade 2001 to 2011. In the best-case scenario, I assume that China's GDP grows at an average rate of 8% during the 2010s. This rate is sufficient to keep unemployment and inflation not too high, while giving some room for boosting consumptions and correcting the wealth gap between rich and poor. A major crisis will still occur in the 2020s, but thanks to the corrections made in the previous decade and a competent leadership, the severity of this crisis is only slightly worse than those in Japan and South Korea at the end of their respective high-growth period. For the 2020s and 2030s, therefore, I assume that China's year-on-year growth rate are 5% and 3%, respectively. For the Chinese currency, I assume that the yuan appreciates by 5% per year in the 2010s, only to fall by 2.5% in the crisis decade of the 2020s and rise by 1.5% in the recovery decade of the 2030s. In the most likely case, the crisis of the current development model will brew for more than half a decade before its final outburst at the end of China's high growth period. The brewing years hold the growth rate down by 2.5 percentage points below the usual 10%, making the average rate about 8% in 2010s. In the first decade of the slowdown period, the crisis worsens, whereby the Chinese economy grows at a rate similar to that of Indonesia in the decade following its 1997 crisis. As Indonesia actually grew at 2% during that decade, I assume that China's growth rate in the 2020s is 3%. In the 2030s, the second decade after the crisis, China will slowly recover, but the second demographic shift will hold the annual growth rate down to 3%. For the Chinese currency, I assume that the yuan appreciates by 5% in the 2010s, only to fall by 3.5% in the 2020s and rise by 1% in the 2030s. In the worst-case scenario, economic turmoil interspersed by popular revolt will dominate the scene in China for a decade after the collapse of the current development model. The severity of the crisis falls in the middle between the ones following the high-growth period in Japan and South Korea and the one following the collapse of communism in Russia. To compare, Russia's growth rate was 4.9% in the 1990s and 5.5% in the 2000s. For China, I assume that its GDP will expand at an average rate of 7.5% in the 2010s, only to stagnate at 0% in the 2020s and grow at 4% in the 2030s. For the Chinese currency, I assume that the yuan appreciates by 3.5% a year in the 2010s, depreciates by 4.5% in the 2020s, and rises by 1% in the 2030s. Compared with the growth prospects of China, those of the United States are far easier to estimate. A highly advanced industrial country, the United States faces a virtual ceiling to its rate of growth. Since 1980, for example, there has hardly been a decade in which the U.S. economy grew more than 3.5% a year. The experience of the last 3 decades also suggests that the United States is unlikely to grow more than 3% a year for several decades. From 1980 until 2010, for example, the U.S. economy expanded 2.7% a year. On the other hand, it faces a far softer demographic constraint than China and most other great powers do. Thanks to a large number of immigrants, by the 2030s, the United States will have a younger and more vigorous workforce than China will. For the sake of simplicity, I compute only one scenario for the GDP of the United States. The projected growth rate of the United States is averaged at 2.3% annually for the 2010s, 2.7% for the 2020s, and 2.4% for the 2030s. Table 4.1 GDP projections, 2010 to 2040 scenario. Real GDP 2010 2020 2030 2040 China, best case 5.9 20.7 26.2 40.9 China, most likely case 5.9 20.7 19.5 30.5 China, worst case 5.9 17.2 10.8 17.7 United States 14.4 18.2 23.7 30.0 102 45 40 35 30 25 20 15 10 5 0 2010 20 20 20 30 20 40 China, best case China, worst case China, most likely case United States. Figure 4.1 GDP projections 2010 to 2040. Table 4.1 and Figure 4.1 give us a numerical and visual representation of the scenarios of China's GDP in comparison with that of the United States in the next 3 decades. They give us an approximate sense of the range of the trajectories of China's economic output and how it will likely stand relative to that of the United States. The estimates suggest that the 2010s will witness one of the most spectacular and momentous catch-up games in history. There is a great chance that by the end of the decade China will overtake the United States as the world's largest economy. but the odds are also high that China's lead over America will be marginal and temporary. However, it is most likely that the game of catch-up between China and America will continue for several decades. In any case, China will be the new superpower, with an annual economic output on par with America's for at least half a decade. Conclusion: the central motive of modern Chinese politics is the aspiration of restoring China's place at the top of the world. Communism was adopted as a means to achieve that dream. For China, communism is not a goal but a vehicle to advance national ambitions. Good materialist as they are, the CCP understands that this is best achieved by increasing the country's economic power. From very early on and incessantly, the PRC has been engaged in major efforts to catch up with the world's economic. The rise of the Red Dragon 103 powerhouses. The high determination of the Chinese leadership is reflected in drastic measures such as a cult of investment and the one-child policy, which contribute enormously to the longest, fastest, and largest economic growth in history. These drastic measures are, however, only half of the success story. The other half is what China's communist leaders realized after 3 decades of pursuing self-strengthening, in the late 1970s, that the country must be open to the capitalist world and compete with it from within, not without. China's growth model is unsustainable in the long run, however. The most important reason is that it is built on extreme imbalances. Demographic implications of the one-child policy have spurred growth in the last decades, but they will impede growth in the coming ones. The cult of investment is pursued at the expense of personal consumption. The result is not just a rapid expansion of economic output but also a wide gulf between rich and poor and a mountain of bad debts, which promise the eventual outburst of social and economic turmoil. China will likely rise to the top of the world, but it is also likely that it will stay there only for a short period of time. Nonetheless, China is most likely to be the new superpower, and the next decades will be a time of intense competition between the new superpower and the old one, the United States. It is important to note that an analogy between the emerging Sino-US rivalry and the previous superpower competition between the Soviet Union and the United States can be misleading. The USSR was long on military and ideology but short on economics, whereas the PRC will be long on economics and military but short on ideology. It is also important to note that in the contest for supremacy, being the world's largest economy is important, but it is not all that is important. Chinese communists certainly know Lenin's dictum, that in the last analysis, productivity of labor is the most important, the principal thing for the victory of the new system. 30. The crux of China's dramatic economic expansion has been the country's ability to mobilize vast amounts of cheap labor, cheap capital, and cheap technology. When these resources dry out and the ability to innovate is the key, China is likely to fall into a wide-ranging socio-economic and political crisis. The same structures that have enabled China to rise so rapidly in the past decades are forcefully resisting the change to a more sustainable growth model. The moment when China reaches economic primacy in the late 2010s and early 2020s may also be the start of its decline. Acknowledgement: I wish to thank Jingna Zhao for her excellent research assistance. The views expressed here are the author's own. Chapter 5: An Enduring Paradox, The Sources of North Korea's Survival and Longevity. Bruce Cummings. The very idea that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea would persist well into the 21st century would have surprised most of the scholars, government officials, journalists, and pundits who wrote about it in the 1990s, at least in the United States and South Korea. Most of their work and commentary alternated between two extremes, two idées that were inherently contradictory. North Korea was on the verge of collapse, and might implode or explode. North Korea possessed nuclear weapons and might sell them to terrorists, or even lash out against the South Korea or Japan. These two dictums were also the Central Intelligence Agency's mantra throughout the 1990s, and typically would come up any time. For example, cable news network featured news about the DPRK, a rogue state on the verge of collapse, armed with nuclear weapons. In the second decade of this century, these remain the two themes that dominate media coverage of North Korea in the United States. In spite of the lengthy time that has passed since the Berlin Wall fell, or the many years since the North demonstrated that it did, indeed, have nuclear weapons. Logic would tell us that there should be a statute of limitations on decades-old predictions of collapse that have been dead wrong, and logic tells us that states acquire nuclear weapons primarily for deterrence, since the use of such weapons inherently risks retaliation by other nuclear powers and in the case of the DPRK, utter annihilation by the United States. When 110 pressed, collapsists will say that China has been propping up the North, or that the North can't eat plutonium, that is, their nuclear weapons have gotten them nothing. What is missing in all this is the nature of the North Korean political system apart from the endlessly reiterated trope that only a draconian totalitarianism keeps this regime in power. The DPRK has survived in part because it has diverged so fundamentally from Marxism-Leninism, recuperating an older political culture that first took the form of left-wing corporatism, then a ruling doctrine embodying a philosophy that harks back to Neo-Confucianism and that has stood Marx on his head, and is now evolving into a modem form of monarchy that, along with the fourth largest military in the world, provides the glue that has kept the DPRK politically stable through the collapse of the Soviet Union and Western communism, a prolonged and dangerous confrontation with the United States over nuclear weapons, the effective collapse of its own industrial and agricultural economy in the mid-1990s, a resulting famine in 1997-98 that killed at least 600,000 people, and the deaths of founding leader Kim Il-sung and his successor son, Kim Jong-il. I will examine all this after assessing some alternative arguments about this regime's demise and the logic and meaning of the nuclear crisis. And we should always keep in mind that the Korean War, which devastated the North much more than the South, remains unfinished, suspended in an armistice. To collapse is to lose that war, which puts the DPRK in a very different position than East Germany or other Eastern European communist regimes. The coming collapse of North Korea on June 25, 1990, the anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War 40 years earlier, Nicholas Eberstadt of the American Enterprise Institute wrote an editorial in the Wall Street Journal, titled "The Coming Collapse of North Korea." I cut it out and pasted it to the wall of my study, since I had been making the opposite argument: no collapse since the Berlin Wall fell, life would teach us who was right. After a number of other such articles, Eberstadt elaborated on his reasoning in his 1999 book, The End of North Korea. During a conference at the University of British Columbia in 2009, a leading scholar of Korea told the group that we all thought the North would collapse. I blurted out, "Not me." But he correctly put his finger on the consensus among scholars. Perhaps this is a normal part of academic life, we all get things wrong from time to time. What is more daunting and even frightening is that 111 bad thinking and bad predictions about the North have lodged at the highest levels of every Democratic and Republican administration since 1989. In 1990, Eberstadt merely expressed the view of the George H.W. Bush administration, and Assistant Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz said it for the George W. Bush administration again in June 2003. North Korea is teetering on the brink of collapse. In between, we heard Gen. Gary Luck, commander of U.S. forces in Korea, say in 1997 that North Korea will disintegrate, possibly in very short order. The only question was whether it would implode or explode. In this he was plagiarizing another American commander in Korea, Gen. Robert Riscassi, who was never tired of saying Pyongyang would soon implode or explode. This ritualistic thinking has even led to scenarios of how to force the collapse of the DPRK, which, in my view, is to ask for the next, and even more catastrophic, Korean War. The passage of decades and the DPRK's recalcitrant refusal to collapse and erase itself has little seeming impact on collapsists. Within days of Kim Jong-il's death in December 2012, a knowledgeable Korea scholar who also served in the second Bush administration confidently asserted in the New York Times that North Korea as we know it is over. Whether it comes apart in the next few weeks or over several months, Victor Cha wrote, the regime will not be able to hold together after the untimely death of Kim Jong-il. If it somehow managed to persist anyway, it would be because it had become, in effect, China's newest province too. Here the argument seems to be that the DPRK has survived only because China does not want it to collapse. There is no question that in recent years North Korea has become heavily dependent on trade with China, and food aid. In 2011 China accounted for more than 53% of its total trade. 3 But this is also a direct result of the collapse of trade with South Korea after the advent of the hardline Lee Myung-bak government in 2008. The North's dependency on trade with China was 32% at that time, according to IMF figures, while 22% was with the South. But let's assume that China has been propping up the North. Why did that hardly insignificant assumption not figure into the logic of nearly a quarter century of predictions of the North's coming collapse? Kim Il-sung began his guerrilla career by teaming up with Chinese comrades, even if, as scholars like Han Honggu have shown, 80 or even 90% of the Chinese Communist Party in Manchukuo in the 1930s was made up of Koreans. Korean radicals participated in the Northern Expedition and the Canton Commune in the 1920s, the Long March in the 1930s, and contributed tens of thousands of soldiers to the Red Army in the Chinese Civil War. Mao Zedong then bailed Kim's chestnuts out of a very hot fire in the late fall of 1950. Kim Il-sung was very close to both Mao and 112 his long-term successor, Deng Xiaoping, and subsequent Chinese leaders kept in close touch with Kim Jong-il. Why would the current Chinese Communist leaders want a border with the Republic of Korea, with its large military not only being a virtual replica of American military practices, but with 28,000 U.S. troops still in Korea and frequent joint war games directed not just at the North, but at China as well? These are elementary facts that should be known to anyone who claims expertise on the North. Furthermore, for the North to become a province of China would contradict everything the North has stood for since 1945. Notice how, very recently, Pyongyang got so bent out of shape when some scholars in China tried to claim that the ancient Korean kingdom of Goguryeo was not Korean, but Chinese. In the case of Nicholas Eberstadt, who first distinguished himself with closely researched studies of population demography in the USSR, which later proved to be true, you again have the wrong model in play. He is well informed at the factual level. He understands North Korea to be an industrialized economy in an urban society, unlike the frequently quoted ignoramuses who compare it to Albania or Cambodia or Somalia. Although routinely denounced as Stalinist, North Korea, he wrote, has too few farmers to permit a policy of squeezing the countryside any realistic chance of success. Likewise, unlike dozens of others, Eberstadt does not pretend to know how many North Koreans died as a result of the late 1990s famine, citing claims of 2 to 3 million but suggesting that it might be closer to the DPRK's official figure of 200,000. For Eberstadt's index of comparison, however, is Western communism. Repeating the Cold War mantra that Moscow saw everything in the world through the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the correlation for forces, Eberstadt argues that this is also the basis of North Korea's global strategy. 5 If so, Pyongyang should have folded its hand and cashed in its chips in 1989. No other state faced such an incredible array of enemy forces and seemingly insurmountable crises since then, with little help from anyone and universal hopes that it should simply disappear. But here we are more than 2 decades later, and if you give the DPRK another few years, it will have been in existence for as long as the entirety of the Soviet Union. Professor Cha and Mr. Eberstadt touch on themes that have framed policy at the highest level. Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense in the second Bush administration, knew so astonishingly little about Beijing's relationship with Pyongyang that he actually called for a joint U.S.-China program to topple the North Korean government. More reasonable American officials, on a bipartisan basis, have frequently tried to get Beijing to bring enough pressure on the North to put an end to its nuclear program. 113 Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's frequent invocation in 2009-11 of power struggles in the DPRK apparently also derives from an Eberstadt-like communist model of what happened in the USSR after Stalin died, or in China after Mao died. Utterly ignored is what happened when Kim Il-sung died in 1994, nothing. In 1997 the CIA invited Eberstadt and other outside experts to join a panel of government officials to assess the DPRK's prospects, which concluded that it was likely to collapse within 5 years. Kim Jong-il, the assembled CIA experts thought, was likely to have just a brief window of time to cope with all his difficulties before suffering a probable hard landing. Without major reform, some catalyst would come along that will lead to collapse. The majority of the group doubted that Kim's regime could persist beyond 5 years, yielding a political implosion. Yet many of them expressed surprise that in spite of the degraded economy and the beginnings of a famine that would soon grow much worse, somehow the delusionary Kim Jong-il remained firmly in control. Robert A. Wampler, who obtained this report under the Freedom of Information Act, noted senior Foreign Service officer David Straub's observation that one expert after another came through the Tokyo embassy in the early 1990s, pontificating on their prognosis for the inevitable collapse of the North Korean regime, giving odds that allowed Pyongyang anywhere from a few months to perhaps 2 years before falling 6. That did not faze these assembled experts. Among those outsiders whom the CIA invited to this exercise besides Eberstadt were academics Kenneth Lieberthal and Robert Ross, and Darrell Plunk and James Pierzistup from the Heritage Foundation. No academic experts on North Korea were there, but more surprisingly, neither was anyone from Brookings or the Carnegie Endowment, the liberal anchors of the spectrum of Beltway opinion. Here was the CIA under the Clinton administration reaching out to the right for guidance on North Korea's coming collapse. Successive administrations and Beltway pundits get North Korea so wrong because they know next to nothing about its origins, view it through the lenses of Soviet behavior, and cannot come up with any North Korean interests that they deem worthy of respect. For many, it is an outrage that the regime continues to exist at all. But in the end, what difference does this make? Is the DPRK going to erase itself because the CIA or the American Enterprise Institute thinks it should? Eberstadt eventually got tired of predicting the DPRK's collapse and decided to do something about it. In 2004 he argued that America and its allies should waltz in and, in his Reaganesque flourish, tear down this tyranny. 7. At the time he had excellent backing for such views in Vice President Dick Cheney's entourage. 114 and especially Paul Wolfowitz, John Bolton, and Robert Joseph. With the demise of the Bush vision, if one can call it that, enthusiasm for such a course has waned. But it was the preferred policy of hardliners for several years, amid what Mike Chinoy called the internal civil war that shaped Bush's policies toward North Korea, where most meetings turned into raging shouting matches. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, for example, Donald Rumsfeld suggested preemptive nuclear strike on rogue states, and when it momentarily appeared that the invasion of Iraq would move quickly to victory, he demanded revisions in the basic war plan for Korea and also sought money for new bunker-busting nukes from Congress. 8. The strategy, according to insiders who have read the plan, was to topple Kim's regime by destabilizing its military forces, so they would overthrow him and thus accomplish a regime change. The plan was pushed by many of the same administration hardliners who advocated regime change in Iraq. Unnamed senior Bush administration officials considered elements of this new plan so aggressive that they could provoke a war. 9. In 1995, CIA Director John Deutsch told Congress that it is no longer a question of whether North Korea would collapse, but when. Within 48 hours the commanding general of the North Korean army retorted that it is no longer a question of whether there will be another Korean war, but when. This tit-for-tat exemplifies the joining together of coming collapse with another terrible war on this peninsula. The assumption of Eberstadt, Rumsfeld, and Bolton is that if this regime won't collapse, it should be forced to collapse. The only assumption that is warranted, in my view, is that if this regime goes down it will go down fighting, with catastrophic consequences for Northeast Asia. The Korean Civil War is what distinguishes the situation from those of the USSR and Eastern Europe. Octogenarian officers who fought in this war still hold ultimate power. They know that if the DPRK collapses and is folded into South Korea, like East Germany into West Germany, they will not only have lost this war, but will also have their own place in history erased. For Koreans who take history, family, and genealogy with the utmost seriousness, such an outcome is to be resisted at all costs. The nuclear crisis, iteration and reiteration as it happened, the Second Korean War, was only narrowly avoided in another June, in 1994. President Clinton and his advisors were set on a preemptive strike against the North's Yongbyon plutonium facility, in full knowledge that this would most likely lead to a North Korean invasion of the South. They were willing to accept this risk, because they thought a nuclear-armed DPRK was a worse outcome. Former President Jimmy 115 Carter's last-minute intervention not only avoided a new war but also resulted in Kim Il-sung's agreement to a complete freeze of Yongbyon, which lasted for the next 8 years. 10 In October 2002 a second nuclear crisis erupted, a virtual rerun of events that transpired 8 years earlier played on fast forward. The North Koreans pulled out their playbook and began running a very predictable sequel, except they sped it up. What took them more than a year to do in 1993 to 94, they mostly accomplished in December 2002. The DPRK again kicked the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors out, took the surveillance cameras and seals off and reopened their 30-megawatt plutonium reactor and soon began loading new fuel rods. They again castigated the IAEA for being a tool of Washington, announced their withdrawal from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and said that any Security Council sanctions would be interpreted as a declaration of war. 11. In the spring of 2003 they frequently threatened to reprocess the 8,000 fuel rods that they recovered from the IAEA, the same ones they removed from their reactor in May 1994, but at the time no one seemed clear on whether the rods were still encased in the concrete casks that the IAEA provided, or whether their reprocessing plant was up and running. Again the North played an elaborate game of braggadocio and bluff about whether it had nuclear weapons or not. In the United States, it is almost routine now to say that the North cheated on the 1994 agreement, and that it always were intent on acquiring nuclear weapons. But if we designate Pyongyang as Team Blue and Washington as Team Green rather than Team Red and Team White, we see a different logic, that anyone in the North's predicament at the time would have worked feverishly to gain a nuclear deterrent. In September 2002 the NSC released a new Bush doctrine moving beyond the Cold War staples of containment and deterrence, toward preemptive attacks against adversaries that might possess weapons of mass destruction. This doctrine came out of Dick Cheney's shop, but Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice tried to parse its meaning for the press. Preemption is anticipatory self-defense, that is, the right of the United States to attack a country that it thinks could attack it first. 12. In the document itself we read that other nations, however, should use preemption as a pretext for aggression. When actually implemented against Iraq in March 2003, it turned out to be a strategy of preventive war, with goals of regime change, liberation, and rollback. Just in case including the DPRK in the axis of evil did not get Pyongyang's attention, someone in the White House leaked Presidential Decision Directive 17 in September 2002, which listed North Korea as a target for preemption. In the lead-up to the Iraq War, Colin Powell noted the Pottery Barn dictum, that is, if you broke it, you own it. A few weeks after tabling 116 the preemptive doctrine, Bush sent James Kelly, a State Department functionary, to Pyongyang to accuse them of harboring a second nuclear program utilizing highly enriched uranium, and in the immediate aftermath of this visit Bush broke the precious piece of pottery called the 1994 Framework Agreement, which had kept the North's Yongbyon plutonium complex frozen for 8 years. The North reacted by taking back the plutonium complex, as we have seen, and got busy manufacturing an unknown number of nuclear weapons and, in spite of much Bush administration bluster to the contrary, faced no significant penalties short of a slap on the wrist. In October 2006 the North blew off a small plutonium device, and then in May 2009 another one of significant power, in the 4 to 5 kiloton range. It is entirely possible that this would have happened sooner or later, regardless of American actions. but history will record that the North's full stock of plutonium was frozen under round-the-clock IAEA surveillance for 8 years, which has an import for North Korean motives that cannot be denied, and that the Framework Agreement of 1994 was purposely torpedoed by the Bush administration, amid direct threats of preemptive attack that any government would have to take with the utmost seriousness. Here again, the lesson is that the Korean War and the always tense conflict situation on the peninsula in the past 60 years should be uppermost in the minds of American policymakers. Instead they rattle threats of war on a bipartisan basis. The North Korean system. Karl Marx was an analyst and a critic of capitalism. Even when it came to socialism and communism, he was still more interested in explicating capitalism. He thus offered little guidance and no clear political model for a future socialist state, only a highly opaque set of prescriptions. It was Lenin who turned Marxism into a political theory, making the dictatorship of the proletariat into the dictatorship of the Politburo, and, some argue, transforming Marxism into a voluntaristic practice that left open the possibility of the extreme statism of Stalin, in which politics from on high became the agency for engineering an entire economy and society. But the political vacuum in Marxism-Leninism also opens the way to an assertion of indigenous politics, and this may even be demanded by the very paucity of political models. In an era of revolution that now seems almost archaic, Marxism-Leninism seemed to be a talisman that made all things possible, rapid and millennial change that would wipe away the past. Recent history has 117 demonstrated that Marxism-Leninism had far less transformative effect than either its proponents or its opponents cared to admit. We all know how hard it is to change old habits. When those accumulate into a general practice, a culture, they prove far more recalcitrant than revolutionaries can know. Thus 20th century revolutions were grafted onto existing, long-standing roots and, while seeking to transform the roots, were themselves transformed as peoples and societies rendered them intelligible to their lives. This has proved truer in Korea than perhaps any place else, precisely because of the very unfamiliarity of the setting to this fundamentally Western set of ideas. Korea had a minuscule proletariat, the beginnings of capitalism, and far too much internationalism by 1945. It therefore took from Marxism-Leninism what it wanted and rejected much of the rest. This is a tightly held, total politics, with enormous repressive capacity and many political victims, although no one really knows how repressive it is, how many political prisoners there are, and the like, because of the exclusionism and secrecy of the regime. But over time a unique political system evolved within the Marxist-Leninist crucible and is fully in place today. Under Kim Il-sung it can best be compared to varieties of corporatism around the world, or in the past, a kind of socialist corporatism. Corporate doctrines of politics have a venerable tradition, particularly in Iberian and Iberian-influenced states. Conservative corporatism sought to recapture an idealized, bygone past of communitarianism and realize it in an organic politics, and was a prevalent ideology in the 19th century among romantic anti-capitalists and anti-liberals. It idealized hierarchy, fixed social position, commonly shared values, and closed communities. The metaphor of the body extended to the body politic, idealization of a father figure as leader, and past and present united in a great chain of being. As Roberto Unger put it, forgetful of history, proposed to resolve the problems of bureaucracy by reviving the very forms of social order whose dissolution created these problems in the first place. 13. Its most recent examples are the decades-long rule of Franco in Spain and Salazar in Portugal. Less well known are left-wing versions of corporatism. Political theorists like Robert Michels, Vilfredo Pareto, and the Romanian Mihail Manoilescu moved from a sophisticated and interesting corporate conception of socialism to more or less egregious sympathy with 1930s fascist regimes. Their doctrine of neo-socialist corporatism has interesting similarities with North Korea. Their fundamental departure from Marxism was to 118 substitute nation for class and to develop a conception of a world system of advantaged and disadvantaged nations. For Manoilescu, the organic, productivist, vertically structured metaphors of a harmonic political economic order at home had their corollary in a hierarchical world at large. The international division of labor had distributed rich nations here, poor nations there. The proletarian nations of what we would now call the periphery should structure themselves vertically at home and horizontally abroad to redress their positions in the world economy. 14 Other neo-socialists thought no practical Marxism could continue to avoid the problems that nations and nationalism posed for class analysis. Class was for the 19th century, whereas the concept of the nation would be the key concept of political organization in the 20th century. 15. Such thinking led neo-socialists into strong support for protectionism and the type of auto-centered development associated with Stalinism in the 1930s. Neo-socialist corporatism perhaps had its most profound recent statement in the work of Roberto Mangiabara Unger, who proposed a movement toward a corporatism embodying equality of conditions, democracy, and the overcoming of liberalism and individualism through a new conception of organic groups. Unger's proposals also sought once again to introduce the family as either a refuge from liberal politics or a metaphor for transcending liberalism. He wrote that the family comes closest to community of life in our experience. The modem family forever draws men back into an association that offers a measure of individual recognition through love. 16. Thus, we have come full circle. The logic of corporatist disgust with liberalism leads progressives to rediscover the family as a model for politics, something that the traditionalists never abandoned. It has rarely occurred to Asian thinkers to abandon the family as metaphor or reality. Only Mao's China during the Great Leap Forward assaulted the family structure, and even this monumental effort was dropped rather quickly. The family has been the centerpiece of Asian corporatism, the preeminent example of which was interwar Japan and its failed attempt to fashion a family state. The three corporatist images of political fatherhood, a body politic, and the great chain were pronounced in interwar Japan. The emperor was the father of all the people were united by blood ties, and the blood running through the veins of the race has never changed since time immemorial. 17 Masao Maruyama, seeking out the unique in what he called Japanese fascism, wrote that it rested upon the family system extolled as the fundamental principle of the state structure. The nation was an extension of the family, more concretely, a nation of families composed of the imperial house as the main family and of the people as the branch family. This is not merely an analogy as in the organic theory of the state, but is considered as having a substantial meaning. 18. 119 The ideology of Kim Tu-sung resonated loudly with this history of corporatism. Kim's theories, just like Mihail Manoilescu's, substituted the nation for the proletarian class as the unit of historical conflict, and argued that former colonies, dependencies, and peripheral socialist nations should unite horizontally in common cause. He was always known as the fatherly leader, and organic metaphors of nation and blood were pronounced. Even in the 1940s, when the Workers' Party was formed, it was said to be a mass party, in a nation united as one rather than divided by class. But Kim did not have to read European or Japanese theories to arrive at his native conception. Long before his time, Korean Neo-Confucians saw the human body as an organism, which required a proper physiological harmony. Still, it was just one organism, an integral part of a unitary world. An individual human body was simply one network of functional interactions within the cosmic pattern of interrelating and interdependent networks. Disharmony within the body's physiological processes could be either a reflection of disharmony in the cosmos at large, or it could itself be a cause of such disharmony. 19 This organic political thought was embodied in Kim's endlessly trumpeted Jich idea, as Pyongyang renders it in English. Clinchi seems at first glance to be readily understandable. It means self-reliance and independence in politics, economics, defense, and ideology. It first emerged in 1955 as Pyongyang drew away from Moscow, and then appeared full-blown in the mid-1960s as Kim sought a stance independent of both Moscow and Beijing. One can find uses of the term Clinchi before 1955 in North and South, but no one would notice were it not for its later prominence. But from the inception of the regime, Kim's rhetoric rang with synonymous language, a variety of terms translating roughly as self-reliance and independence structured Kim's ideology in the 1940s, Chajistan, Minjok Tongnip, Cherub Kyongjae. All these terms were antonyms of Seta Ejuoi, serving and relying upon foreign power, which had been the scourge of a post-colonial people whose natural inclination was toward things Korean. Added up, these ideas were the common denominators of what all the colonized peoples sought at mid-century, their basic dignity as human beings. It is often said in Asian culture it is important not to lose face. It is a word better translated as dignity, or honor. In North Korean eyes, the prestige of the nation is bound up with the visage of the leader. On the way in from the airport in 1981, as we sped by various Kim Il-sung billboards, my friendly guide had one solemn admonition: please do not insult our leader. Scholar of Korea Gary Ledyard has written that the second character of ch and che, when joined to the word for nation knkche, was used in classical discourse to 120 connote the national face, or dignity. As Ledyard wrote, the kukchi can be hurt, it can be embarrassed, it can be insulted, it can be sullied. The members of the society must behave in such a way that the kukchi will not be lost. This sense of the word resonates with emotions and ethics that spring from deep sources in the traditional psyche. 20. Anyone who has visited the North will recognize that this idea is still alive and well, too often in overweening pride and grandiose monuments, but at bottom, in an insistence on national dignity. The real meaning of Chuk-e might best be translated as, put things Korean first, always, a type of nationalism, in other words. But it also substituted for the old classics, for Confucianism. The aim of the ubiquitous study halls where attendance was required in every one, rows of chairs lined up with a white bust of Kim on the podium, was to create a state of mind. In the intensity of study, rote repetition, and almost sacred atmosphere, it resembled Confucian learning. In its exaltation of the power of ideas over material reality, it is closer to Neo-Confucianism than to Marxism. When Kim Jong-il became the effective ideological leader in the 1980s, he made this emphasis pronounced: ideas determine everything was a favorite slogan. Here is Kim Jong-il expounding on abuses of socialism. After a tour through the history of socialism and the causes for its collapse in some countries, Kim Jong-il says, consciousness plays a decisive role in the activity of a human being. The basic factor which gives an impetus to social development must always be ascribed to ideological consciousness. 21 This corporate system and its hero worship are instinctively repellent to anyone who identifies with the modern liberal idea, or indeed with the modem Marxist idea. The DPRK's simple adherence to such ideas would be one thing, but by trumpeting them far and wide it merely gets back widespread disbelief and ridicule. All this is deeply embarrassing to many Koreans in the South, who understand all too well where it comes from, but would rather that foreigners not hear such foolish things. Nonetheless, the system is different, it has its own logic, and once you understand it, North Korean behavior becomes much more predictable than if you thought it were merely another puppet of Moscow, rogue state, or totalitarian nightmare imposed on a people groaning for Western freedoms. Revolution, Thermidor, monarchy. On my first visit to North Korea in 1981, one flew in from Beijing and hoped to go out through the Soviet Union, on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Consular 121 officials said I should obtain a visa at the Soviet Embassy in Pyongyang. When I duly arrived at its doorstep, a friendly counselor sat me down, offered me cognac, and inquired as to what I might be doing in Pyongyang. More cognac, more discussion, and then he asked what I thought of Kim Jong-il, who had just been officially designated as successor to Kim Il-sung at the 6th Party Congress in 1980. Well, he doesn't have his father's charisma, I said. He's diminutive, pear-shaped, homely. Looks like his mother, in fact. Oh, you Americans, he said, always thinking about personality. Don't you know they have a bureaucratic bloc behind him, they all rise or fall with him. These people really know how to do this here. You should come back in 2020 and see his son take power. It proved to be the best prediction I've ever heard about this hybrid communist state-cum dynasty, except that Kim Jong-il's heart attack at the age of 69 merely hastened the succession to Kim Jong-un by a few years. The basis of this prediction, no doubt, was this official's open-mouthed awe at the way in which the DPRK had diverged from Soviet practice, and the degree to which native political culture had overwhelmed the communist system. Kim Jong-il took his father's corporate politics and invested the system with the trappings of monarchy, such that the royal Kim family and the clans loyal to it constitute ultimate power in the DPRK. The North Korean people have known only millennia of monarchy and a century of dictatorship. Japanese from 1910 to 1945, where in the late stages of colonial rule Koreans had to worship the emperor, and the hegemony of the Kim family for the past 7 decades. Monarchy, colonial rule, then an anti-colonial revolution, then that odd term, thermidor, that Crane Brinton and others used to describe the reaction against the French Revolution, and finally monarchy. Korean culture is steeped in the ceremony, ritual, literature, poetry, lore, and gossip of royal families, and especially, which son would succeed the king. Many did so at a young age. The greatest of kings, Sejong, under whom the unique Korean alphabet was promulgated, took office in 1418 at the age of 21, assisted by the regency of his father. Like Kim Jong-un, he was the third son. The eldest son was banished from Seoul for rudeness, and the middle son became a Buddhist monk. Kim Jong-nam, Kim Jong-il's first son, embarrassed everyone by getting caught entering Japan under a pseudonym, and prefers to reside in Macau, the gambling capital of the world. Virtually nothing is known about the middle son, and neither appeared at their father's funeral in January 2012. The penultimate Korean king, Kojong, was a mere 11 when he took the throne in 1864, guided by his father, a powerful regent known as the Taewon-gun, until he reached maturity. During his regency the father re-energized the dominant ideology, practiced a strict seclusion policy against several empires knocking at the Korean door, and 122 fought both France and the United States in serious wars. 2 years later the new Meiji leadership in Japan came very close to invading Korea. This was the Hermit Kingdom at its height, and Kukchi was a particularly prominent concept under the Taewon-gun's exclusionary foreign policy. But when Kojong came of age he sought modern reforms, signed unequal treaties opening Korea to commerce, and tried to play the imperial powers off against each other. It worked for a quarter century, and then it didn't. Opening up merely staved off the eventual and predictable end, the obliteration of Korean sovereignty in 1910. At the Revolutionary Museum in Pyongyang, fronted by a 60-foot statue of Kim Il-sung, visitors witness a paean of praise to the Taewon-gun, stone monuments from his era meant to ward off foreign barbarians, and breast-beating tributes to Korean victories against the French and the Americans. After 1989 Kim Jong-il, as we have seen, opined many times that communism had fallen in the West because of the dilution and erosion of ideological purity, a formulation that the Taewon-gun's Neo-Confucian scribes would have liked. Ordinary Koreans often call their leaders Evang, that is, king, and the Kims have frequently indicated their affinities for monarchs. Kim Jong-il told Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, when she met with him in Pyongyang in October 2000, that he found the Thai monarchy quite interesting. The Thai king is different from, say, the British royal house in genuinely being revered by his people, with laws against insulting him. Thailand has swung between constitutional monarchy and military coups, but the king abides. A more salient example, perhaps, was Kim Il-sung's close relationship with Prince Norodom Sihanouk. They were very close friends, more than any other foreign figure for Kim it seems, and of course he set up a big villa near Pyongyang for Sihanouk during his long exile. The latter was one of the most knowledgeable leaders in the world. I still remember seeing him at a televised press conference in Beijing after he had gone into exile, and some American reporter asked him about the state of freedom in Cambodia under Pol Pot. Sihanouk let out a high-pitched giggle, and said in a polite way that the question itself was an absurdity. Whatever Americans might think, both Sihanouk and Kim were generally revered by their people. And, I suppose, it takes one king to know another. North Korea is a bundle of contradictions, because its leaders are pregnant with ideas that can't really be voiced in our time. Lenin and his successor Stalin, not to mention Mao Zedong, provided no reliable guidance on the mechanisms of leadership transition in a communist system. It was more a matter of who controlled the gun. Pyongyang has filled that political vacuum with monarchical succession and has done so reliably twice, with no evident instability, but it cannot say this out loud because it smacks of feudalism. The North's philosophy of rule bears close 123 resemblance to what Koreans traditionally said about their kings or what Hegel said about the German monarch, but they cannot admit that, either. When we read a recent account of Hegel's theory of the monarch, the resonance with North Korea's ideology is marked. As Eli Diamond put it, the general intention of Hegel's justification of the hereditary monarchical principle is to provide an institutional corrective to a purely liberal standpoint. The immovable unity of the state is embodied in the undivided unity of the monarch's rule, in contrast to the insuperable division of civil society. Diamond goes on to say that the monarch is a subjectivity that makes decisions that are to a large extent arbitrary, in a way that is tolerable to citizens, since it is done from a perspective beyond the political fray. This moment of arbitrary decision is necessary, because there are always various possible ways of looking at any practical matter, and opposed opinions on these matters can create deep divisions within government. At the same time, as belonging to the well-informed thinking will of the monarch, these decisions will not be wholly arbitrary and devoid of human reason. 22. JIT began as a predictable form of anti-colonial nationalism, but it slowly evolved into an idealist metaphysic that bears close resemblance to Korean Neo-Confucian doctrines, and again, to Hegel's philosophical idealism. Or as high-level defector Wang Jangyok put it simply, the two Kims turned Stalinism and Marxism-Leninism on their heads by reverting to Confucian notions. 23. To put the matter slightly differently than Wang did, North Korea has turned Marx on his head or put Hegel back on his feet by arguing that ideas determine everything. It is not clear that anyone, including Hegel himself, quite understood what he meant by the constant invocation of the term subjectivity, but that is the usual dictionary definition of Chuk-e in South Korea and Japan. And further, for Hegel, the organic unity of the powers of the state itself implies that it is one single mind which both firmly establishes the universal and also brings it into its determinate actuality and carries it out. With this, and especially with his endless emphasis on mind, and the identification of one single mind with the monarch. 24. Hegel merely expresses a mid-19th century German version of an ancient Korean truth. In his philosophical rebuttal of Buddhism and Taoism, the famous philosopher and architect of 14th century Choson dynasty reforms, Chang Tajan, wrote that the mind combines principle and material force to become master of the body. Is also received by the mind and becomes virtue. Principle is truly embodied on our minds. In the same discourse, Quan Kun wrote, only after one is able to embody humanity, make complete the virtue of his mind, and constantly maintain without fail the principle with which he is bomb, can he be called human without being embarrassed. 25. 124. The human condition is none other than virtue, embodied in mind. Virtue in mind is what makes us different from animals. Not only that, it is the cause by which material force comes into existence, according to Chang. Now if we make the postmodern stipulation that we are all subjective creatures, and that we construct our own realities and call them things, then Chang Tajan does seem to be saying that humans create their universe. But not just any human, only those humans who, through long study, have cultivated the virtues that are the sine qua non of having the capability to judge, to decide, to lead, to teach, and thus to create. At the apex, of course, is the monarch, a perfected human being, the supreme mind of the nation, and woe be it to the person who challenges his authority or denies that he can walk on water. Just like Korean philosophers, Hegel overcomes the difficulty of deciding who should be king by relying on bloodlines. For practical political reasons, he thought, the monarch's accession to the throne has to be hereditary, it is the hereditary principle of succession that guarantees this unmoved quality, the majesty of the monarch. An elected head of state, and hence the state itself, is associated with one political perspective to the exclusion of others, and generally turns the state on its head, compromising the majesty of the monarch by grounding the sovereign's legitimacy in the attitudes and opinions of the masses, rather than having the sovereign be self-grounded and the source of the rights of the people. 26. It was none other than Karl Marx who cut his intellectual teeth by ripping these justifications for monarchy to shreds, and he no doubt flips in his grave to hear the monarchical Koreans call themselves communists. Hegel thinks he has proven, Marx wrote in 1843, that the subjectivity of the state, sovereignty, the monarch, is essentially characterized as this individual, in abstraction from all his other characteristics, and this individual is raised to the dignity of monarch in an immediate, natural fashion, i.e., through his birth in the course of nature. Sovereignty, monarchical dignity, would thus be bomb. The body of the monarch determines his dignity. Birth would determine the quality of the monarch as it determines the quality of cattle. Hegel has demonstrated that the monarch must be bomb, which no one questions, but not that birth makes one a monarch. Or to put the point simply, for Marx, if a man becomes monarch by birth, this can as little be made into a metaphysical truth as can the Immaculate Conception of Mary. And even more simply, the body of Son is the reproduction of his own body, the creation of a royal body. 27. Because of the emperor system in Japan and the monarchy in Korea, Hegel's thought was always influential on scholars in both countries. Indeed, in Hosang, the education minister under the First Republic in the 125 South, had studied Hegelian philosophy in pre-war Germany and was a lifelong exponent of his own idiosyncratic version of Clinchi. A single, thin strand of the past in his book Splendid Monarchy Tak Fujitani shows in engrossing detail how the post-1868 Meiji elite invented what came to be known as Japanese tradition, as part of a newly engineered centralization of power in Tokyo amid a multitude of mostly independent domains. It was a self-conscious design to build a modern nation and weld a mostly peasant society to the new idea that they were part of something called Japan, and to create a new and potent nationalism. In the course of this argument, he remarks that believability can be engineered by dominant groups. 28. North Korea's entire history is testimony to this truth. Japan's parcelized sovereignty was not a problem in Korea, in that almost everything important had been centralized in Seoul for centuries, and millennia of kings and queens had come and gone, creating a vast cultural panorama of ruling practice, royal stories, poetry, lore, and gossip. By contrast, in Japan the emperor was taken out of the cupboard and dusted off. For most inhabitants of these four islands, he had not been an important figure. One emperor was murdered in exile, another escaped to a remote island hidden under a load of dried fish, and so on. No one could ever say that about Korean monarchs, and when the last effective king died in 1919, Kojong's place in the heart of his people detonated the March 1st independence movement against the Japanese, the touchstone of Korean nationalism ever since. Fujitani makes the important point that this is a modern politics, not feudal as Maruyama Masayo had written. The emperor system was not part of an incomplete or backward modernity, but was a form of modernity itself. Think, for example, of the British monarchy. However, much Americans may find the North Korean regime loathsome. It too is a form of modernity. The Japanese emperor is also presumed to represent an immortal, perfect, unsullied monarchy tracing back to the mists of time, having neither youth nor old age, only health, and no disease, representing the immutability of the political order. The Japanese, suffused in Neo-Confucian doctrine just like Koreans, underline the benevolence, beneficence, and even love of the emperor. There is nothing better for the well-being of the state than to make the people love the ruler, one scribe wrote. An intimacy between ruler and ruled should be cultivated to make it unbearable to part from the ruler. The male royal gaze even becomes motherly, as soldiers during the Pacific War took comfort in the loving, forgiving, all-embracing imperial image. 29 Then the ruler's family becomes an object of worship, to insinuate power into. 126. The living room, so to speak. The family is the core building block of the state, the ruling family its symbol, its gendered model, and also the alter ego of the citizenry, the charismatic object of attention, curiosity, gossip. Princess Diana was the epitome of all of this. Think also of the global media attention to Prince William's recent wedding. It nicely illustrated Bagehot's observation in 1867 that a princely marriage is the brilliant addition of a universal fact, and as such, it rivets mankind. 30. The venerable city of Kyoto, Fujitani wrote, was the singular core place in Japan that embodied the authentic history, that single and thin strand out of the past that the regime certified as significant. 31. For North Korea, the single, thin strand was Japan's establishment of Manhyukyo as a second Korea, its biggest colony, on the bitterly redolent date of March 1, 1932, and the resistance it immediately spawned, symbolized by their ubiquitous revolutionary opera, The Sea of Blood. This is the point at which Kim Il-sung began his guerrilla activities, after murderous Japanese counterinsurgency campaigns. A decade later only a few hundred Korean guerrillas remained, but they were the ones who took power in the north in 1948, and they and their families have held it ever since. Thus the North Korean elite draws a straight line from 1932 down to the present. This founding moment is also the fount of their legitimacy, the original source from which all honor and power flows. Historians who point out that this moment is saturated with myth and exaggeration are right, but they miss Fujitani's point about how power engineers its own myths. But think also, for example, about Kim Il-sung's decade-long fight against the Japanese in the bitterest imaginable conditions, as compared to Castro's attack on the Moncada barracks, or John F. Kennedy's heroism in saving much of the crew of his PT-109. The North had much more to work with, much more with which to make myths. But what is amazing about this regime, seemingly, is that they prefer myths and lies to what would be an eminently useful truth regarding Kim Il-sung's genuine guerrilla record against the Japanese. Perhaps they learned too well something that historians tend to forget: power chooses its own history, its own heroes, and the sacred truths that serve its purposes. What actually happened makes little difference to engineered believability. All modem states privilege one kind of history, and engage in the erasure of others and the subjugation of alternatives. It's just that North Korea does it so obviously, with barely any attempt to conceal its intent, and what appears to be a morbid fear of alternative histories. Much of its propaganda would insult the intelligence of a 10-year-old. Partly this is because it is, of course, a solipsistic dictatorship, but also because modern Korea has been divided since 1945, with a top-to-bottom set of histories, alternatives, and erasures in the South, and because Koreans take history 127 so seriously. To become history in the curious American sense of oblivion and irrelevance, is to imagine the disappearance of oneself and its connection to parents, ancestors, and progeny, a rupture in the great chain of being that promises permanent, irreparable oblivion. Think about what we see. Michel Foucault once wrote that Napoleon's face loomed over everything with a single gaze which no detail, however minute, can escape. His gaze was so strong as to render useless both the eagle and the sun. 32. The emperor's gaze carries imminent power. The people see the emperor, and he sees them. He is watching them, he embodies correct behavior, he expects their correct behavior, and thus the awesome and also unnerving sight of hundreds of thousands of people marching through Pyongyang, or playing intricate card games in unison at the 150,000-seat Kim Il-sung Stadium. It is almost unnecessary to point out that Kim Il-sung's gaze is the first thing babies see when they are bomb, the face on the wall of every home when babies are bomb, and the last face seen by the dying. Like Maruyama, however, Foucault assumes that Napoleon is part of the ancient fabric of France, whereas Fujitani sees this, too, as another instance of modern forms of power. To know that the North Korean regime is unlikely to collapse anytime soon, we don't need an exegesis on Korean and Japanese monarchical history. We just need to observe the leadership stability that followed on the death of Kim Il-sung, and the symbolism of Kim Jong-il's funeral procession on a wintry January day. Kim Jong-il's brother-in-law, Chang Song-taek, walked behind Kim Jong-un. Chang, 66, has long been entrusted with command of the most sensitive security agencies. Behind him was Kim Ki-nam, a man in his 80s who was a close associate of Kim Tu-sung. 3 generations walking solemnly alongside the vintage mid-1970s armored Lincoln Continental carrying the coffin of Kim Jong-tu, and strolling on the other side of the limousine, top commanders of the military in what has to be modem history's most amazing garrison state, with the 4th largest army in the world. On the grandson's birthday, January 8, 2012, Pyongyang television ran an hour-long documentary bathing him in every North Korean virtue and identifying him with every salient place or monument visited by Kim Tu-sung, but especially Whitehead Mountain, the vast volcanic peak on the Sino-Korean border, mythical fount of the Korean people, site of some of Kim's anti-Japanese guerrilla battles in the 1930s, and purported birthplace of Kim Jong-tu in 1942. Most interesting, however, was Jong-un's body language, tall, hefty, grinning, pressing the flesh, already 128, a politician, a hardy individual seemingly at home with his sudden role as beloved successor. Erased was the dour, dyspeptic, cynical, and ill-at-ease Kim Jong-tu, swaddled in a puffed-up ski jacket, his face hidden behind enormous sunglasses. Most important, in visage and personal style, Jong-un is the spitting image of his grandfather when he came to power in the late 1940s, even to the point of shaving his sideburns up high. It is as if the DNA passed uncontaminated through son to grandson, and no doubt that is what the regime wants its people to believe. These rituals were markedly similar to those when Kim Tu-sung died, but it will be interesting to see if Kim Jong-un follows the same 3-year mourning ritual. So far he has not, visiting military units and appearing publicly elsewhere. Certainly it is in his interest to lay low and gain experience, while the seasoned old guard runs the country. But Jong-un has unquestionably become the face of the regime, one much more agreeable to the public than Kim Jong-il's. Still, my Soviet informant was right and I was wrong about the significance of bodily appearances. Regardless of what he looks like, the king can do no wrong. He can even shoot several eagles on his first golf round, as Kim Jong-il's acolytes claimed. In a classic book, The King's Svo Bodies, Ernst Kantorowicz wrote that there were 2 kings, the frail, human, and mortal vessel who happens to be king, and the eternal king who endures forever as the symbol of the monarchy. 33 The latter is a superhuman presence, an absolutely perfect body representing the God King, maintained through the centuries as an archetype of the exquisite leader. In death the body natural disappears, but the soul of the God King passes on to the next king. In Pyongyang this translated into Kim Tu-sung's seed bringing forth his first son, Jong-tu, continuing the perfect bloodlines that his scribes never tire of applauding, and now, a fortiori, Jong-un. The family line becomes immortal, explaining why Kim Tu-sung was not just president for life, but remained president of the DPRK in his afterlife. The Koreans made the dead Kim Tu-sung president for eternity, all imperfections erased, and now his elaborate mausoleum is the most important edifice in the country. His own body has now morphed into the 3 Kim's bodies. But Jong-un's mimetic face, one imagines, will make the population quickly forget about Kim Jong-tu, whose 17-year reign was one of flood, drought, famine, the effective collapse of the economy, mass starvation leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths, the time of troubles expected to follow on the death of the dynastic founder. Kim had one singular, if dubious achievement, the acquisition of nuclear weapons. 129 North Korea is a modern form of monarchy, realized in a highly nationalistic, post-colonial state. Americans have such trouble understanding this because most have not subjected their own liberal assumptions and beliefs, their own subjectivity, to a thorough inquiry and self-criticism. The social unity expressed in the body of the despot Frederick Jameson pointed out, is political, but also analogous to various religious practices. That the favored modern practice of former colonies should be embodied nationalism is also entirely predictable. But the Western left utterly fails to understand the immense utopian appeal of nationalism, Its morbid qualities are easily grasped, but its healthy qualities for the collective and for the tight unity that post-colonial leaders crave, are denied. 34 When you add to post-colonial nationalism Korea's centuries of royal succession and Neo-Confucian philosophy, it might be possible to understand North Korea as an unusual but predictable combination of monarchy, anti-imperial nationalism, and Korean political culture. We who live in Western liberal society have our subconscious automatically produced from birth, and we take for granted the relatively stable societies that we join as adults, so that we do what is expected without necessarily thinking about it. Civil society is thus internalized and reproduced, as an outcome of centuries of Western political practice. The creation of such habits, however, the spontaneous production of good citizens and good workers, loyal subjects who are also afforded the opportunity of disloyalty, appears as an opaque mystery where it does not exist. How can social exchange be so open, so fluid, so simultaneously orderly and threatening even to the powers, and yet so stable? The ways by which people advance toward dignity and enlightenment in government, George F. Kennan wrote, are things that constitute the deepest and most intimate processes of national life. There is nothing less understandable to foreigners, nothing in which foreign influence can do less good. It is our blindness, our hidden complex of unexamined assumptions, that constitutes the core of Kim hating what makes him simultaneously so laughable, so impudent, and so outrageous. We revile him, while he thumbs his nose at us and our values and gets away with it. We have proved over 7 decades that we do not understand North Korea, cannot predict its behavior, and cannot do anything about it however much we would like to. We can do something about our prejudices. What is entirely predictable, in my view, is that North Koreans will welcome the only handsome face of authority that all but the most elderly Koreans have known, the founder of the country, the fatherly leader, now reincarnated. He may not yet be 30, but if my Soviet interlocutor was right, we are going to see Kim Jong-un's face for a long, long time in our 21st century. Chapter 6 Beyond the Vietnam War, Vietnamese Socialism Today. Thaviporn Vasavakul. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam is one of the last remaining nation-states committed to socialism as an official state ideology. This persistence is largely a result of Vietnam's success in using socialism as a solution for anti-colonialism and national liberation, first in the resistance to French colonialism and later to American intervention that became known as the Vietnam War. Vietnamese nationalists used Marxist and Leninist ideologies to both organize resistance against French suppression and provide themselves with a state-building model while striving for national reunification. While the post-Vietnam War period was a time when the Vietnamese Communist Party tested the socialist model on a nationwide scale in reunified Vietnam, it was also a period in which the party was subsequently compelled to rethink the implications of this model for nation and state building. Its updated motto, "Rich People, Strong Country, and Civilized Society," is an echo of Ho Chi Minh's socialist dictum, socialism as a stage where people have enough to eat, warm clothes, and do not exploit one another. Following the collapse of the Soviet bloc in the late 1980s and subsequent political and economic transformation of socialist countries throughout the 1990s, a question has arisen about how the ideology of socialism may support Vietnam's nation and state-building efforts and how the VCP might proactively apply socialism today, in the 21st century. This chapter explores the development of socialism in Vietnam since the end of the Vietnam War in 1975, a process that is known as Doi Moi. The reconfiguration of the socialist state and the subsequent redefinition of intrastate and state-citizen relations will be 136 highlighted. Specifically, this chapter will take a close look at how property rights, state ownership of capital, economic central planning, and one-party rule, the basic principles socialism, have evolved and transformed. The focus of this chapter is on how Doi Moi has shaped Vietnam's post-war ideology of socialism. This chapter consists of 4 sections, the first of which focuses on the forces that drove the development of state socialism and its reform in Vietnam. The second focuses on the changing role of the socialist state, while the third focuses on the expansion of democratic space and emerging systems of accountability under one-party rule. The final section discusses challenges related to performance and legitimacy as Vietnam continues to search for a new model of governance within its socialist framework. It is argued that the process of Doi Moi has brought about a notable transformation in Vietnam's state socialist system. The institutionalization of a multi-sector economy, the initial separation of state management from economic management, and a restructured one-party system have given rise to a new form of executive socialist state with its own resources and logic of operation in the transition to decentralized planning. This Doi Moi state is fragmented, its authority and power is dispersed among its various levels and sectors with substantial authority delegated to subnational levels. Executive power is checked by an enhanced, though by sector and locality still uneven, democratic space encompassing multiple forms of citizen involvement operating under a rubric of transparency, consultation, participation, and supervision. Though dominated by the VCP, the Doi Moi party state is not synonymous with, or the residual of, the VCP. The process of reform and new governing mechanisms has brought about positive economic growth, reduced poverty, and supported Vietnam's post-war international integration. All these factors buttress the goals of this new socialism to foster a rich people and strong nation. Positive changes notwithstanding, accountability mechanisms to check executive abuses of power and various forms of exploitation have developed at a slower pace. While Vietnam successfully used socialism as a solution for its anti-colonial and national liberation goals, its reconfigured socialist tenets in a post-war, globalized era continue to be tested. From state socialism to a socialist-oriented market economy, the history of socialism in Vietnam suggests a symbiotic relationship between socialism and nationalism. Leninism was brought to Vietnam as an anti-colonial solution by Nguyen Ai Quoc/Ho Chi Minh. 1 While drawing inspiration from Marxism and to some extent Maoism, Ho Chi Minh asserted in his writing, "The path that led me to Leninism," that it was patriotism that drove him especially toward the Leninist ideology. From the beyond the Vietnam War 137 very beginning, Ho Chi Minh assigned the Vietnamese Communist movement the task of liberating Vietnam from French colonialism. At the time, the Indochinese Communist Party could not have survived successive French suppressions had it not exploited Leninist organizational tactics, and the Vietnamese nationalist movement, after 1945, could not have consolidated its newly won independence without the reliance of the socialist camp. During 1945 to 1946, Ho's diplomatic efforts to secure national recognition from the United States and the West failed. France, with the assistance of Britain, the United States, and the Kuomintang Chinese, returned to Cochin China and Tonkin. The self-proclaimed Democratic Republic of Vietnam could not have gained its enthusiastic support for the National Liberation War, nor could it have tapped the rural resources necessary for state building had it not advocated a socialist revolution. The twin goals of national liberation and socialist egalitarianism underscored the legitimacy of the Vietnamese communist movement and gained it popular support both in the North and in the South. These two goals became the party's ideological weapons in combating non-communist political organizations, French colonialism, the French-backed state of Vietnam, and finally the U.S.-backed South Vietnamese government. 2 The socialist state in the North that eventually became the Democratic Republic of Vietnam followed mixed models drawn from the Soviet Union and China with a considerable degree of institutional adaptation. Predominant economic features were state control of the means of production and central planning. Under state socialism, civil society was brought under state control through policies such as land reform, collectivization, economic central planning, and nationalization of industrial production. The social classes of the pre-revolutionary regime were redistributed into new socio-economic sectors and became agricultural cooperative farmers, state farm workers, enterprise managers, workers, and technocrats. Central planning became the management mechanism whereby inputs were controlled, outputs determined, and prices regulated. In rural Vietnam, socialism gave rise to cooperatives, which replaced the peasant family as the basic work unit. In industry and trade, state control gave rise to the concept of Chu Quart, or owning agency, whereby each government agency became responsible for formulating the economic policies of its sector. This included directly managing sector and state-owned enterprises, production, oversight, and guaranteeing of distribution. Operating within this hierarchy, all production was linked vertically with upper echelons through planning mechanisms but separated horizontally from other similar units. This situation at times caused competition for resources from above. 3 The socialist state system that developed in North Vietnam consisted of 4 basic political components: the party, the state, the National Assembly, and mass organizations. Founded in 1930 as the Indochinese Communist Party, the party was renamed the Vietnam Lao Dong Party in 1951 at 138 the Second Party Congress. During the Democratic Republic of Vietnam period, especially after 1954, the party intervened extensively in affairs of state, switching from merely providing guidelines in the earlier period to intervening directly in day-to-day operations. It controlled the state apparatus through its corresponding party organs. Governments and ministries as well as other high-ranking directors primarily answered to party committees. The Prime Minister's power as the head of the government was downplayed, and the functions of economic decision-making were assumed by the party apparatus. The National Assembly in the DRV served more as a symbol of unity than a proper legislative body or accountability agency. Although Vietnam was divided into northern and southern zones between 1954 and 1975, a number of assembly seats were reserved for representatives from the South, the Republic of Vietnam. One study commented that the National Assembly was a legal secretary for laws written by the party. Mass organizations formed another component of the political system, with the Fatherland Front the most broadly based. Other organizations included the Vietnamese Confederation of Trade Unions, the Women's Union, the Ho Chi Minh Youth Union, and the Peasants' Union. Mass organizations had a dual function of implementing party and government policies and, to a certain degree, providing a means to transmit information to the party. 4 As the Lao Dong Party became increasingly involved in state operations, its centralized form of socialism was challenged. In the mid-1950s, it was criticized by a group of dissident intellectuals, the Nan Van Jay Pham, who followed Ho Chi Minh but disagreed with the party's adoption of Maoist intellectual and ideological discourse as well as similar approaches to land reform policy. In the 1960s and 1970s, the adopted neo-Stalinist model of development that equated socialism with the development of heavy industry created tension between the centrally planned sectors. In the agrarian economy of Vietnam, this generated friction between the state and the peasants, its major ally. Despite this friction, the goal of nationalism sustained the socialist state framework and there was no coercive great leap forward to force collectivization. In addition, being a late socialist developer, Vietnam benefited from foreign assistance from the Soviet bloc and China. These resources helped take economic pressure off of the rural population who would otherwise have been compelled to extract resources from the agricultural sector to serve industrialization undertakings like in other socialist states. 5 Pathways from central planning. Vietnam reunified in 1975. Immediately, popular resistance to the imposition of state socialism precipitated a move from central planning and beyond the Vietnam War 139 partial reforms enacted by the party state. Following the reunification of North and South Vietnam, the VCP moved to impose the DRV model on the newly liberated South with the grand aim of socialist development for the entire country in the Mekong Delta region. The DRV model met with large-scale local resistance arising from socio-economic and cultural factors, the most important of which was the size of the middle class, its values, and its perceptions. The region had a high percentage of middle class, a product of the Viet Minh 1940s land reforms, the National Liberation Front for South Vietnam's land policies, and the U.S. supported land to the tiller program in the 1970s. Lavish American military spending and the rise of entrepreneurs engaged in services and retail trade also contributed to middle-class discontent. During this phase, popular resistance from southern Vietnam, especially from the middle class in the Mekong Delta region, was the crucial driving force. 6 Between 1979 and 1988 a number of policies were piloted to address the national crisis. A resolution of the 6th Plenum of the 4th Congress in 1979 endorsed a free market to operate within the planned economy. A subcontract system was permitted in agriculture, small-scale businesses were allowed to sell on a free market, international trade relations with non-socialist countries expanded, and state-owned industries were granted autonomy to produce for the market after fulfilling assigned targets. The partial reform policy frameworks were preliminary steps toward a multi-sector commodity economy, bilateral and multilateral economic relations, and a renovation of state management. They were confirmed in 1986 when the Sixth Party Congress officially launched Doi Moi. Vietnam's transition from central planning was further reinforced 2 years later when the VCP issued Resolution 10, which had the effect of decollectivizing rural Vietnam. 7 During the same period, the move from central planning also involved participation from Vietnam's provinces. Ho Chi Minh City became well known for its success in converting state-owned enterprises into accountable, manageable systems. It also became known for facilitating the development of non-state industries, opening up a commercial sector, expanding imports and exports, and for securing sufficient food supplies via market-based business instead of compulsory purchases and distributions. The cities of An Giang and Long An replaced compulsory purchase and distribution with market-based trading of foods, farm products, materials, and consumer goods. Haiphong City implemented a new contract system in agricultural cooperatives, directly contributing to the framework of Directive 100. These local experiences helped reinforce reformers who sought a shift away from central planning. 8 Fence breaking and bottom-up pressure became some of the phrases used by writers to characterize this period. Fence breaking, a phrase used by Vietnamese economists examining the transition from central planning, refers to the phenomenon 140 whereby socialist production units began to exchange at market prices within the framework of the partial reform put forth from 1979 to 1989. Overall, forces from below, members of agricultural cooperatives, industrial production units, and trading agencies formed a bottom-up pressure that pushed the Doi Moi process to the top. In 1989 the two-price system was abolished, thus completing the transition period. This final phase was precipitated by favorable domestic and international factors, the existence of a vital private capitalist sector in the South, on the one hand, and increasingly constrained assistance from a Soviet bloc also undergoing reform, on the other. The termination of aid from the Soviet bloc was a crucial factor in ending central planning. Vietnam's move away from central planning notwithstanding, economic institution building continued to be debated throughout the 1990s and the first decade of the 21st century. The VCP and different state economic sectors continued to be biased in favor of the state's predominant role in the economy. They continued to associate socialism with the prominent role of the state sector. Within this context, some specific issues were how to tailor enterprises and investment laws so that they would be applicable to all economic sectors and how to make the best use of strategic adjustments to liberalize market forces, attract foreign direct investment, restructure, and improve state-owned enterprises, and eliminate party management from business. As Vietnam became a middle-income country, there emerged various constellations of groups and interests entrenched within the state apparatus or that had links with it. Behind the rhetoric of rich people, strong country, and civilized society, these interest groups were engaged in everyday politics to advocate their vested interests. Reconfigured one-party state. Doi Moi institutionalized the reconfiguration of the one-party state in the 1990s and the first decade of the 21st century through various programs that focused on economic restructuring and public administration. It involved two related processes, the redefining of party control over the government and the strengthening of state management capacities. While the former focused mainly on rethinking the role of the VCP in governance, the latter involved strengthening governing capacities at the central and local government levels and the reconsideration of state economic and service delivery responsibilities. Following the abolition of central planning, the VCP streamlined its control of the government apparatus. Specialized committees under the Central Committee of the VCP were reduced. Increasingly, the role of the VCP in policy making and implementation was compromised by a strengthened concept of the rule of law. While party directives continued to serve as a compass, they were also turned into various legal documents. Beyond the Vietnam War 141 to be passed by the National Assembly or elaborated upon by the Prime Minister and his ministries. This process had the effect of gradually shifting decision-making power from the VCP to the executive branch of the government. 9 Rise of a strong executive. One of the key areas strengthened was the reorganizing of the government apparatus at the central level, the reforming of the planning system, and the redefining of the relationship between central and local government agencies. While these aspects were technical in nature, the driving forces for the reorganization were primarily political. State socialism had generated a complex bureaucracy to take charge of day-to-day management of all aspects of Vietnamese life. The reduced economic role of the state automatically dictated a restructuring at the central level. As planning was a device that governed the relationship between central and local government agencies as well as among sectors, the rethinking and planning signified some level of reconfigured relationship. Finally, at the local level, provinces had been active in the process of experimenting with various levels of innovation. Weak authority relations resulting from fence breaking during the transition period was a consideration behind the reorganization of the government structure. 10 At first, measures to strengthen the executive state focused on streamlining the central government apparatus along the lines of a multi-sector and multifunctional ministry model. The objective was to reduce the number of intermediaries, that is, the number of administrative units as well as the number of civil servants in leadership positions. The process began at the inception of Doi Moi in 1986 and continued through the 1990s and the first part of the 21st century. By 2007, the total number of Vietnam's ministries and ministerial-level agencies were reduced from 26 to 22 and the number of agencies under the government was reduced from 13 to 8. The current Ministry of Planning and Investment, for example, is the result of a reorganization of the State Planning Commission and the Investment and Assistance Cooperation sector, formerly under the jurisdiction of the old Ministry of Foreign Economics. Later, the General Bureau of Statistics was added to the ministry. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development is the result of a series of mergers over the last 3 decades. With this process, at the central level, decision-making and implementation concentrated within a small number of central-level positions. Vietnam's move away from central planning and the reconfiguration of its relationships can also be seen in the process of planning itself. To reach socio-economic development objectives, central agencies continued to rely on different types of plans, strategies, zone plans, master plans, 142, and 5-year plans, with the latter the most reliable device for achieving development objectives. Nonetheless, in the 1990s and 2000s, this planning process was partially reformed. The Ministry of Planning and Investment switched from a purely top-down approach to one that was more bottom-up. It now issued guidelines that stated the main content of the plan, while ministries and local governments would determine their specific objectives, contents, and lists of investment programs. There was a consultative process for horizontal coordination between central government agencies and between the Ministry of Planning and Investment and local governments. In addition to altering the degree of participation in the planning process, planning reform focuses on method and content. The system of targets and indicators had also been modified. Most targets were indicative, only 2 imperative and mandatory targets remained, the state budget and state investment expenditure. Indicators became more qualitative than numerical and concrete, causing a shift from growth and macroeconomic stability to social development and poverty reduction indicators. 11 Finally, in parallel with the reorganization of the central government, the re-establishment of executive power involved a redefinition of central and local authority relations. 2 institutional legal policy measures had particular implications for local governments. The first was the improvement of normative legal documents promulgated by local government agencies. The second was the universalization of the one-stop shop at all three local government levels. The OSS is a mechanism whereby administrative procedural services for citizens are handled in a single place. These moves indicated a shift toward a rule of law as opposed to a rule by decree. They also fostered transparency when it came to government regulatory requirements. In the context of management decentralization, one key measure redefined the functions and responsibilities of local governments. In 2004, Resolution 08 clarified the allocation of administrative responsibilities between the central, provincial, and municipal governments in 6 management areas: natural resources and state properties, income-generating public services, planning and development investment, budgetary spending, state-owned enterprises, and lands and personnel. For example, administrative procedures on investment and state management of foreign investment were decentralized to province-level administrations and the Management Board of Industrial and Export Processing Zones. The Ministry of Planning and Investment also delegated decision-making on questions of basic infrastructure investment to this level. Within the local government structure, the chairman of the province-level People's Committee, depending on certain conditions, could now give the district-level People's Committee the authority to determine investment projects within local budgets with a certain capitalization ceiling. The commune-level People's Committee is also given the authority to determine investment projects valued under a certain ceiling. Beyond the Vietnam War 143, the 2002 budget law maintains that both the Ministry of Planning and Investment and the Ministry of Finance are responsible for budgetary allocations. The former is responsible for investment budgets, while the latter is responsible for current expenditures. The 2002 budget law decentralized the budgetary process to some extent. Provinces now receive block grants and provincial people's councils have the power to allocate resources and decide how much of the money is to be transferred to the districts. Provincial people's committees can set some norms to be followed by districts and communes. Only a few requirements are imposed on local governments. Townships and cities that are part of a province are responsible for the construction of public schools, lighting, water supply, sewage, urban traffic, and other public infrastructure. Local governments are mandated to spend a certain amount on education and training in line with state budget expenditures in these same areas. The central government still retains the authority to introduce new taxes and regulate use fees. Provinces can borrow, but only in domestic markets. Resources raised with a loan can be used only to finance capital expenditures, and only for projects which are approved by a People's Council. A province's stock of outstanding debt cannot exceed 30% of its annual budget. This limit does not include contingent liabilities associated with the debts of provincially owned state enterprises. Point 12 Recruitment and training continues to be centralized. The Ministry of Home Affairs determines the civil servant staff size in public administration units at national and local levels, while provinces and municipalities are allowed to determine the size of the professional staff working in service delivery sectors, such as education and healthcare. The Ministry of Home Affairs has allocated to the ministries, and province-level people's committees, the responsibility for recruiting public officials and civil servants. The Department of Home Affairs oversees the recruitment of administrative staff while decentralizing the recruitment of workers in public service delivery agencies, like education and health, to provincial departments, districts, and towns. All recruitment follows regulations stipulated by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Training and retraining have also been decentralized. A small-scale survey of organizational structuring provides an overall picture of the configuration of the executive state. Financial decentralization under the budget law of 2002 was strictly followed. A high percentage of respondents confirmed that their provinces promoted financial self-management rights and decentralized budget estimations and execution. Decentralization of investment decisions and management among local administrative levels was less common. Only 69%, or around two-thirds, of the respondents answered that the province had decentralized investment construction to districts and communes. This implies that decision-making and resources were still concentrated at provincial levels in this area. Decentralization in the area of 144 personnel management was comparatively more limited in scope than financial decentralization. Only 69% of the respondents confirmed any decentralization of staff recruitment for service delivery units, while only 50% confirmed decentralization of recruitment for local government officials. Point 13. From an organizational perspective, Doi has brought about a considerable change in commune-level administration. During the central planning period, the commune's authority was weak. Most economic and administrative functions were in the hands of the production cooperative. Between 2004 and the present, public administration reform guidelines have institutionalized commune-level administrations as well as a system of public officials. The restructuring of commune-level management also clarified the status of units below the commune level. The hamlet unit in rural areas and the residential unit in urban areas are not an administrative level but a self-managed unit of the local community. This is the level where the principle of direct democracy applies. Administratively, this level is under the management of the commune. Doi still allows the central and provincial government to have a firm hold at the grassroots level. State role in business and service delivery management. Administrative strengthening was also linked with the separation of economic management and service delivery functions from state administrative tasks. Under central planning, the state had been the provider of public goods and was the investor and manager in production and business. It managed state-owned enterprises in three respects: defining their tasks, ensuring their financial resources, and managing their personnel. Doi called for a change in the state's role through a reduction of economic management and public service functions. The separation of economic management from state management required a rethinking of the concept and practice of mp4 to determine how to use state capital efficiently and how to reform state enterprises through privatization and corporation. The Law on Enterprises of 2005 stipulated that the state would exercise ownership rights over capital only in its capacity as investor. In practice, the concept of mp4 changed slowly. In 2005, the State Corporation for Investment Capital was set up to serve as the representative of state capital in state-owned enterprises. Nonetheless, the SCIC managed only a small percentage of state capital. Major state corporations continued to be placed under ministries. A number of measures were put forth for the separation of public services from state management. There were moves to apply varying financial mechanisms to state-run public service delivery units. 1. Legal. Beyond the Vietnam War, 145 framework of decentralization granted public service delivery units autonomy in deciding their own functions, salaries, staff, and organization. The law on cadres and civil servants passed by the National Assembly in 2008 separated public service delivery professionals from civil servants. Those excluded from the category of civil servant were professionals working in education, healthcare, research, information technology, culture, arts, and sports. Those working in public service units were considered civil servants if they were recruited and appointed to leadership positions. Finally, the Vietnamese government advocated the socialization of services, allowing the private and civil society sectors to take part in the provision of services as well as cover service expenses. Effectiveness of these measures varied from sector to sector. Point 14. Overall, the Doi Moi process has redefined the role of the Vietnamese state in the economy. It has differentiated the notion of state ownership and the role of state economic management. There have also been moves to redefine the responsibilities of the state and society regarding public service delivery. These changes signify a major departure from the former system of central planning where ownership and management were one and where public services were fully subsidized. Political and economic power of the Doi Moi state. The process of Doi Moi has created a relatively strong executive apparatus compared to its predecessor under central planning. This apparatus continues to control lawmaking and policy-making processes while delegating small-scale decision-making and a substantial amount of management work to the provincial level. At the subnational level, power is concentrated mainly in the province and municipality. The province is responsible for planning and budgeting and, to some degree, controlling local level recruitment. A hierarchy was set up and the emphasis on the rule of law under the rubric of institutional reform has effected a gradual standardization of local government operations. Overall, the executive has continued to be involved in economic management, albeit to a reduced degree. Ministries, sectors, and localities formulated various types of national, local, and sector plans. The executive's connections with the state sector and its enterprises involved in the planning process unavoidably created policies in favor of the state sector. A close relationship between owning units and state-owned enterprises fostered discrimination against both the private sector and other state-owned sectors. Additionally, this connection generated financial mismanagement risks in various forms. Under Doi Moi, the executive switched its management method from command over the whole economy to applying bureaucratic mechanisms to the state-owned enterprises. It switched the form of subsidy from subsidy in kind to financial support. Within this 146 context, the practice of asking and giving was consolidated in the state sector. XINCHO ranged from land management and capital investment management to regular expenditures of state budget and state-owned enterprise financing. Ultimately, this connection generated inefficiency. Owning units' intervention in the management of state-owned enterprises also had a negative impact on their reform toward a self-managed and market-oriented path. Enhanced democratic space. The transformation of the government went hand in hand with the redefinition of the government-citizen relationship, namely, the reinforcement of popular participation. Participation was now channeled through elected bodies like the National Assembly and local people's councils. It was also present in various types of popular organizations. In addition, local-level participation was channeled through the framework of grassroots democracy. The expanded democratic space had the effect of promoting transparency, consultation, and intervention in governance. Owing to certain constraints, however, popular participation was not yet an effective mechanism to hold government agencies and officials accountable. Role of elected bodies. Doi Moi broadened space for elected bodies to strengthen legislation as well as perform checks and balances. To promote rule of law, as opposed to rule by party decree, the National Assembly became active in lawmaking. Increasingly, its responsibility was extended to include following up on the government's performance. The role of elected bodies at the subnational level similarly increased, although to varying degrees across the provinces. Local councils endorsed plans and budgets for local governments, ensured local legal document compliance to central documents, and conducted monitoring on plan implementation in selected sectors. Deputies met more often with voters and, through VFF facilitation, gathered citizens' opinions to assist their inquiries into local government performance. Overall, there remain certain institutional and organizational challenges. Elections at both levels continued to be non-competitive. The legislative role of elected bodies remained constrained. While the National Assembly reviewed, discussed, and passed legislation, most legal drafts were prepared by the government. At the local level, the most important legislative responsibility of local councils was to ensure the legal correctness of local documents. Both national and local elected bodies were assigned the responsibility of supervising government work. In practice, there was no legal framework that helped enforce post-monitoring work. Beyond the Vietnam War 147, there were also limitations on meet-with-voter sessions. The key challenge was that those present at these sessions tended to be representatives of voters and not the voters themselves. The percentage of voters who attended these sessions was small compared to the number of votes cast. Responses to the concerns of voters and reporting on the implementation of voter recommendations were not always effective. 15 Popular organizations emerged in Vietnam quite early. The first were mass organizations set up by the Indochinese/Vietnamese Communist Party. These mass organizations were later placed under the umbrella of the Vietnam Fatherland Front, founded in 1955. In addition to the Fatherland Front and party-affiliated mass organizations, other party-sponsored popular organizations were set up. To mobilize support from intellectuals, the Indochinese Communist Party set up in 1943 the Cultural Association for National Salvation, which was, in 1957, turned into the Vietnam Union for Literature and Arts Association. In the 1950s and 1960s, more professional associations developed for legal affairs, medicine, pharmacology, history, mathematics, mining, and economics. Reasons for the creation of these associations varied. The Association for Vietnamese Lawyers, for example, served mainly to represent the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in international forums that discussed legal issues related to Vietnam and was placed under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Vietnam Economic Association was founded as a result of the need for Vietnam to send a non-governmental economic delegation to attend an international economic conference. In 1983, 15 existing scientific and technological associations were placed under the umbrella of the Vietnam Union for Science and Technology Associations. As Doi Moi progressed in the early 1990s, the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry was set up to represent the business sector. While popular organizations functioned to represent professionals and intellectuals from wide-ranging fields, umbrella organizations functioned to connect them together while also overseeing their activities. The process of Doi Moi encouraged the expansion of political space where ideas and interests interacted, albeit with some restrictions. In addition to traditional popular organizations, other non-governmental organizations entered the scene. There also emerged frameworks for various types of organizations to participate in public governance. Forms of engagement multiplied, ranging from policy advocacy, implementation, and monitoring to the provision of service delivery and the representation of citizens' voices. The party-state socialist predilection, nonetheless, dictated the way in which the party-state viewed the position of popular organizations. The terms civil society and civil society organizations. 148 translated as Xa Hoi Dan Sn and Tuchuk Xa Hoi Dan Su, respectively, were not permitted to be used in official documents. The party-state commonly used the term citizens or society in lieu of civil society, and existing legal documents classified collectives and organizations into various types of socio-political organizations, socio-political professional organizations, associations, and non-governmental organizations. Throughout the 1990s and the first decade of the 21st century, the term civil society was at times used in conjunction with peaceful evolution, itself referring to the subversion of the regime by hostile forces. Drawing a boundary for popular organizations was an ongoing process within the larger context of governance reform. Newly emerging non-state affiliated organizations were granted a space to operate, although their role and their operational boundaries continued to evolve. Government regulations on the establishment of associations became better defined. Over the years, the role of associations changed from providing policy inputs to delivering public services. In the 1990s, both state-affiliated and non-state-sponsored organizations were active in policy debates. A legal framework issued in 2010 allowed specific associations, subsidized by the government and endorsed by the Prime Minister, to function as contact points for the mobilization of specialists and members to perform socio-economic and cultural development tasks and to serve in advisory and appraisal roles. This same document extended service provisions to include delivering vocational training, professional training, and professional licensing. Within the current one-party rule framework, popular organizations of various types were able to expand their social and, to some extent, political space. The size of the space varied from one policy area to another. Various types of popular organizations also had access to different state-society dialogue channels. Still, the existing legal framework favored traditional organizations, such as the Vietnam Fatherland Front, mass organizations, and umbrella organizations, like the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Vietnam Union for Science and Technology Associations. Most of the smaller popular organizations tended to operate through umbrella organizations. 16 Direct citizen participation. Legal documents on grassroots democracy highlighted the necessity for popular participation at the commune and hamlet level and on issues directly related to the livelihood and rights of local inhabitants. The concept of direct citizen participation was a response to popular unrest that had taken place in the late 1990s. According to the legal framework, grassroots authorities were required to publicly inform local inhabitants about decisions that would directly affect the local community. Local inhabitants beyond the Vietnam War 149 would be asked to discuss, decide upon, and participate in locally funded projects, village codes and convention writing, village population internal affairs, construction project supervisory boards built with the people's contributions, protection of production and business, maintenance of security, order, social safety, and environmental issues. Local inhabitants would be asked to comment on some of the documents before the local authorities promulgated them. Finally, local inhabitants would be involved in the direct supervision of certain government activities, judicial oversight, and some finances. The direct supervision of certain government activities included commune administration, socio-political organizations, and social and professional organizations in the communes. Local participation was also channeled through two commune-level popular units, the People's Inspectorate and the Committee for the Monitoring of Public Infrastructure Investment. The People's Inspectorate unit would ensure the compliance of the local administration to laws and policies, while the Committee for the Monitoring of Public Infrastructure Investment was set up specifically to monitor local investment projects. It had mainly focused on projects funded by the community in the past, but later expanded its work to cover all types of projects regardless of budget source. 17 A 2012 survey of provincial Vietnam Fatherland Front units, which asked about the relationship between government and citizens, observed that the degree and scope of transparency, consultation, participation, and supervision varied from one mechanism to another and among activities within each mechanism. Transparency and consultation could be considered moderate. The degree of consultation was comparatively lower than disclosure and varied across activities. The survey results also showed a moderate percentage of citizen monitoring practices. The survey results indicated that the level of interaction and exchange of government-citizen relations varied considerably both by the form of participation and within each type of participation. The level of practice for each of these activities also differed while monitoring seemed to be the weakest area in government-citizen relations. 18 Popular participation and public accountability. The opening up of democratic space under Doi Moi had crucial implications. The three forms of participation that have been discussed so far, elected bodies, non-government organizations, and direct popular participation, had the potential to support the development of public accountability under one-party rule. These entry points address different accountability dimensions and involve different sets and levels of citizen engagement. While popular participation brought about the preliminary effects of enhancing transparency and fostering dialogue channels between government agencies and citizens, it was not sufficiently systematic as an 150 effective accountability mechanism. One major problem stemmed from the overlapping nature of the party, the state, political institutions, and popular organizations. In the case of elected bodies, elected deputies were assigned the responsibility of holding government officials accountable for their performance. However, there remained a lack of clarity on to whom deputies might be accountable. Both national and local elected bodies consisted of a substantial number of deputies who were also government officials, raising questions about their duty to their superiors and their duty to voters. Party hierarchies within the government and elected body structures through the system of party committees or the presence of party cadres at the leadership level further complicated the question of accountability. The ability of popular organizations to hold the government accountable was similarly conditioned by their organizational structure and personnel. In most cases, popular organizations were not neatly separated from the state structure. Especially at the early stage of organizational development, leaders with high social standing and a well-connected relationship with the state were crucial even more than the vision, organizational mission, program, or financial credibility. Many popular organizations retained close connections with the state, while many recruited retired state officials or received state budget for state-assigned work. Within that context, the accountability of popular organizations became blurred. Performance, crisis, and ways forward. Ho Chi Minh defines socialism as the system in which people have enough to eat, are dressed warmly, and do not exploit one another. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam, in the post-Central Planning era, strives to achieve the goal of creating a rich people, strong nation, and civilized society. Does Vietnam need socialism in order to reach these goals? Or to put it differently, will socialism enable Vietnam to reach its goals? At one level, Vietnam's success in eradicating hunger and reducing poverty and economic growth during the Doi Moi era is well documented. Measured in current dollar terms, Vietnam doubled its per capita GDP of $413 in 2001 to $836 in 2007, and passed the $1,000 milestone ahead of the target date set by the Socio-Economic Development Plan of 2006 to 2010. 19. Vietnam's transition from central planning has undoubtedly contributed to the goals of socialism in crucial ways. On another level, the record of Vietnam's commitment to political reform and its plan for political renewal should be observed in light of some rather peculiar phenomena that have developed. In the 1990s, local newspapers discussed Diem Nong, or hot spots, that erupted in rural areas. The term Beyond the Vietnam War 151 referred to a phenomenon of popular resistance to the process of land grabbing or land clearing. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, there emerged corrupt economic practices and abuses of power. It is not an exaggeration to say that the state itself, with its renewed power as a result of Doi Moi, had become a large marketplace where various types of unconventional economic transaction, malpractice, and exploitation took place. It is this side of Doi Moi that casts doubt on whether Vietnam will become successful in curbing exploitation and uncivilized social practices. In the years to come, the Leninist regime in Vietnam will be faced with two political and ideological options. The first will be to follow the paths taken by other developing countries. As a late developer, Vietnam may learn from past experiences in the region and elsewhere. The second option will be to creatively adapt Marxist-Leninism to new conditions. The key question will be how to institutionalize socialist ideals in a world where socialism is no longer a competitive ideology. In the medium term, and within the rubric of one-party rule, the answers on how to institutionalize socialist ideals may be found in Vietnam's current governance reform frameworks themselves. The starting point is to rethink post-central planning socio-political alliances. It has become clear that Doi Moi has generated the unplanned effect of restructuring the political position of the socio-economic sectors and groups once considered key allies of the party state. The reform brought about a major change in the position of the Vietnamese peasants, who gained economically but were weakened politically. Decollectivization, which was enforced in 1988 and expanded rapidly in the 1990s, gave rise to the household as an economic unit outside the state, turning cooperative members into individual and independent producers. After decollectivization, the peasants lost both political and economic bargaining power as they lacked organizational support to help them advance their particular interests. Vietnam observers have also noted that during the economic reform period workers' bargaining power vis-a-vis management declined. In the past, the power of enterprise managers over workers had been constrained by the Marxist-Leninist discourse. Under the new market system, the working class has become socially fragmented. Rural-urban migration has further exacerbated the situation, as it has provided enterprise managers with a pool of first-generation workers from rural areas. From an ideological point of view, any reform policies that address the interests of these increasingly marginalized groups under Doi Moi, as opposed to the mere focus on business, will contribute to balancing growth with equality. An emphasis on women as a class alliance, a key concern of the communist movement and the socialist state, should also continue. Secondly, socialist ideals could be concretized in Vietnam's approach toward the reform of state institutions. Vietnam may continue to strengthen its public administration apparatus so that it facilitates and serves, rather. 152 than commands and controls. Given that governance challenges in Vietnam are largely a result of the merger of politics with economics, anti-corruption principles could be integrated into the overall institutional reform process. Improving the integrity of the party state will address tensions between the government and society, as well as alleviate abuses of power between government-citizen contacts. To concretize socialist ideals, Vietnam also needs to invest its efforts in the improvement of public services, especially those fundamental to the development of human potentials and social safety nets. In the era of Doi Moi, there were indications that access to education and healthcare was becoming increasingly problematic. In the 1990s, the Doi Moi state had difficulties in providing education and healthcare services owing to budget constraints. Today, Vietnam is able to achieve steadier economic growth and to allocate more funds for education and healthcare. Nonetheless, a portion of financial responsibility has been transferred to citizens cum clients under the rubric of socialization defined as society's contribution to public services. While socialization has become a standard practice within the public service system, it has had an unintended effect of damaging the principle of equal access to public services. Citizen payments, either legitimately or through informal fees to public service providers, incentivizes service providers to give those who pay better treatment. It also makes public services unaffordable to many who cannot pay. Additionally, it also undermines the functioning of the service system as a whole. Governments may turn a blind eye to problems caused by underfunding and poor allocation. To revive socialist ideals, priorities may be given to a renewal of the commitment to the provision of equal and quality education and health care. Thirdly, socialist ideals may be concretized in the development of socialist democratic space. Specifically, the legal frameworks governing elected bodies could be further improved, despite a tacit understanding that the legislative branch will continue to have a limited function under the rubric of one-party rule. Debates on the role of popular organizations so far have focused on the relationship between these organizations and the state, whether and how much state management is needed, or whether and how much autonomy these organizations should have. In the long run, the question of socialist democracy may shift to how their participation may bring about a better quality of governance. Socialist ideals may also be reflected in Vietnam's implementation of grassroots democracy. In the future, the grassroots democracy framework may be extended from focusing on limited policy areas to a broader range of issues. There will be a need for regulations, work rules, and procedures to guarantee and facilitate various forms of direct popular participation, especially popular discussion and monitoring. Finally, socialist ideals may re-emerge as Vietnam rethinks its post-central planning ideological values. The disintegration of central planning. Beyond the Vietnam War, 153 has raised the question of the cultural foundations of the new state. Prior to Doi Moi, while waging the War of National Liberation, the DRV regime had adopted a peasant-based socialist ideology whose cultural discourse focused on egalitarianism and anti-exploitation. The cultural and ideological foundation of the Doi Moi state, however, has been different. During the past 20 years, the Doi Moi state has drawn cultural capital from two key sources: the old values inherited from the socialist period, and the traditional cultural values of social connectedness and reciprocity reemerging in rural Vietnam. Values inherited from the socialist period 20 were related to the political principles of collective leadership, the idea of patronage stemming from and reinforced by the practice of owning/line ministries, and the culture of asking and giving in economic matters. Under Doi Moi, economic reform precipitated the re-emergence of traditional Vietnamese cultural practices following the collapse of the collective economy and the rise of household, family, and clan relations. With them came renewed ritualistic practices that bound individuals and groups together, such as ancestor worship, the preservation of family records, the organization of lineage rules, and individual life cycle rituals. The old and new values served as a foundation for personal and social relations that supported political patronage networks. The entrenched rule of social relations developed under Doimoy, which has had the effect of giving birth to many uncivilized or exploitative practices, does not rule out alternative political cultural values. For Vietnam, integrity in the public sector is not new. Ho Chi Minh even had a teaching regarding integrity as, Can Kim Hem Chink, Chi Kong Vio Tu. These political and cultural traits can support the development of emerging political values including the rule of law, efficiency, meritocracy, accountability, and transparency. Improving the integrity of the party state will not only address tensions between the government and society but will alleviate abuses of power in government-citizen contacts. The history of the Vietnamese socialism shows that Vietnam was pragmatic and adaptive in using Marxism and Leninism as a solution for its nation and state-building objectives. If it is successful, Vietnam will contribute to the history of Marxism-Leninism in an innovative way. Chapter 7 The Mexican Commune. Bruno Bastilles. What is the Commune, that sphinx so tantalizing to the bourgeois mind? Karl Marx. The Civil War in France. One missed encounters in Mexico. The destiny of communism. Like almost everything else after that fateful year of 1910, marking both the first centennial of the nation's independence and the onset of armed conflict, is intimately bound up with the history and theory of the Mexican Revolution. Curiously, for the most part, this intimacy has merited only one-sided treatments, with both sides following parallel tracks that only rarely meet. Even in those seldom instances when an actual crossover takes place, this happens only with the greatest difficulty and still leaves us in the end with the sense of a missed encounter. A quick comparative glance at the secondary literature immediately confronts us with a major discrepancy between, on the one hand, those authors who study the history of communism in Mexico, connected to the origins of the Partido Comunista Mexicano, and, on the other, those who study the history and ideology of the Mexican Revolution, mainly focused on the key figures of Emiliano Zapata and Francisco Pancho Villa, if not more conservatively on the representatives of the new bourgeois state that was to emerge victoriously out of the prolonged civil war, Venustiano Carranza, Alvaro Obregón, and Plutarco Elias Calles. The reasons for this divergence are not purely chronological, the PCM having been founded late in 1919, when the process of the Mexican Revolution had already begun to wind down with the military defeat of both Zapata's Liberation Army of the South and Villa's Northern Division. 162 When the PCM was officially brought into existence in November of 1919, Zapata was already dead, having been murdered on April 10 of that same year in the Chinameca Hacienda in Morelos, and Villa, after suffering crushing military defeats at the hands of Obregón's constitutionalist forces, had retreated to the state of Chihuahua, from where he launched a series of desperate and bloody guerrilla attacks until finally laying down arms on June 26, 1920. By the end of 1919, in other words, the window of opportunity had already passed for what could have been a truly historic encounter of the revolution with the ideas and dreams that inspired the small membership of the newly formed PCM. Aside from the temporal lag, however, there are also deeper ideological causes for the missed encounter, which otherwise need not have been inevitable, insofar as much of the groundwork already would seem to have been laid for a Mexican-styled communism many years prior to the official foundation of the PCM, prior, even, to the beginning of the Mexican Revolution. Before the onset of armed conflict, between 1860 and 1910, Mexico indeed had already witnessed the rise of various forms of socialism, whether utopian or humanist, libertarian, or anarcho-syndicalist, reaching a peak in the 1870s with the emergence of the workers' organizations La Social and the Gran Circulo Obrero, as well as the periodical El Socialista, where in 1884 the Spanish translation of the Communist Manifesto was to be published. A wide variety of ideological influences left their imprint on this first broad movement towards socialism in Mexico. Suffice it to recall the words of Julio López Chávez, the leader of a peasant rebellion in Chillao, in Mexico State, that was to be viciously repressed by the regime of General Porfirio Díaz. "We are scorned as liberals, branded as socialists and condemned as human beings," López Chávez proclaimed on April 20, 1869 in his manifesto to all the poor and oppressed of Mexico and the world. He continued, "We must look beyond the present and raise our hearts around the sacred banner of the socialist revolution, the banner which proclaims from the heights of the Republic, abolish government and exploitation." 2. Similar statements proliferated in the 1870s both in the provinces and in the capital of Mexico City, until the 1880s and 1890s, when under the thin veneer of the so-called Pax Porfiriana the country would see a fierce consolidation of capitalist development, accompanied as always by new rounds of state-led repression against all signs of popular unrest. Furthermore, in the first decade of the 20th century, Ricardo Flores Magón had also instigated a liberal anarchistic form of socialism from the pages of his periodical Regeneration, published from exile on the other side of the U.S.-Mexico border. After having founded the Mexican Liberal Party in 1906, originally meant to ignite a left-wing return to the liberal constitution of 1857, Flores Magón, too, would hedge 163 closer to an insurrectionary form of socialism as the contradictions over capital, labor, and land intensified to the point of an antagonistic explosion. With the end of the Porfiriato now coming in sight, even a left-wing radicalization of the 19th century ideas of liberal reform would no longer suffice. Instead, uprisings such as the POM-inspired strikes in Cananea and Rio Blanco in June 1906 and January 1907, respectively, seemed to herald a greater movement towards socialism as a possible outcome of the overthrow of Porfirio Diaz. As Adolfo Gili writes in his Marxist History of the Mexican Revolution, first published in Spanish in 1971 with the title La Revolución Interrumpida, the period of bourgeois peace, opened by the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871, was drawing to a close. It would not be long before the Diaz regime, which had sprung up and matured in the years between the Paris Commune and the Russian Revolution of 1905, began to feel the shockwaves. 3. Henceforth, though, it would still be a long road filled with obstacles toward anything resembling a socialist political agenda or action plan, with the risks of liberal bourgeois recuperation by the state constantly impinging upon the slightest expression of peasant proletarian autonomy. In A Los Proletaires, published in September 1910 in Regeneration, Flores Magón thus warned his readers, "So then, if you revolt with the purpose of overthrowing the despotism of Porfirio Diaz, something which you will undoubtedly achieve, as that triumph is certain, if things go well for you after that victory you'll get a government that will put in effect the Constitution of 1857, and with that you'll have obtained, at least in writing, your political liberty. But in practice you'll be slaves every bit as much as you are today, and like today you'll have only one right, that of being worked to death." 4. Combined with the lessons learned from the experiments of Mexico's early socialism in the second half of the 19th century, Flores Magón's role as an ideological instigator during the years leading up to the revolution suggest that, long before the official founding of the PCM, the stage was set for an explosive encounter between the ideas of socialism and communism spreading from Europe to the New World, and the armed revolutionary struggles of the Mexican poor peasantry and the urban working class. Some people even spoke of the Mexican Revolution as the first Bolshevik revolution in the world, and referred to its leaders, whether pejoratively or not, as red or socialistic ideologues. Lenin's famous words, speaking in 1907 about Marx's admiring analysis of the Paris Commune, promised to become a reality in the land of Zapata. The pedants of Marxism believe this is all ethical nonsense. 164. Romanticism, an absence of realism. No, gentlemen, this is a union of theory and practice of the class struggle. 5. In actual fact, no such longed-for union or fusion between communist or socialist theory and revolutionary practice ever happened in Mexico. And just as Lenin showed very little to no interest in the possibility that the Mexican Revolution could play an exemplary role for Bolshevism, so too did Villa and Zapata, in favorite and often rehashed anecdotes, prefer to mock the bookish ideas of socialism and communism spread by some of the autodidact peasant generals or petty bourgeois intellectuals who had crossed lines to strengthen the cause of the revolutionaries. I have read the books you gave me with great attention, and I've listened with great interest to your explanation of communism, Zapata replied to his then secretary, Serafin M. Robles, in one such anecdote. These ideas seem fine and human to me, but I must tell you that it's not our job to carry them into practice. That will be up to future generations, and who knows how many years will be required for them to take root. 6. Later, in the post-revolutionary period, the vague use of the epithets Red and Bolshevik, whether as insults or as titles of honor pragmatically accepted by the bourgeois government's newly anointed leaders such as Obregon or Calles, only highlighted the absence of a genuinely autonomous socialist or communist program within the so-called revolutionary camp. Worse, the false analogy between the Mexican and the Russian revolutions also enabled the consolidation of a top-down authoritarian link between the bourgeois state and the masses that had effectively taken the stage during the decade-long armed conflict. 7 Given the mostly divergent paths of communist ideology and revolutionary struggle in early 20th century Mexico, it should not come as a surprise to find also a strict division of labor in the treatment of this important segment of the National Archive among historians. Thus, as I suggested, histories of the communist cause in Mexico are centered almost exclusively on the official narrative of the PCM, including such favorite topics as its origins and early years, the impact of the Communist International on its policies, nefarious in their ongoing calls to support the so-called progressive sectors of the national bourgeoisie, the rise of various Trotskyist, Spartacist, Maoist, and Guevarist parties, groups, or leagues as alternatives to the dogmatic sclerosis of the PCM, the fate of the Mexican New Left in the wake of the student popular movement of 1968, ending in the massacre of Tlatelolco on October 2, and, finally, the impact in Mexico of perestroika, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the collapse of really existing socialism. 8. Most of these studies measure the strengths and weaknesses of communism in Mexico by the standards of the Soviet experience, at best supplemented with the theoretical acumen of Western Marxists, the intellectual contributions of exiles from the Spanish Republic, the unique experience of the Cuban Revolution. 165 The failed hopes of Eurocommunism, and the slow campaign of de-Stalinization. By contrast, the far more numerous histories of the Mexican Revolution tend to place the emphasis on the unique ideological formations that, aside from Magonism, accompanied the armed conflict between 1910 and 1920, principally in the guise of Zapatism, as Pancho Villa never developed an ideological profile of matching depth, and on the bourgeois state's systematic appropriation and ideological mediation of the original revolutionary ideas, such as the agrarian reform proposed in the 1911 Ayala Plan. 9 Any socialist potential contained in such plans, in effect, was curtailed and swallowed up in the gradual process of the revolution-made government, especially after 1927 under President Calles, with the formation of a single-party regime headed by the Institutional Revolutionary Party, which would reign uninterrupted until 2000. Anarchism and socialism. The deeper reasons for the missed encounter behind the Mexican Revolution are best understood in terms of an unresolved conflict between communism and anarchism, or as a result of the ongoing tensions between so-called authoritarian and anti-authoritarian forms of socialism. The dominant ideological trends in the first stages of the struggle for socialism in Mexico always tended to be more anarchist libertarian than socialist or communist in an orthodox sense. This is certainly the case with socialist experiments in the latter half of the 19th century. The dominant ideological strands informing Mexican worker activities in the 40 years before the 1910 revolution were various versions of anarchism, libertarianism, and radical liberalism. 10. But the same is still true for the period in the first decades of the 20th century. Anarchist and libertarian precepts still dominated the most radical sector of a working class that was still only partially organized and in which liberalism and mutualism were still significant influences. 11. Not until later, under the Comintern, would we begin to see a strong presence of communist intellectual debate and political argument in Mexico. And yet, there is a twofold problem with many of these interpretations of the influences of socialism and anarchism upon the revolutionary process in Mexico. On one hand, Such interpretations tend to judge the situation from the point of view of the direct knowledge or influence of ideas reaching the country from abroad, whether from Soviet Russia or from Western Europe. This holds for socialism and for communism, which are then frequently equated with their definitions in the writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, or Trotsky. The same goes for anarchism, which is typically studied in terms of the influence of ideas from Proudhon, Bakunin, or Kropotkin. In both cases, influence is 166 supposed to be one-directional, from center to periphery, and tied to easily identifiable texts and traditions. On the other hand, the ideological and political traditions in question, ready to be imported from abroad, often tend to be described as becoming confused or overly eclectic in Mexico, but only because their corresponding sources are usually presumed to have reached a principled maturity in Europe. In reality, it may well be that the question of anarchism and socialism in Mexico cannot be addressed unless we abandon the one-sidedness of the approach that tackles this question merely in terms of influences. Not only should we consider the possibility of unique combinations of anarcho-syndicalism, socialism, agrarian communism, and indigenous communalism in the case of Mexico, conversely, we should consider that what appears to be an eclectic or insufficiently scientific development in the periphery, in hindsight, may shed new light on the process of ideology formation in the center as well. A closer study of the coming into being of proletarian class consciousness in 19th century Europe, instead of being the straightforward expression of socio-economic factors, shows that Fourierist, Saint-Simonian, or Marxian socialisms and communisms in the plural were likewise the result of multiple uneven developments. In Mexico, the communist intellectual José Revueltas had already warned against some of the most tempting misconceptions in the study of the theory and ideology of the Mexican Revolution. In his manifesto Like Ensayo sobre un proletariado sin cabeza, Revueltas mentions two mirroring forms of interpretive extremism. There is not only the tendency of affixing a limited set of pre-established labels to the recalcitrant realities of Mexico, but also the opposite tendency, which, in an effort to correct the inevitable misgivings of the first, ends up promoting an enthusiasm for local singularity that is no less blinding than the dogmatism of imported universality. This over-singularization of the local furthermore explains why it is not just the intellectuals and ideologues behind Zapata or Villa, but also the new national bourgeoisie who have a knack for affirming the existence of some kind of immanent ideology, born from within the revolution itself and elaborated, not in theoretical thought but from the end of a rifle, by the drama's own protagonists and without the need for the latter to subject themselves to a libretto that would have been written beforehand. 12. Finally, in contrast to the historical inexistence of a genuine communist party as the much-needed head of the proletariat, the specter of anarchism is frequently invoked in this context either to describe the general libertarian and anti-authoritarian impulse behind autochthonous ideologies such as Zapatism and Magonism, or else to serve as a name for the limited outcome of insurrectionary armed struggle, incapable of embracing a wider 167 socialist political platform geared toward the takeover of state power in Mexico. Even Gilly searches for the socialist potential in the decade-long conflict on the basis of an explanatory scheme that, for all its detail and specificity, cannot shed the impression of being imposed from the outside. The Marxist lens, in particular, forces him to focus on the presence or absence of alliances between the peasantry and the industrial working class. Only the latter, according to an interpretation handed down from Marx all the way to Trotsky, could have given the uprising a broader political character on a nationwide scale. The strategic assumption behind this interpretation holds that without proletarian leadership the peasants overwhelmingly tend to limit their goals to the question of ownership of the land, which by definition remains local. From this point of view, even the radicalization of agrarian reform would prove to be insufficient. The Ayala Plan did not, then, answer the crucial question of state power. Taken as a whole, it encapsulated the contradiction between peasant ideology and the revolutionary action of the armed peasantry. 13. Along the same path, Gilly returns time and again to the tensions and contradictions between peasants and proletarians as the key to understand the socialist promise of the Mexican Revolution and its eventual failure. Ultimately, in the absence of an enduring alliance between the struggles of the industrial proletariat and the regional initiatives of Zapata or Villa, the latter tended to drown in their own particularism and, except for the long-term goal of agrarian reform to be taken up 2 decades later under Lázaro Cárdenas, produced little more than short-lived outbursts of anarchic violence, emblematized with special force in the series of guerrilla attacks against the constitutionalists in both Zapata's home state of Morelos and Villa's Chihuahua. For any real answer had to rise above a local or particularist level to take up the national question of the state. The decisive factor, in the end, was not revolutionary land seizures, but control of the centralized state power, concludes Gilly. The exercise of power demands a program. The application of a program requires a policy. A policy means a party. The peasants did not have, could not have had, any of these things. 14. We see that from a Marxist-informed perspective, too, the question of communism in Mexico can be couched in terms of an unresolved conflict between socialism and anarchism. This conflict, in turn, can be understood in several ways. In terms of temporal and historical character, only socialism is here seen as capable of inspiring a long-term agenda for the class struggle, whereas anarchism is said to be limited to punctual flares of insurrectionary violence. In terms of spatial or geographical distribution, socialism would have a national, if not also international, orientation, whereas the anarchic struggles remain local and site-specific. 168. Finally, at the level of organizational forms of appearance, anarchism is accused of favoring spontaneous uprisings and attacks as part of its ideology of direct action, to which only a socialist class consciousness, aimed at state power, is said to lend the necessary organization of an enduring political movement. The political LORM at last discovered, however, there is one political form in which anarchists and socialists even in Mexico seem to be able to find a common ground, the form of the Commune. Not only historically did the Paris Commune bring together Proudhonists, Blanquists, and Bakuinists with Marx's followers in the International Workingmen's Association, but later too the political form of the Commune has remained sufficiently open to attract anarchists, socialists, and communists, both utopian and scientific, libertarian and Marxist-Leninist. This expansiveness was remarked on from the very beginning, in Marx's own analysis of the Paris Commune. The multiplicity of interpretations to which the Commune has been subjected, and the multiplicity of interests which construed it in their favor, show that it was a thoroughly expansive political form, Marx wrote in the Civil War in France. And, volunteering himself to solve the enigma of the meaning of the Commune, he famously added, its true secret was this. It was essentially a working-class government, the produce of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 15. Only afterward do we see the famous split become pronounced between the followers of Marx and Bakunin, but still without ever breaking the feverish enthusiasm of both orientations for the experiment's expansive political form. Anarchists and socialists found themselves standing shoulder to shoulder on the barricades for a little over 2 months during the Paris Commune. No doubt this was a shaky ground to stand on, less a foundation than a barricade literally or figuratively made up of cobblestones and sandbags. Nonetheless, it was also a common ground and a temporary zone of indistinction between socialism and anarchism, under the shared watchword of the Commune. In Mexico, too, we could write a secret history of the last century and a half in the name of an underground current of mass mobilizations around the notion of the Commune. The Mexican Commune would be the general name for this other history, a people's history that is not secret so much as it has been actively silenced, being only intermittently allowed to rise to the surface of our official histories. As one collective recently put it, from the other side of the Atlantic, the real history of the Commune is the history of the masses themselves, struggling for fundamentally different conditions of existence, and not primarily the history of its leadership. Scene. 169. In this light the history of the Commune has still to be written. 16. What follows in the next pages, then, are merely a few episodes from this other history, still to be written or no sooner written than silenced and forgotten, in the case of Mexico. From Paris to Mexico, 1871 to 77. Unless we were to reach further back for the primitive communism that even Marx late in his life began studying in the context of communal land ownership in Germany, Russia, and pre-Hispanic America, any history of the Mexican Commune has to begin with the reception of the original Paris Commune of 1871 in the land of Porfirio Diaz. 17. In fact, as early June 28, 1874, a journal began to appear in Mexico City precisely under the title La Comuna, lasting for 20 issues. Until September 20, 1874. Its first issue contains a fiery speech that an old unnamed communard had pronounced during a public celebration in honor of the journal's founding: as long as there is a man or a woman alive, the commune will continue to exist, because great principles are immortal and, without exotic aid, they manage to push their way through, put an end to the lies and shine forth like a sun of eternal truth. The commune is alive in France as in Mexico, in the United States as in Germany, in China as in Arabia, but we must come together as people of goodwill to work for the consolidation of our principles, to give rise to a new Kosciuszko for the emancipation of Poland, a Kossuth for the freedom of Hungary, a Garibaldi for Italy, a Bakunin for the world, a great man for every ideal, to wipe out the borders between peoples, to demolish the thrones and the governments, to exchange the sentences of hatred for peaceful kisses, to replace the torch with a beacon of our own, so as to substitute the thundering of the cannons with a grandiose and eternal hymn for having obtained a single nation, the world, a single religion, work, a single God, freedom. 18. From September 24, 1874, onward, La Comuna changed its name to La Comuna Mexicana, lasting for another 28 issues, until January 24, 1875. Henceforth, one of the journal's explicit goals was to insist on the fact that it would never be possible to put the idea of socialism into actual practice without an expansion from Europe to America. Thus, in a call to arms on November 16, 1874, we read that as long as all the powers of the International reside in Europe, the emancipation of workers will not be put into practice, for America ends up being excluded from the positive workshops of socialism, and the persecutions that are the work of the monarchies curtail the development that the International 170 may know in Republican countries. 19. Corresponding to this contrast between the despotic effects of centuries of monarchical rule in Europe and the new liberties afforded by the recently established republics in Latin America, the style of political organization would also have to change as part of the internationalization of the idea of the commune. We should note that Marx himself had predicted the dissemination of the commune. Not only did he insist on the fact that the 1871 Paris Commune opposed the narrow chauvinism of the Second Empire, for example, by appointing foreigners among its top-ranking officials or by destroying a symbol of imperialism in the Vendôme column. He also indicated the promise that one day the rest of the world would adopt and develop the model of the commune. Paris, brief though its experience had been, was to serve as a model for the rest of France. In a rough sketch of national organization which the Commune had no time to develop, it states clearly that the Commune was to be the political form of even the smallest country hamlet. 20. And France, in turn, was to serve as a model showing the world how to enable the self-emancipation of labor by restoring the legitimate functions of authority and government, which hitherto lived off the people like a parasitical excrescence, to the responsible agents of society. Marx thus anticipated the possible spread of the commune as the political form at last discovered for the worldwide emancipation of all producers from the yoke of the exploiters. He even went so far as to envisage the possibility that, had it been given the chance, the commune would have become the watchword of the revolution in America as much as in France. Instead of sending the hackneyed old intriguer a-begging at all courts of Europe, it would have electrified the producing masses in the Old and the New World. 21. Aside from its geographical expansiveness, The Paris Commune also presented Marx with challenges of a temporal and historical nature, referring both to the timing of the events and to their place in the larger history of political forms of struggle against capital. It is generally the fate of completely new historical creations to be mistaken for the counterpart of older and even defunct forms of social life, to which they may bear a certain likeness, Marx admitted. Thus, the new commune, which breaks the modern state power, has been mistaken for a reproduction of the medieval communes, which first preceded, and afterwards became the substratum of, that very state power. 22. Contrary to the historical mode of analysis that he deployed with great sarcasm in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, however, in the Civil War in France Marx insists not so much on the farcical effects of repetition and disguise as much as on the absolute novelty of the Paris Commune. Yet, insofar as the Paris Commune was only a brief sketch that lasted for just 72 days, the self-emancipation of the exploited would have to wait for other examples in distant regions to revitalize its promise. In 171 Russia, for example, Lenin famously danced in the snow when power was held in Moscow in 1917 for one day longer than had been the case in Paris in 1871. Thus, Lenin's Bolshevik Party is certainly the active bearer of an assessment of the failures of the Paris Commune, Alain Badiou writes in Theory of the Subject. It is the rupture of October that periodizes the Paris Commune, turning a page in the history of the world. 23. In addition to the debates over its geographical expansion and temporal duration, we thus acquire a useful principle for the historical periodization of the form of the commune. This periodization operates across different regions by way of the interplay between a past of haunting failures and a future of promising resurrections. No longer just an enigmatic sphinx, tantalizing to the bourgeois mind, the Paris Commune comes to resemble a mythical phoenix, capable of rising time and again from its own ashes. In Mexico we can perceive this logic of periodization as early as in August 1877, in a text called La Comuna Americana, written by the Greek libertarian socialist Plotino Rodocanati for the journal El Combate. The commune has exploded in America, Rodocanati proclaims, referring in the first place to recent events in the United States. A simple strike by the railroad workers has been the germ that has led to the commune in Erie. The greatest fires always begin with a spark that, seemingly by chance, drops like a combustible or penetrates into the arsenal of gunpowder, the explosion of which wreaks terrible havoc. 24. Following this logic of periodization, one day there undoubtedly would also emerge a commune in Mexico. Thus, we believe that according to the infallible law of analogy, the commune which has been extinguished in Paris, at least in appearance, after germinating throughout Europe and transmigrating to the United States of America, will not fail to visit us in a short while, like a migrating bird hovering above the corrupt villages, to purify them and to devour the tyrants that infest them, just like the fateful vulture lands on the hut of the sick person, attracted by the putrefaction, singing the hymn of death. 25. If we follow Adolfo Gilli's analysis in La Revolution Interrumpida, we can say in hindsight that it will take an interval of almost 40 years for this idea of a Mexican commune to become realized in the land of Zapata. Indeed, even though he takes most of his information about the episode in question from John Womack's authoritative study Zapata and the Mexican Revolution, first published in 1969, the Argentine-Mexican historian gave the name of the commune to the radical experiment in agrarian reform and self-government that the Zapatists sustained for a whole year in the towns and villages around Cuernavaca in southern Mexico. 172 Morelos, 1914-15. Focusing on this episode also means dramatically shifting the location of the peak of the Mexican Revolution. Gilly rejects the official story, supported by decades of single-party rule under the PRI, which places the culmination at the signing of the Constitution in February 1917. The peak will not be the ratification of the 1917 Constitution, as it is for the institutional, state-centered optic of official histories, but the point when the strength and mobilization of the armed peasant masses culminated in the occupation of Mexico City. It will be the victory of December 1914. 26. The culminating moment of the revolutionary process would come with Zapata's and Villa's momentous first meeting on December 4 just south of Mexico City, and their triumphant joint entrance 2 days later into the nation's capital, a victory lap captured for eternity in a deservedly famous photograph depicting the peasant leaders inside the National Palace with Villa jokingly occupying the presidential seat while to his left Zapata cannot hide his profound discomfort at doing the same. For all its revisionist force in taking attention away from February 1917, though, such a view still confirms an understanding of politics based on national sovereignty and the centralization of state power. Everything appears to be at stake and up for grabs within the temporal frame of the interregnum, Gareth Williams observes in the Mexican exception with reference to the power vacuum in December 1914. But sovereign power appears to be almost preordained in its ability to structure and define the grounds of political action, as ciphered in the tensions between the attitudes of the two peasant leaders toward the presidential chair, to be occupied or not. Villa's was a decision for the continuity of the sovereign imperium. Zapata's was a gesture for the freedom of all 27. Even within the pages of Gillies' History of the Mexican Revolution we can locate a more radical displacement away from the official story if we accept that the true peak of the Mexican Revolution happens just afterward and outside of Mexico City during the Morelos Commune. This also implies that we flee the heavy focus on the state, on sovereignty, and on centralized power. After all, just as we can find a gesture of freedom in Zapata's mythical exclamation in front of the presidential chair, "We should burn the chair to end ambitions," so too we should recall that Villa's dream, as evoked in John Reed's Insurgent Mexico, was not for him one day to become president but rather to retreat from the central power of the state altogether. Villa is quoted as saying, "My ambition is to live my life in one of those military colonies among my compaheroes whom I love, who have suffered so long and so deeply with me. I think I would like the government to establish a leather factory there where we could make good saddles and bridles, because I know how to do that, and the rest of the time I would 173 like to work on my little farm, raising cattle and corn. It would be fine, I think, to help make Mexico a happy place." 28. Upon bidding farewell to Villa's Northern Division when both armies left Mexico City on December 9, 1914, Zapata and his troops did not just retreat from the nation's capital in order to tend to business as usual on their farms in the state of Morelos. The situation was actually far more complex, for what the armed peasants of the Liberation Army of the South returned to in their home territory constituted an ongoing experiment in self-government, combining military and administrative control of the villages with the radical agrarian reform inaugurated by Zapata's Secretary of Agriculture Manuel Palafox. In their home territory, the Zapatists created an egalitarian society with communal roots, and they maintained it until they finally lost power. 29. To be sure, in telling the story of the Morelos Commune, Gilly hesitates somewhat between re-invoking the heroic memory of the Paris Commune and heightening the novelty of the Zapatist experiment. Adopting the fiery motif of extinction and resurrection, he at times suggests a direct influence of 1871 Paris. The fire the Commune lit in Mexico continued to smolder beneath the surface, covered but not extinguished by defeat and the Pax Porfiriana. Thus Octavio John, a veteran of the Paris Commune, later took part in the Mexican Revolution. Indeed, everyone who had kept alive the memory of the Commune would join the revolution in its early stages. 30. At other times, by contrast, Gilly privileges the idea of the Morelos Commune as a truly unprecedented event. Yet, even in such instances, he follows the Mexican revolutionary leaders in drawing parallels with other experiences in world history. The Paris Commune, which had taken nationalization measures, armed the people, and introduced citizens' government, was a remote and fleeting episode. Its world echo did, to be sure, reach Mexico. Yet there is no evidence that it had more than a faint impact on Zapata, not to mention the peasants of Morelos. Perhaps some history of the Commune had figured in the reading of Palafox or other Zapatist intellectuals. But their rhetoric, even the choice of the name convention, harked back more to the Great French Revolution. 31 In the context of 20th century political experiences, finally, it is not the storming of the Winter Palace so much as what subsequently would come to be known as the Council Communism of the Soviets that serves as a possible point of reference for understanding the Morelos Commune, basing themselves on old traditions and the practice of collectively discussing 174 community problems. The Zapatists created forms of organization and government not unlike the Soviets. The Russian Revolution was then reviving on the other side of the world. 32. Even if, from a Eurocentric point of view, it may well be the rupture of the Russian Revolution that periodizes the Paris Commune, from the point of view of the Zapatists in Morelos this is not because of the takeover of centralized state power so much as thanks to the potential for local self-rule and autonomy. What makes the Morelos Commune all the more attractive to the Trotskyist in Gili is the promise of its momentarily having solved a familiar problem regarding the class composition of the revolutionary subject. From Marx we learn that only a proletarian basis could provide the leadership needed during the revolutionary process. It was only the Ivorking class that could formulate by the word commune and initiate by the fighting Commune of Paris this new aspiration, he had posited in the Civil War in France. Only the proletarians, fired by a new social task to accomplish by them for all society, to do away with all classes and class rule, were the men to break the instrument of that class rule, the state, the centralized and organized governmental power usurping to be the master instead of the servant of society. 33. Gili appears to be uncritically accepting of this orthodox point of view, insofar as he too believes that the peasantry alone could not have brought about a socialist agenda. If there had been no working class linked to the peasantry in the Zapatist region, the traditional organization would not by itself have been able to generate forms of centralizing the struggle, and, above all, would not have had a social base for the socialist ideas expressed in various measures taken by the Southern Revolution. 34. Nevertheless, this view should not pose a problem for the hypothesis about the establishment of a commune in Morelos. What sets this region apart is precisely the promise of a strong unity between the peasants, focused on agrarian reform, and the increasingly proletarianized workers of the sugar mills, attracted by the Zapatist proposal to collectivize their industry. This peasant-worker alliance enabled the most radical wing of the Zapatist army, grouped around the Ayala Plan, to give its struggle an increasingly anti-capitalist orientation. In Morelos, Gili goes on to say, this wing not only embodied the continuity of the whole revolutionary cycle, but for a whole period of time longer than the Paris Commune of 1871 or the Berlin and Hungarian communes of 1919 evolved a form of popular power that has been ignored in all the official histories. 35. Seen in this light, the peak of the Morelos Commune and thus of the Mexican Revolution as a whole comes in the guise of the Zapatist laws of October 1915, proposing both state ownership of the centers of industrial production and peasant ownership of the redistributed lands. However, as Gili also insists, the Morelos Commune in the end proved unable to extend on a nationwide scale its accomplishments between 175 October 1914 and October 1915. In that crucial 12-month, Morelos had carried out the deepest revolution in Mexican history, and yet, all the efforts of the Zapatist leadership had been unable to discover a national way forward. 36. For reasons already mentioned, the peasant followers of Zapata in the south, like those of Villa in the north, remained overly tied to the territorial control of their respective regions. Autonomy at a distance from the state, in other words, was both the principal strength and the inevitable weakness of the armed peasants. Instead of moving forward, they withdrew. And this withdrawal, in turn, allowed the new bourgeoisie to tighten its grip on the entire state apparatus, now and for several more decades to come cynically legitimate in the name of the revolution. Chiapas, 1994. Given Gili's predilection for comparing the peak of the Mexican Revolution to the Paris Commune, it may seem surprising at first that he would not return to this nomenclature and its Marxian framework in his later analysis of the 1994 uprising in Chiapas. If the culmination of the original Zapatist movement came in 1914-15 in the form of a commune in Morelos, why would the Neo-Zapatist rebellion, 80 years later, not deserve the same label? Was not this, too, a creative attempt at local self-government based on long-standing traditions of communal decision-making and consultation from below? Why, then, should we have to wait for the analysis of yet another collective on the other side of the Atlantic to announce the possibility that what started on January 1, 1994, if not already earlier, with the indigenous revolts of the 1970s and 1980s, leading up to the foundation of the Zapatista Army of National Liberation, amounted to something like a commune in Chiapas? 37 Gilly's reluctance to apply the hypothesis of the commune to his analysis of the events in Chiapas is all the more surprising insofar as he had planted the seeds for such an interpretation as part of his overarching approach to Mexican history in La Revolución Interrumpida. This book's narrative construction depends on the motif of a cyclical or intermittent return of the people's capacity for autonomous self-government, exemplified in the Morelos Commune. Not only would Mexican history never again be the same after the death of Zapata, but also new social forces in the future could rekindle the fire of the Zapatist experiment in Morelos. The southern peasants understood the full meaning of this event. The loss of their leader finally interrupted their revolution. New forces, new efforts, new struggles, and new organizational forms would be necessary to revive it in the future. Thrown back on their structures and relations of social life, on the conquests and the experience. 176 incorporated in their consciousness through 10 years of revolution, they would nevertheless stubbornly defend their material gains with all the means at their command, preparing to unite in their villages to face the difficult era ahead. At the same time, they would patiently begin to weave in everyday life the social tissue of future revolutionary stages. 38 Woven into this social fabric, we could easily perceive the guiding thread of future events that would begin to unravel decades later in Chiapas. Moreover, taking advantage of his book's English-language translation, Gilly allows himself the benefit of hindsight by retroactively inserting the Chiapas experience into his narrative about the achievements of Zapata's troops in Morelos. Feeling themselves to be the subject, and no longer the mere object of history, they stored up a wealth of experience and consciousness that altered the whole country as it is lived by its inhabitants. Gilly concludes in the new epilogue written in 2005 for the Mexican Revolution. It was impossible to ignore or depreciate this change in the eventful century that followed, up to the Zapatista Indian Armed Rebellion in Chiapas in 1994, and after 39. Despite these retroactive anticipations, the fact of the matter is that between 1971, when he completed the first Spanish edition of La Revolución Interrumpida, and 1995, when he began composing the essay published 2 years later as Chiapas, La Raison Ardiente, Gilly's work as a historian underwent a veritable paradigm shift, which I believe forbade him the continued use of the nomenclature of the commune. The idea is still to make Chiapas part of Mexico's revolutionary history, but doing so now requires at the same time a complete overhaul of the theoretical and methodological underpinnings of one style of history writing. Instead of in Marx or Trotsky, Gilly now finds his sources of inspiration in E.R. Thompson, Ranjit Guha, or James C. Scott. The result is not a change in tone. If anything, Gilly is even more enthusiastic about 1994 than he was about 1914, so much as a change in civilizational outlook or worldview. Instead of a Marxist analysis of anti-capitalist struggle, we find a subalternist critique of modernity. Instead of the study of political economy, an inquiry into the moral economy of peasant revolts, and instead of a self-proclaimed scientific investigation of objective power relations, we obtain an openly romantic valorization of subjective, cultural, and symbolic factors such as habits, gestures, beliefs, myths, and rituals that can form a community's imaginary identity. This overarching shift in focus from science to culture and from class to community seems to have voided the usefulness of the vocabulary derived from the Paris Commune. Like other referents here kenning back to the French Revolution that Gilly still gladly invoked in his reading of 177 The Mexican Revolution, it appears as if Marx's framing of the 1871 Paris Commune were too closely tied to the modem liberal enlightened tradition of Western Europe. And the same can be said of the overly Hegelian Marxian binary of civil society/state that Gilly now abandons in favor of a study of the practices of command and obedience in everyday life which constitute La Comunidad Estatal Mexicana, or Mexican State Community. 40 At its most sweeping, Gilly's analysis of the Chiapas Rebellion is an essay on the limits of modernity and the negated other of modem reason, but unlike what happens for example in the late work of Theodore W. Adorno, The Leverage. For such a critique of instrumental reason is to be found not in high art but rather in the deep historical substrate of the originary community, denied but never annihilated by modern society. This also entails a complete role reversal in our understanding of the relation between the rural and urban populations. Whereas previously no socialist agenda could emerge directly out of the primitive agrarian commune without at least some alliance with the most advanced sectors of the industrial working class, now all initiative goes directly to the agrarian community. This allows us once more to punctuate the entire history of Mexico, this time in terms of a millenarian tradition of ongoing, if also still intermittent, communal revolts. The agrarian community, with its hierarchies, its beliefs, its values, and its networks of internal relations, is the subject and author of rebellion. This has been proven empirically in rebellion after rebellion in Mexican history, from the Tzoltl Republic of 1712 and the rebellion of 1869 in Chiapas, through the revolution of Emiliano Zapata between 1911 and 1920, to the indigenous Neo-Zapatista rebellion in Chiapas from 1994 forward. 41 Only from this revised perspective can the Neo-Zapatist uprising in Chiapas be said to be el ultimo resplendor of the Mexican Revolution. I consider that the indigenous rebellion of 1994 in Chiapas, together with the civil insurgency of Cardenism in 1988, complete the cycle of the Mexican Revolution which, beginning with the revolts headed by Ricardo Flores Magón in 1907, covers almost the entire 20th century. These reapparitions would come to close the circle of the revolution interrupted in 1920 and, toward the end of this cycle, to redefine the ideas, aims and aspirations that the subaltern classes saw in it from the Magonist revolts onwards. 42 The image of the circle should not make us overlook the qualitative leap that has taken place over the course of a century-long cycle, a qualitative leap summed up in the reversal of priorities between the 178 subaltermist indigenous perspective, focused on the originary community, and the Marxist perspective, derived from the 1871 Paris Commune. Alternatively, we could say that the commune is restored to its traditional, peasant, and agrarian roots, rather than being left to depend on the extraneous input of liberal enlightened or socialist ideals coming from the metropolis and anchored in references to the centralized nation-state. Finally, there may be yet another reason why Gilly shies away from calling the Chiapas uprising a commune. This is because, by 1994, the indigenous communities that take up arms obviously already have at their disposal a historical memory and a vocabulary of their own, referring back among other events to the 1914 peak of the Mexican Revolution. Thus, even though he no longer uses the word, Gilly nonetheless sees the radical utopian potential of Zapata's Morelos Commune as having been revived in the experience of Neo-Zapatismo in Chiapas. The rebellion's right to invoke Zapatismo so many other times invoked from other quarters was based in a fact: entire Indian communities had organized an army. And they affirmed that right through many gestures, for example, since 1993 dictating a body of revolutionary laws for their territory, just as the Liberation Army of the South had done in Morelos. In a new way such gestures, tied to a reality and not to a text, address both the present and Mexican memory. 43 As part of this same memory, it would take little more than a decade for us to see the next rebirth of the old phoenix, this time resurrected in the city of Oaxaca in southern Mexico. Oaxaca, 2006. Up to this point we have seen a number of instantiations of the Mexican commune, but only as the effect of a name imposed from the outside. For Marx, though, perhaps the most important aspect of the 1871 Paris Commune was its capacity to bring itself into existence, beginning on March 18, as if based on the sheer power of its own name. The great social measure of the Commune was its own working existence. Its special measures could but betoken the tendency of a government of the people by the people. 44. More recently, Alain Badiou has given us a philosophical formalization of the same principle. What exactly is this beginning, March 18, as an object? Badiou asks in Logics of Worlds. The answer is, the appearance of worker being up until then a social symptom, the brute force of uprisings or a theoretical threat in the space of political. 179 and governmental capacity. 45. This is what makes the Paris Commune into such an exemplary site for politics. It is this initiative which will turn the object March 18, such as it is exposed in the World Paris in spring 1871 into a site. That is, it will turn it into that which exposes itself in the appearing of which it is a support. 46. In Mexico, however, this effect of self-nomination of the commune to give existence to its own being in the world of appearing did not come into play until early in the 21st century, when a section of the powerful teachers' union and then the population at large in the capital city and state of Oaxaca rose up in revolt to demand the ousting of the governor Ulysses Ruiz Ortiz. The chronology of events known as the Oaxaca Commune is fairly well established. It all started when on June 14 the annual teachers' strike and occupation of the city's Zocalo, which had been initiated in May by members of Section 22 of the National Educational Workers Union with the usual demand for higher salaries and other material benefits, was viciously repressed by the police. The outrage over the incredible brutality of this repression promptly mobilized large sectors of the population to sympathize with the teachers and, on June 17, a democratic structure for self-governance was formed, gathering over 350 organizations into the Popular Assembly of the Oaxacan Peoples. Also brought into existence was a printmaking collective, the Assembly of Revolutionary Artists of Oaxaca, whose brave founding act consisted in laying down a tappet or carpet of sand and flower petals at the feet of a heavily armed row of federal police. In the following months, the city would become the site of countless street battles, police raids, and much politicking as usual. Megamarches, the occupation of public radio and television stations, intermittent negotiations with local and federal authorities, tactical retreats into the university near the historic center, electoral gambles, popular barricades, all were answered with never-ending waves of intimidation, repression, imprisonment, torture, and even the active disappearance of individual suspects. On October 20, with Ulysses Ruiz still firmly in power, leaders of the teachers' union unilaterally called for a return to classes, while in the eyes of many the APPO, barely capable of hiding its internal fractures, abandoned the people to their own fate on the barricades or, worse, joined in on the reactionary chorus blaming hooligans for the destruction of private property and for the general disarray that was driving away much-needed tourists. However, even after this betrayal, the marches and the street fighting would continue, as would the police repression. November 25, in particular, will be remembered as one of the darkest days in Oaxaca's history, with the federal preventative police provoking a veritable massacre both on the ground and from the air, leaving several people killed and causing countless activists to flee the city. As a result, much of the APPO's remaining activity thereafter would be concentrated on 180 juridical matters, calling for the release of prisoners and denouncing the human rights abuses. 47 If the chronology of events is well known, by contrast much less clear is what meaning we should attribute to them. Many of the questions that since then have been asked with some regularity remain unanswered to this day. What exactly was taking shape on or near the barricades in Oaxaca? Was it an urban riot, a mass festival, a proto-party, a new social movement, or a general assembly of indigenous communitarian ascendancy based on the usos y costumbres that have legal authority for 412 out of 570 municipalities in the state, now combined with the horizontalism of an anti-globalization movement of movements? Similarly, as the movement has continued after 2006 well beyond the control of the APPO, with its influence extending into the long wake of the 2008 financial collapse, there emerges a much broader question, of what worldwide crisis might Oaxaca have been the anticipated symptom. 48 On July 25, 2006, in a column for the Mexican newspaper La Jornada titled La Comuna de Oaxaca, Luis Hernandez Navarro began answering some of these questions and in the process set the tone for what would soon thereafter become the prevalent name for the uprising in Oaxaca. Like Gilly in his reading of the Morelos Commune, Hernandez Navarro too tried to combine national experiences with iconic references from abroad, also preferring the precedent of the 1905 Soviets to the 1917 Bolsheviks. There are social struggles that anticipate conflicts of major importance. They sound the alarm that alerts a country to grave political problems that remain without a solution. The strikes in Cananea and Rio Blanco constitute one of the recognized antecedents of the Mexican Revolution of 1910-17. The revolt of 1905 in Russia showed the way that would be traveled, a dozen years later, by the Bolsheviks during the October Revolution. 49 This comparison sets the stage for an ambitious interpretation of the conflict in Oaxaca, the mobilization of teachers and the popular masses that since May 22 shakes Oaxaca is an expression of this kind of protests. It has laid bare the exhaustion of a certain model of command, the crisis in the existing relation between the political class and society, and the path that popular discontent may follow in the near future throughout the country as a whole. 50 What started as a fairly common act of civil disobedience, in other words, by early summer had already turned into a nascent commune in Oaxaca. 181 whose effects threatened to undermine the very foundations of clientelism and corruption on which the parasitical Mexican state apparatus was erected. The idea of an Oaxacan commune, however, has met with much skepticism, paradoxically coming from both the left and the right. Thus, to the left side of the APPO, some Trotskyists argue that the Oaxaca commune, like its illustrious Parisian precedent, lacked the party organization that alone could have given it lasting strength. After all, in Lessons of the Paris Commune, Trotsky had not minced words in talking about the fatal weakness of the working masses on a par with their heroism. The Commune shows us the heroism of the working masses, their capacity to unite into a single bloc, their talent to sacrifice themselves in the name of the future, but at the same time it shows us the incapacity of the masses to choose their path, their indecision in the leadership of the movement, their fatal penchant to come to a halt after the first successes, thus permitting the enemy to regain its breath, to re-establish its position. 51 Certain Trotskyists in Mexico adopted this analysis as their blueprint for arguing that, in the absence of a genuine proletarian party, it was perhaps tempting but still too early to speak of a commune in Oaxaca. Nothing of the kind exists in Oaxaca, at least not yet. It is music of the future that we can aspire to and for which we communists can struggle. But confusing our desires with actual reality would be fatal for the future development of revolutionary struggle in Mexico. 52. Ironically, the skeptics would soon be joined by mainstream journalists and right-wing intellectuals all too happy to conclude that, unable to lift itself up onto the national stage with a party platform ready for the electoral parliamentary game, the Oaxaca Commune was reduced to little more than a particularly bloody and destructive episode of youthful hooliganism and anarchy. Oaxaca wanted to be a revolutionary commune but ended up in a 60s kind of hippie commune, a lumpen commune, or a political zona franca of sorts dominated by anarchist tendencies, the journalist Carlos Ramirez concludes in La Comuna de Oaxaca, pleading instead for the pact of governability that he helped write. The solution, therefore, would lie in the construction of a new political system, with its institutional scaffolding and its delimitations of power, and in the definition of a new social contract with its correlated agreements on matters of principle. 53. Last but certainly not least, there are those who would like to overcome the stifling alternative, if not socialism, then pure anarchy. Among these interpreters, the most original ones look back at the Oaxaca Commune and also see in it a return, not just of the notorious Marxist category of primitive communism but rather of centuries-old traditions of 182 communalism and assemblyism, owing to the vital indigenous presence in this movement of movements. Thus, in Oaxaca, Mas allá de la insurrección, the journalist Sergio de Castro Sanchez concludes, the struggle of the peoples of Oaxaca for their land and the way of life that goes with it has taken diverse roads, but perhaps the most significant is the one that can be found in those communities ruled by Usos y Costumbres where the land has a communal character. Here we see most clearly how the territory is not only an essential element for their physical survival but also an essential base for their cultural identity, including forms of socio-political organization based on communality as a way of implementing autonomy. 54 As in Gilly's changing interpretations of Morelos and Chiapas, such a reading of the Oaxacan situation also conveys a set of lessons about the commune that are quite different from Trotsky's, including a potentially damning verdict about most forms of socialist and communist politics inspired by Marxism-Leninism. Conclusion: Lessons of the Mexican Commune. Mexico City in 1874-77, Morelos in 1914-15, Chiapas in 1994, Oaxaca in 2006. Our brief chronology of the Mexican Commune apparently contains a major gap, as the intervallic periods all of a sudden widen considerably, leaving almost 80 years without any significant experiment to speak of between the heroic episodes of Morelos and Chiapas. 55 In fact, I would argue that between the 90th anniversary of the Paris Commune in 1961, when Revueltas began to write his Ensayo sobre un proletariado sin cabeza, and its first centennial in 1971, when Gilly finished La Revolución Interrumpida, this apparent gap was filled by something like a meta-commune, that is, a collective endeavor in which historians, philosophers, sociologists, and militants alike laid the groundwork for the critical re-evaluation of Mexico's revolutionary history in light of the Commune. After the Tlatelolco massacre of October 2, 1968, in particular, President Gustavo Díaz Ordaz unwittingly seems to have had a major hand in creating the ideal space for precisely this kind of theoretical experimentation, bringing together some of the nation's foremost intellectuals with leaders of the student popular movement behind the prison walls of Lecumberri. In a long endnote in the Mexican Revolution, Gilly recalls one episode in particular from this period that seems to have provided him with a welcome stimulus to write a history of revolutionary Mexico in terms of the Commune. When I was in Lecumberri prison, I met Fernando Cortés Granados, born in 1910, who joined the Communist Party in 1930 and 183 had been arrested in 1968. One night, he told me the following story in his cell, writes Gilly, before proceeding to retell the story in the words of his fellow inmate, a story that ties together almost every thread in our genealogical tapestry of the Mexican Commune. Although I was still very young, my mother began to talk to me about revolution. In 1875, when barely 4 years old, she had seen her father hold a meeting with other craftsmen in their home, and had heard them discuss the experience of the Paris Commune. My grandfather and mother later joined Flores Magin's Liberal Party. In 1914, while they were planning a pre-revolutionary uprising in Tapachula, my grandfather and his comrades were discovered, arrested and shot. Shortly afterwards, my mother separated from my father, because he had thrown the concealed weapons into the river when he heard about my grandfather's arrest. From then on, she alone educated us children. She always used to say with pride, "I'm from the year of the Commune," having been born in 1871. In 1930, when I was already a union organizer for the Soconusco Regional Workers and Peasants Federation, she gave me some communist underground papers and suggested that I join the Communist Party. "That's the Workers and Peasants Party," she said. "It'd be a different story today if we'd had something like that during the Porfirio Diaz dictatorship. Join, and you will only leave it when you die." My mother died a communist in Jalpas, at 94 years of age. 56 With this anecdote, we have come full circle in our history of nearly 1.5 centuries of experiments with the Mexican Commune. Passed down from generation to generation, the same utopian ideal comes back again and again, mixing the foreign and the local, the old and the young, peasants and proletarians, men and women, communists and anarcho-syndicalists. And yet, by suggesting the image of a seamless continuum, The anecdote in question also risks concealing the deeper transformations and discontinuities that the commune underwent during its bumpy ride through the land of Zapata. Chiapas, in particular, marks a clear fork in the road, running along the lines of the two major inflections of the commune that we have seen taking shape in Mexico, one Marxist-Leninist and the other indigenous subaltermist. Sometimes this fork in the road is referenced in terms of the difference between communism and communalism. Other times analysts still think they can find all the references they need within the corpus of Marx's writings, albeit in very different sets of texts. The Civil War in France, for those who favor the founding model of the Paris Commune, or the ethnological notebooks and the letter and drafts to Varazé Sulich, for those who wish to understand the persistence of the agrarian commune. Finally, 184 in tandem with the lessons learned as part of this displacement from commune to commune, so to speak, more and more attention has been paid over the last decades to the pivotal role of indigenous communities and ethnic groups. And this role, in turn, seems to have coincided with and strengthened larger trends toward horizontal, non-hierarchical, and autonomous forms of self-organization in the struggle against neoliberalism. Where some see an ominous fork in the road, others may stand still and find a precarious meeting ground. When the EZLN was formed in Chiapas, for example, the organization included not only a majority of indigenous people but also a small nucleus of Maoist survivors from the urban guerrillas of the 1970s who were part of the national liberation forces that had fled to the Selva Lacandona. Two processes of abstinence are united, one centuries long, the abstinence of communities determined to persist, the other short, a decade long maybe, the abstinence of a few refugees from the 1970s. Gilly muses about this encounter in his essay on Chiapas. And again, in another formulation, here two different ways of perceiving the crisis of the state intersect, that of the experience of the communities and that of the leaders and organizers of the revolutionary left. 57. What we have seen happen time and again in our brief underground history is that throughout the 20th century both these forms of obstinacy and both these forms of crisis of the state, like the old bifurcating paths of anarchism and socialism, have been able to find a tenuous common ground in the many deaths and resurrections of the commune in Mexico. Chapter 8: Cuba after the Castros. Sandra Rain. For a variety of political and ideological reasons, the Cuban Revolution has held the attention of both the right and the left since its declared triumph in 1959. Also, and for various reasons, critique and condemnation have been leveled from both sides of the ideological spectrum. Since the official transfer of power from Fidel Castro to his longtime comrade and brother Raúl Castro, speculation about the future of Cuba runs rampant. To even begin to speculate about Cuba's future, though, requires an engagement with the foundations of revolutionary practice, which evolved from the 1959 triumph of the revolution, and also a serious examination of the significant restructuring that has marked the post-1989 environment. The Cuban Communist Party held a Congress in 2011, for the first time since 1997, which specifically addressed the need to restructure the Cuban economy in light of a global financial crisis and to address growing domestic inequalities. The Congress was the final step in a public consultation that was open to all Cubans and focused around a series of proposals. Guidelines for economic and social policy, which, once fully enacted, have the potential to rewrite Cuban society in fundamental and unalterable ways. The National Assembly adopted the slightly revised guidelines in July 2011. In order to begin to imagine the future potentially open to Cuban society, this chapter first critically examines the foundations established by the 1959 revolution with particular attention to the consolidation of power, primarily in the person of Fidel Castro. Understanding the power of both personal leadership and revolutionary institutions provides an insight into the pressures and opportunities that were afforded to Cubans in the post-1959 period. The strength of the social solidarity that 192 continues to define Cuban society is largely produced by the nationalist sentiment of the early revolutionary regime, which was closely bound to Guevara's call for the new socialist man and Fidel's construction of the nationalist project. However, as important as the foundations of the revolution are for understanding and projecting a future for Cuban society, one must also examine the significant social stresses that attended the demise of the Soviet Union and the declaration of a special period in a time of peace beginning in 1991, which forced sudden and severe austerity on the Cuban population. Such austerity did not simply manifest itself in food shortages and other material deprivations, but also forced the Cuban government to reorient its development program to industries that would garner foreign currency, particularly tourism. Cuba's abundance of beautiful beaches and lively culture make it a natural destination for sun-seekers from Canada and Europe. Not surprisingly, as with any monoculture, the reliance on tourism distorts some of the possibilities for other routes of social development and intensifies class relations that were to be overcome by the revolution. And, of course, both these historical considerations and the current period are marked by the continuing strained relationship with the United States, which has strictly enforced one of the most punitive embargoes in modern history. Studied in combination, the current pressures and strains facing Cuba and the historical commitment to national independence and social solidarity lead to several possible trajectories for radically different futures in Cuba. This chapter concludes by tracing out some of the possibilities for transformation. However, if there is one continuity in Cuban history, it is for the Cuban people to undertake surprising and unanticipated turns in their self-governance and development. One cannot simply look to other former communist states to try to anticipate what the Cuban transition will look like. Yet, suggesting that Cuba is unique does not mean that it is unimportant in understanding how states navigate entry into global neoliberal capitalism via different development paths. In the final analysis, it may be the case that the external pressures and the growing internal pressures for change will prove too powerful to resist, and that Cuba will be remade in the image of other Caribbean and Latin American countries that hold a distinct and lower place in the global hierarchy of nations even when endowed with material wealth. Still, I would be reluctant to bet against Cuba just yet. While I remain critical of the political structures that have evolved in Cuba and, although one can make a strong argument that the economic structures have always been state capitalist on the island, I cannot discount the strength of national unity and social solidarity that defines Cuban society and that has led to strong communities that view the success of one being dependent on the success of all. Ultimately, the revolutionary tradition must be read dialectically. Can Cuba rewrite the objective and subjective conditions of Cuban society such that other 193 alternatives may be possible? One may reasonably speculate that an alternative can exist, challenging the path dependency of neoliberal capitalism, opening the possibility no matter how slim that Cuba could be entering its most revolutionary phase rather than witnessing the vanquish of the revolution. Revolutionary foundations. The story of the triumph of the revolution in Cuba is well known and particularly well rehearsed among Cubans and an international left that has looked to Cuba for inspiration for more than 50 years. Likewise, there is a historical narrative that is attached to a Cuban diaspora that has largely established itself as an exiled opposition, often seeking the aid and assistance of the United States. Rather than attempting a dialogue between these histories, this chapter draws from the historical narrative those elements that can be usefully applied toward our goal of speculating about Cuba after the Castros. In other words, history here serves to establish the ground for both the 1959 revolution and the available trajectories for social transformation in the 21st century. Point 1. As Richard Gott's excellent Cuba, a Nev history so eloquently recounts, the foundations for oppositional political movements on the island have been present from the earliest days of colonial discovery. In introducing the uninitiated to Cuban history, Gott tellingly reveals, conquest, resistance, piracy, slave rebellions, freebooting invasions, and frustrated wars of independence and abortive revolutions succeeded each other with scant breathing space in between. Up until 1959, Cuban politics were decided by the gun too. The arrival of Diego de Velázquez in 1511 forever changed the internal politics of Cuba, transforming the violence and dispossession that had existed between indigenous tribes to a more globalized violence that introduced slavery as a social institution and made Cuba one of the pawns in inter-European political rivalries. Arguably, The colonial period, which lasted into the 20th century, is key not only to understanding Cuba's difficult and complex relationship with the United States, but importantly introduced the class, racial, and gendered segregations that created significant social stratification in Cuba. For the purposes of speculating about Cuba's future, it is important to recognize the role and importance of racialization in Cuba's history and to engage the class distinctions that attended such racialization. Although the 1959 revolution promised the end of racism and gendered discrimination, current-day Cuba remains a society with significant inequalities that can be traced to racial and sexual discrimination. Point 3. This being said, it must be acknowledged that the attention paid to questions of race and gender by the revolutionary leadership in the early 1960s gave the movement a progressive character that was not 194 always apparent in other left movements at the time. In fact, women's liberation was only coming into its own post-1968 in Western Europe and North America. This progressive character attracted the support and participation of women activists from outside Cuba. Margaret Randall's memoirs of the early years of the revolution beautifully recount both the hope of realizing a new society and the shortfallings of the Cuban state between 1969 and 1980. Cuba's pre-colonial history tells a story of indigenous peoples who populated the island, sometimes engaging in territorial wars. Until recently, scholarship on Cuba's indigenous populations has reproduced the narratives of dispossession and extinction through disease, suicide, and massacre. However, there is significant anthropological evidence and historical records that indicate Cuba's indigenous populations survived conquest and were incorporated in the mestizo population. There are even reports of indigenous villages surviving into the 20th century. Not insignificantly, the presence of Indian peoples and their resistance to the colonial enterprise lends Cuban history the heroic figure of Hechua, a Taino cacique who escaped Hispaniola for Cuba in 1503. Hechua's brave resistance and execution were contained in Las Casas, a short history of the destruction of the Indies. In post-1959 Cuba, Hechua's image appears as a national symbol of resistance to imperialism. From a racial perspective, the indigenous population was often viewed through the lens of mestizo populations as an argument to dispossess former black slave populations. As Gott recounts, those who promoted indigenismo, and sought to praise and promote Cuba's Indian heritage, were usually conservative racists who wanted to glorify the Indian past and downgrade the contribution of the black African element in the population. 5. And, since the indigenous were no longer present, they could not make claims to lands or other rights against Spanish settlers, imbuing the mestizo with these rights over and against the black population. Cuba's complex racial past indicates that struggles against, and contestation of, colonial practices were from the outset racialized in the Cuban context. The importation of black slaves from Africa clearly marks modern-day Cuba in terms of religious and cultural practices, particularly in the Orient region of the country. Likewise, the abolition of the slave trade and slavery caused Spanish industrialists and plantation owners to seek Chinese migrant labor between 1853 and 1874. 6. The presence of migrant labor and former slaves did render a population that could be drawn upon to oppose Spanish colonialism and to be mobilized in the independence movements, even in the case where significant white racism existed. Moreover, even in instances where black or mulatto Cubans were influential, the post-independence and post-revolution phases have not successfully answered the race question in Cuba. 195. Taken as a long and complex whole, Cuba's colonial history stretches from conquest to the so-called Republican phase, which witnessed the adoption of the humiliating Platt Amendment and several instances of direct U.S. involvement in governance and outright occupation of Cuba. In the midst of the War of Independence, Marty had warned Cubans of the power and imperial designs of the United States, which continues a complicated and fraught relationship with Cuba to the present. Politically, Cuba's colonial past and Republican period produced numerous movements, a progressive constitution in 1940, and sowed the seeds for a further revolutionary transformation in 1959. While a detailed account of this period is beyond the scope of this account, the culmination of a long history of resistance and revolt produced serious political actors, not the least of which were Fulgencio Batista and Fidel Castro. Notably, many revolutionary, liberal democratic and student-based political parties formed in the course of the early 20th century to challenge state corruption and stand for election. Perhaps somewhat ironically, the Cuban Communist Party operated legally after reaching a deal with Batista in 1939 and supported the new progressive constitution in 1940. When Batista took power through a military coup on March 10, 1952, his communist response was, at best, ambiguous. 7. The party was also not in favor of armed insurrection and would subsequently criticize the armed option advocated by Fidel Castro and the 26th of July movement. It is only a result of significant changes in the party structure and membership that allowed Fidel Castro to recast a different communist party as a revolutionary organization in the 1960s, but one that was subject to his direction and leadership. Moreover, the mere naming of a communist party as the political organ in revolutionary Cuba does not, in and of itself, prove the goals of the revolution to be communist or its underlying ideology to be socialist. A new revolutionary movement emerges. The most orthodox and well-known histories of Cuba's 1959 revolution trace the extremes of corruption that attended the Republican period and Batista's regime. But the revolution began in earnest with the attack on the Moncada military barracks in Santiago de Cuba, launched under the leadership of Fidel Castro on July 26, 1953. The attack on Moncada was for the most part an unmitigated disaster for the would-be revolutionaries, resulting in the torture and death of more than 60 of the combatants. 8. The brutality of the Batista regime was laid bare for all Cubans as images of the bloody and dismembered bodies of the insurgents were televised across the island. 9. Although he initially escaped from Moncada, Fidel was captured several days later and faced trial. Famously, Fidel mounted his own defense, reproduced later as history will absolve. 196 Me. In this speech, he not only indicted the regime for its corruption, but tied the 26th of July movement to the heroic, anti-imperialism of José Martí and made explicit fundamental matters of principle are being debated here. The right of men to be free is on trial, the very foundation of our existence as a civilized and democratic nation are in the balance. 10. Fidel used the speech to outline the 5 revolutionary laws that would have been proclaimed had the Moncada action been successful. Largely drawn from the progressive 1940 Constitution, the 5 laws proclaimed the sovereign authority of the people, proposed progressively redistributing land ownership and creating workers' cooperatives in industrial enterprises, granted sugar planters a 55% share in production, and would have confiscated all holdings of ill-gotten gains. 11. Moreover, Fidel identified the 6 core problems facing Cuba: the problem of the land, the problem of industrialization, the problem of housing, the problem of unemployment, the problem of education, and the problem of the people's health. These are 6 problems we would take immediate steps to solve along with restoration of civil liberties and political democracy. 12. Although Castro was sentenced to 15 years in prison, the sentence was commuted after 2 years through a general amnesty extended to political prisoners. Fidel and his brother Raúl, fearing for their lives, sought exile in Mexico in 1955, their intention being to continue organizing the 26th of July movement in order to return to Cuba with an armed cadre to overthrow Batista's corrupt and oppressive regime. While much attention is often given to Fidel's to Eco Beto Guevara in Mexico, less attention is given to the importance of his studies during his incarceration and exile. Fidel was not uniformed with regard to leftist political and revolutionary thought, nor was Guevara the only thinker or theorist in the movement. Rather, their and subsequent collaboration appear to be a true meeting of the minds. However, 2 arguments about Fidel's ideological commitments can be generally discerned from academic literature. On the one hand, he is viewed as a radical ideologue influenced by and drawn to communism early on, partially by his brother's influence and partially by Guevara. On the other hand, it is argued that he was virtually forced into the arms of the Soviet communists by U.S. policy, holding no real ideological commitments of his own. Both interpretations can be drawn upon to serve any number of ideological purposes. Moreover, such treatments obscure a broader and significant problem, that is, how does one classify and explain the Cuban Revolution? As recent work by Samuel Faber suggests, understanding its origins and trajectories is a complicated and often controversial discussion. The question of the communist character of the revolution and the state that emerged after 1959 remains a key question, which has important theoretical implications for creatively imagining a post-capitalist future. 197 In an early interview with a reporter from El UNITA, Fidel made clear his familiarity with thinkers like Marx and seems to relent under international pressure, saying the reporters should feel free to call the revolution socialist but highlights that this is not communism. You newspapermen are crazy for definitions and neat schemes. You're impossibly dogmatic. We are not dogmatic. At any rate, you wish to write that this is a socialist revolution, right? And write it, then. Yes, not only did we destroy a tyrannical system, we also destroyed the philo-imperialistic bourgeois state apparatus, the bureaucracy, the police, and a mercenary army. We abolished privileges, annihilated the great landowners, threw out foreign monopolies for good, nationalized almost every industry, and collectivized the land. We are fighting now to liquidate once and for all the exploitation of man over man, and to build a completely new society, with a new class content. The Americans and the priests say that this is communism. We know very well that it is not. At any rate, the word does not frighten us. They can say whatever they wish. There is a song, which is popular among our peasants, that goes more or less like this: bird of ill omen, of treason and cowardice, that are throwing at my joy the word, communism. I know nothing about these isms yet. If such a great welfare conquest which can be seen by my own eyes is communism, then you can even call me a communist. 13. However, by his May Day speech following the failed Bay of Pigs invasion, Fidel fully embraced the idea of a socialist revolution, promising a new constitution and taking clear aim at U.S. imperialism and capitalism. To those who talk to us about the 1940 Constitution, we say that the 1940 Constitution is already too outdated and old for us. 14 We have advanced too far for that short section of the 1940 Constitution that was good for its time but which was never carried out. That Constitution has been left behind by this revolution, which, as we have said, is a socialist revolution. 15 We must talk of a new constitution, yes, a new constitution, but not a bourgeois constitution, not a constitution corresponding to the domination of certain classes by exploiting classes, but a constitution corresponding to a new social system without the exploitation of man by man. That new social system is called socialism, and this constitution will therefore be a socialist constitution. 16. 198 Although one can spend a great deal of time analyzing Fidel's discussions of socialism, it should not be overlooked that the key content of such speeches in this period focuses on themes of anti-imperialism, but also weaves together the heroic acts of self-sacrifice made by Cubans identified as peasants, women, Negroes, for example, to build an identity that is first and foremost Cuban. That identity is also tied to the revolutionary call for a new society, and significant redistribution of social wealth further imbues it with a progressive character. But there can also be detected warning signs here. In particular, Fidel resists calls for elections and turns to the Populist Socialist Party as an institutional mechanism to further the revolution's goals and programs. The promised socialist constitution is unrealized until 1976. Clearly, the Bay of Pigs experience hardened Fidel's thinking and actions more pronounced in the ensuing missile crisis. While there was apparent affinity for the redistributive politics of communism, practical political expediencies also had to be taken into account. For more than 50 years, Fidel straddled these potentially contradictory pressures. Consolidating Power and Fidelismo. Recent work by Linda Klusel on women's participation in the insurgency period of 1953 to 1959 draws a strong critique of standard scholarly accounts of revolutions that fail to engage with the real-life stories of insurgents, but instead focus on structural conditions or great leaders as sufficient explanation for revolutionary activity. As she notes, the tendency to focus on the ideas and messages of leaders obscures how their influence often depends on the movement's ties to the local community. 17. Although Clousel's point is well taken and her work an important contribution to thinking about and recovering agency in revolutions, it is impossible to understand Cuba without acknowledging the consolidation of political power in the leadership of Fidel Castro. In fact, it is impossible to separate the post-1959 Cuban state from Fidel. In the revolutionary period of 1953 to 1959, the young men and women who committed to the 26th of July movement were clear that they were supporters of Fidel. This loyalty left room, however, for an array of political ideologies ranging from liberal democratic to communist to be represented in the movement. Fidel's political rhetoric from the period demonstrates affinity with liberal democratic commitments and more populist aspirations tied to significant land reform. The 5 revolutionary laws enunciated in History Will Absolve Me laid the foundation for a significant redistribution of social wealth in Cuba. The identification. 199 of the 6 problems also spoke to questions of just distribution but fell short of taking up anti-capitalist rhetoric or projecting an anti-capitalist program. In fact, there is considerable sympathy in the speech for small businesses and landholders, what we could reference as Cuba's petty bourgeoisie. The broad tent nature of the 26th of July movement and Fidel's ambiguity about his own ideological commitments have led to long-standing controversy over the character and goals of Cuba's revolutionaries. However, what is not in dispute is Fidel's clear linkage to the anti-imperialist message of José Martí and the assertion of the need for an independent national Cuban identity. 18 In its first articulation, then, one can observe linkages to a populist message and the vesting of authority in Fidel himself. Fidel masterfully built widespread support for the revolution without drawing from the Marxist-Leninist tradition demonstrated by the Bolshevik experience in Russia. 19 Ironically, perhaps, Fidel only declared the revolution socialist and Marxist-Leninist in the face of deteriorating U.S. relations and on the eve of the Bay of Pigs attempted invasion. One could be tempted to read these declarations as purely strategic, driven by Cold War politics and the need to defy U.S. pressure so as to preserve the progressive elements of the revolution. Such a reading, though, ignores the radical elements and the communist influence that were present in the very foundation of the 26th of July movement, not least of which rested in the influential roles played by Raúl Castro and Escobedo Che Guevara. Thus, the defining ideology and politics of the revolution in the immediate aftermath of January 1959 is complicated by various commitments and expediencies. Moreover, the revolutionaries clearly felt the pressures to realize their promises quickly while public support remains strong, or are at least strong enough to force the exclusion of moderating influences. One can also acknowledge the historical benefit the revolution reaped from the Bay of Pigs failure. The United States had made apparent its willingness to support destabilizing attacks against the Cuban government. However, the ineptitude displayed by the U.S. government served to solidify the revolution and garner even more public support for an increasingly radical program for the social restructuring of Cuba. In the months and years following the Bay of Pigs, the revolution consolidated its social institutions and its relationship with a new financial benefactor, the Soviet Union. The historical record discloses 3 important features of the Cuban state: a state capitalist economy, similar to the Soviet model but with an emphasis 200 on the social indicators of public health and literacy rather than rapid industrialization, the concentration of political power in the revolutionary armed forces, and the realization of socialist consciencia among the population, with particular emphasis on preserving the Cuban nation in the face of the overwhelming threat posed by the United States. Each of these elements is particularly significant when contemplating the future of Cuba. Each is discussed in more detail later in this chapter. State capitalism. The analysis of communist states from a critical Marxist position was developed largely by Trotskyist groups in the United States and Europe in the 1940s in an attempt to answer the Russian question. Although much of the analysis could be grouped under the notion of bureaucratic collectivism, a small minority of thinkers suggested that the Russian Revolution had effectively transformed into its opposite and could be understood as state capitalist rather than socialist. A very notable contributor to this debate was Raya Dunayevskaya, who extended her critique of the USSR to other state capitalist projects, for example, Maoist China and Cuba. Dunayevskaya challenged the notion that the Soviet Union was a workers' state, resting her analysis on a humanist reading of Marx's use of the Hegelian dialectic. What Dunayevskaya found through empirical analysis of the Russian economy was that the law of value was very much at work in the Russian system, even though it was a centrally planned economy resting on nationalized state enterprises. Planning was not sufficient to overcome the law of value and the necessary extraction of surplus value required for capitalist accumulation. The replacement of many individual owners by the state as single owner, as was clearly discussed by Marx, was also not sufficient to overcome the social relations of production that attend capitalistic production. In the post-1959 period, Dunayevskaya was also critical of the Cuban Revolution, not for the admirable goals that it seemed to espouse, but because the model that was implemented was state capitalist, defaulting to excessive and authoritarian planning combined with excessive militarization. Although Fidel claimed to be acting in accordance with the will of the people, Dunayevskaya argued that the revolution was not founded on a theory of revolution or a guiding philosophy to guard against a turn to state capitalism and authoritarian government. As part of her discussion of the deficiencies of the New Left in the late 1960s and 1970s, a left that was enamored of Cuba, Dunayevskaya cited Guevara's influential essay on the ideology of the Cuban Revolution, in which Guevara writes, 201 This is a unique revolution which some people maintain contradicts one of the most orthodox premises of the revolutionary movement, expressed by Lenin: without a revolutionary theory there is no revolutionary movement. It would be suitable to say that revolutionary theory as the expression of social truth surpasses any declaration of it, that is to say, even if the theory is not known, the revolution can succeed if historical reality is interpreted correctly and if the forces involved in it are used correctly. 20 The failure to hold to a theory of revolution, for Dunayevskaya, consigned the Cuban Revolution to repeat the state capitalist errors of the Soviets while attempting to export the military foco when there was little evidence that guerrilla tactics could be successfully used to displace mass revolutionary politics. 21 To a certain extent, Clausel's insistence on studying the grassroots and mainstream appeal of the message of the Cuban Revolution supports, in part, the critique that Dunayevskaya was making against the Cuban revolutionaries who failed to link early critiques of the Batista regime to a broader philosophy of revolution and social transformation. 22 The post-revolutionary leadership of Fidel firmly placed the state in control of Cuba's most significant industries, nationalized production, and ultimately instituted production quotas in an effort to raise workers' productivity. The state capitalist turn was most apparent in the 10 million tons sugar harvest of 1970. Gott describes the event as one last episode of revolutionary spontaneity. 23. In her personal memoirs of living in Cuba during this period, Margaret Randall reflects on the social pressures exerted on Cubans to support Fidel's declared goal of harvesting 10 million tons of sugar. The plan was to dramatically jumpstart Cuba's ailing economy in the only way a one-crop nation could imagine possible. The price of sugar on the world market was high just then. If we could make 10 million tons, those who devised the scheme argued, it would be a great boon. Following the party line became a matter of patriotism. Few wanted to be seen as doubters. Those experts who insisted this was not a good idea were demoted and relegated from view. 24. At the end of the harvest period, the Cuban state had failed to reach the 10 million ton goal and significant damage had been done to other productive areas of the economy as labor was drained away in hope of realizing the quota, which seemed to be more or less arbitrarily announced by Fidel. 25 The state capitalist approach followed by the Cuban state was not successful in reorienting economic activity away from the same cash crops that had typified the island's inclusion in the global economy. Prior to the revolution, perhaps ill-advisedly, Cuban planners did not make a significant 202 attempt to diversify the Cuban economy, but did pay some attention toward a more complete redistribution of social wealth than that which typified the pre-revolutionary economy. The Cuban government found itself vacillating between periods of economic liberalization and restriction. Moreover, as was the case throughout the colonial and republican periods, the Cuban state found itself dependent on the financial assistance of another state, this time the USSR. In spite of the nationalist bent of the revolution, Cuban governments and Fidel had, of necessity, to subject Cuba to external powers. While acknowledging this historical necessity, it must also be acknowledged that Fidel was the most adept Cuban leader at forging a somewhat autonomous path, sometimes to the chagrin of the Soviets. The consolidation of political power in the FAR in the wake of the success of the 1959 revolution, it is undisputed that Fidel emerged as the maximum leader. However, his rise to supremacy has been a source of controversy and rampant speculation, focused on the political machinations that assured his supremacy in Cuba. It is clear that Fidel was not the typical Latin American strongman, and he wisely entrusted several comrades with creating the institutional structures necessary to ensure that the revolutionary program could be implemented. Notably, Escobedo Guevara was the first architect of Cuba's state capitalist economic program, but it is after 1968, under the theme of the revolutionary offensive, that self-employment is further restricted and state control is extended to almost every facet of Cuban life. 26 With the economy firmly in the hands of Guevara in the early days of the revolutionary government, Raúl was entrusted with creating a disciplined RAF and security apparatus for the revolutionary state. As noted military historian Hal Kolpak writes in his superb study of Raúl's military career, Raúl was not elevated to positions of power in the revolutionary government because he was Fidel's brother. Rather, he was a proven commodity, a commander of valor, skill, and value recognized even by the rank and file of the rebel army who sought to find ways to serve under him. 27. The organization and deployment of a revolutionary armed forces was particularly important to the early stages of the revolution, not simply because there were significant internal and external threats, but because the military was judged to be the best vehicle for delivering the revolutionary program quickly. Again, as Kolpak recounts, in order to implement such a program, however, needed trusted cadres of people who could manage large schemes. 203 And this was not available in any sector of the Cuban population of the time, given the flight of so much of the managing class. What its officers, NCOs, and even soldiers lacked in administrative skills they more than made up for, in the eyes of Fidel, with their loyalty to him personally and their devotion to the cause of deep reform of the Cuban polity. 28 If one can agree that Fidel was not a typical Latin American strongman, it must also be agreed that the military forces organized by Raúl also differed significantly from other Latin American experiences, and that Raúl was also no typical Latin American military man. 29 Again, we find that Cuba's unique history can be drawn upon to explain the differences that the Castros pursued in Cuba. Kolpak notes that the colonial history of Cuba was truly exceptional, and that Cuba was the only colony of Spain never to have had a civilian governor even in peacetime. 30. Its militias were first dominated by Spain and then the United States, such that Kolpak concludes the U.S. domination of the forces remained total and was reinforced by successive military interventions and occupations. 31. Thus, 1959 represented the first real opportunity for Cuban independence to be asserted through its military, when Cuban society was accustomed to the presence and interventions of the military in everyday life. What the FAR promised was a military committed to serving the Cuban people as a whole, rather than enriching domestic or foreign elites. As the revolution was consolidated and the FAR transformed from a rebel army to a professional fighting force, the role of the armed forces was utilized both externally and internally. One of the more controversial programs adopted by Fidel as part of the revolutionary offensive was the creation of the UMAP camps, which were effectively forced labor camps that were intended to resocialize anti-revolutionary elements, such as homosexuals and religious and political dissenters. The camps were in operation primarily from 1965 to 1968 and have been roundly criticized for their infringement of human rights. The camps are one of the more dramatic demonstrations of a closing of Cuban society and an increasing use of repression to control dissent. However, the Army's dual role took a new turn in the late 1980s. As Mora and Victoroas recount, in the late 1980s, Raúl initiated a program that saw a number of high-ranking FAR officers travel to Western Europe to study new business methods and practices that could be applied to military and civilian industries in Cuba. 32. Faced with the economic collapse of the state in the wake of the fall of the Soviet Union, Raúl again transformed the armed forces, this time creating the conditions for a self-financed force and effectively directing production and tourism in Cuba through a 204 wide variety of enterprises. 33 In the post-Soviet environment, the relatively autonomous and self-financed FAR remains loyal to Raúl, but one can detect growing Cuban resentment as officers enjoy privileged access to goods and services that are outside the reach of average Cubans. 34 The concept of a People's Revolutionary Armed Forces was arguably a key imaginary for Fidel's nationalist and revolutionary project. However, its exercise of control over whole sectors of the Cuban economy, subject to little or no democratic oversight, must raise alarm bells and certainly points to potential problems after Raúl's departure from Cuban politics. Conciencia. Although it is possible to accuse the Cuban revolutionaries in 1959 of lacking a theory and philosophy of revolution around which to build a new society, attempts to remedy that situation appear largely in the writings of Guevara. Guevara believed that the best mechanism to motivate Cuban society to fulfill the revolutionary project was through moral impetus rather than material incentives. For Guevara and Fidel, this meant creating social conditions that produced among Cubans a new socialist consciousness, what they called conciencia, which committed Cubans to sacrifice for the preservation of the revolution. As Guevara wrote in Man and Socialism in Cuba, during the October crisis and at the time of Hurricane Flora, we witnessed deeds of exceptional valor and self-sacrifice carried out by an entire people. One of our fundamental tasks from the ideological standpoint is to find a way to perpetuate such heroic attitudes in everyday life. 35. The new socialist man in Cuba was expected to live up to the Patria o Muerte slogan. Yet, as Randall notes, the emphasis on patriotism is double-edged. Fed by nationalism, it develops along a steep curve. It can be a force for independence and creativity, but also promotes an insular and defensive disconnection, a smug sense of superiority, energetic controls, withering of openness, and unwillingness to allow access to a free-flowing exchange of ideas. 36. The process of creating the new socialist consciousness often took on a brutal and authoritarian face, targeting social deviance and promoting re-education. Samuel Farber recounts these repressive measures, beginning in 1962, which targeted homosexuals and what remained of the petty bourgeoisie. 37 Despite this authoritarianism, the revolutionary government was successful in creating a sense of social solidarity, no doubt aided by the very real external threat posed by the United States. Perhaps a greater irony can be observed, though. Cubans built a social unity, in part, by defying the imposition of revolutionary morality through actions such as worker absenteeism, workplace theft, and resistance to productivity increase drives. 38. 205 The United States, the USSR, and new benefactors. The relationship between Cuba and the United States is a narrative that is woven throughout any account of Cuban efforts to resist imperialism. With the first inauguration of Barack Obama, the feeling among many Cubans was hopeful, many believing that the end of the embargo was imminent, that families would be reunited, that consumer goods would flow freely, and the famous Cuban Five would be returned. 39 However, it quickly became apparent that the new president was unlikely to reverse the course on Cuba in any wholesale fashion, his own rhetoric barely distinguishable from any previous president: the Cuban people are not free. And that's our lodestone, our North Star, when it comes to our policy in Cuba. 40. Obama's second term seems unlikely to pursue a significantly different approach. However, outside of an official end to the embargo, sales of agricultural products, educational exchanges, and the regular arrival of people, goods, and dollar remittances have accelerated in the past few years. A recent NACLA report concludes that the U.S. stands on the sidelines, disengaged, and increasingly irrelevant to the changes underway on the island 41. The recent activation of an undersea internet cable provided by Venezuela has also raised the hopes of Cubans that their isolation from information and communications networks will soon be ended. In the face of the U.S. trade restrictions, Cuba was in need of new economic partners in the 1960s, and the ideologically friendly USSR proved to be a good match. The relationship, which included preferential trade relations, exchange of military goods and training, as well as technological, cultural, and educational exchanges, is well documented, as are the instances when Cuba defied Soviet edicts. However, the economic and political collapse of the Soviet Union between 1989 and 1991 caused extreme hardship in Cuba. 42 Fidel declared a special period in time of peace and attempted to manage a severe economic contraction on the island. The end of Soviet subsidies forced Cuba to look for new economic partners who would not be swayed by U.S. pressure. Venezuela and China stepped in. Venezuela's Hugo Chavez saw Fidel as the father of his own socialist project in Venezuela, and wealthy with oil revenues, introduced goods and services exchanges to assist the growth of the Cuban economy and advocated the ALBA process to create a non-US sphere of trade and exchange among like-minded states in Latin America. In addition to Venezuela, China has become a significant economic player in Cuba. The Chinese model of development promises no political interference and has seen China become Cuba's second-largest trading partner. 43 Tellingly, though, China is interested in promoting its development model, which focuses on building industrial 206 infrastructure ahead of social transfers, have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. 68. We have to take a closer look at the social sectors engaged in the concrete construction of practices, struggles, mechanisms, and structures linked to the idea of the communal state. In Venezuela we can identify four popular movements as the most consolidated and best organized: the Peasants' Movement and its periphery 69, the Movement of Settlers MDP 70, the Movement for Workers' Control 71, and the Network 234 of Communards RNC. 72 all are an integral part of the Bolivarian process in Venezuela. However, their structures are self-organized, their discussions and decisions, autonomous. All are in a relationship of cooperation and conflict with the constituted power at all institutional levels. In this context, it is of interest to highlight that two of these movements were originally initiated by the state but have since been entirely appropriated from below, creating a space of autonomy. All these popular movements share the goal of building the communal state. 73 The section of the chapter focuses on the case of the RNC since it is the popular movement, which is most linked to the concept of the communal state. The analysis of the RNC will evidence how concrete practices are abolishing the present state of things and pointing toward the construction of a socialist society. The RNC was launched by the Ministry of Communes in 2008 as a national network of communes under construction. After a year, the network separated from the ministry, claiming organizational autonomy. The RNC declared, "Our programmatic axis is socialism with its two central elements, the construction of the communal state and of the communal economy of transition to socialism." 74. The network aims at building the communal state democratically from below, relying on council structures and promoting a popular constituent process, and strengthening the constituent character of the people. The RNC has continued to grow and in 2013 had more than 120 communes participating in the network and which organized at least 2 national meetings per year. Regional meetings of communes spokespeople take place between the national meetings, and the network also has working committees that explore questions of communication or specific themes. 75 One of these work committees is developing a project for a national communards school, a training facility self-organized by the communes and responding to their needs. Based on the experiences of popular education and revolutionary praxis, the communes of the RNC aim toward developing a popular education model in order to promote the birth of the new man and woman with class consciousness, contributing with this to the transformation of the current education system, which still is conservative and reproducing the logic of Capital. 76 In July 2011, the RNC also agreed to continue developing its own structure through the creation of a National Council of Communards and national, regional, and local commissions on organization, communication, training, planning, and community projects, as well as military defense. In regard to the latter, the communes declared their intention to take 235 over security and territorial defense by forming the militia and a body of communard fighters to ensure the strategy to occupy, produce, and defend 77. The communes of the RCN are, as we can see, determined to acquire and develop every faculty needed to move toward an autonomous self-administration. The Four National Meeting of Communards, from July 29 to 31, 2011, in the municipality of Torres was attended by some 300 people from approximately 70 communes and coms. About 15 spokespersons from FNCSB communes also attended. The FNCSB unites over 80 communes and 8 communal cities, several of which already function as such, although the ministry continues classifying them as under construction. Among these is the peasants' communal city Simon Bolivar in the state of Apure, composed of 39 communal councils and 10 communes. The communards of the FNCSB announced their participation in the RNC. The RNC is completely autonomous but has specific institutional support. The annual meeting in the municipality of Torres was supported by municipality, which facilitated the venue and sound equipment. 78 Torres's previous mayor, Julio Chavez, belonged to the pioneers supporting the construction of popular power away from institutions. 79 The local institutions only welcomed the communards in the opening assembly and did not interfere any further. Usually, however, relations with institutions are more conflictual. Almost all communes participating in the Four National Meeting of Communards reported conflicts with state institutions and how institutions have to be pressured to support the popular construction processes the way the communes want them to. After years of experience, the general understanding among the communes is that the contradictions between constituent and constituted power has to be understood as a structural problem and not as a question of good or bad government employees. 80 The RNC is perceived by many state institutions working with communes as a threat or as a disruptive factor. This is obviously not declared publicly since the official political orientation, and especially Chavez's position, views the construction of the communes and the network at the forefront of the transformation process. Nevertheless, following the logic of control inherent to institutions of constituted power, the self-organization of the communes represents a threat, since it moves agency from the institution to the communes, what tends to make the communes unpredictable and uncontrollable. This is especially the case for the Ministry of Communes, since the self-organized RNC is able to coordinate and bring together more communes in a network than the ministry with its resources. But the ministry controls the financial resources and tries to impose certain 236 ways of organizing, or the kinds of projects that can be developed, that responds to the political interests of the PSUV faction leading the ministry rather than the needs and desires of the communes. This does not mean there is no interest from the RNC and its participants in working with the Ministry of Communes or institutions, just the opposite. For example, the RNC has the goal to actively participate in the creation of the new revolutionary laws and regulations required by the popular movement 81. But the RNC decides its agenda autonomously and follows its self-defined discussions, interests, and decisions. The institutions are expected to follow the agenda set by the communes and not to try to impose a different agenda on them. The overall goal of the RNC is to build the communal state and abolish the existing state. It seeks to remove progressively the liberal bourgeois state through the construction of a new form of government of the people, the communal socialist state that resembles us and retrieves the historical project truncated in 1498 with the arrival of the Spanish conquistador. Develop self-management skills as central element in order to exercise the revolutionary communal self-government, the government, in which decisions are taken collectively and democratically. 82 Today's communes work in order to assume the planning of the production cycle, accumulate technical and organic strength to pass means of production gradually under control of workers and communes at their various levels of aggregation, and to develop the communal economy, in transition to Bolivarian socialism. 83 This is a challenge most institutions do not engage with, even if it is in line with official government declarations. Discussions among the participants of the annual RNC meeting in 2011 gave testimony that the communards do not expect the bourgeois state and its institutions to build popular power, autonomy, or the communal state. The participants were clear about the fact that either it will be built from below or there will be neither socialism nor a communal state. This represents a remarkable difference compared to similar meetings a few years earlier, when it was more common to compile lists of needs and wishes to give to the institutions, and then wait for them to be fulfilled. This marks an important change in Venezuela's political culture. It shows a growing 237 consciousness and a political maturation process. Socialism becomes a practice and a goal. Conclusion: the Bolivarian process explicitly identifies with the socialist councilist tradition and the collective and horizontal practices coming from the African American and indigenous historical experiences in the Americas. This is, without doubt, a novelty compared to the practices of self-proclaimed socialist countries or those who claimed socialism as their goal. Also new is the centrality of constituent power and the fact that the state is not seen as the central agent of transformation, but is supposed to help facilitate its own obsolescence. Nevertheless, the postulated construction from two sides encompasses several problems, since there is a power asymmetry favoring the constituted power. The most active agents of change in Venezuela have been and continue to be the inhabitants of the urban barrios and the rural communities. By adapting and promoting an existing form of self-administration developed by grassroots actors, the state could contribute significantly to the organizational process of the communities. The communal councils and communes have the potential to be institutions of the constituent power. Within the communal councils, constituent power can acquire and develop the mechanisms it requires for the creation of self-government and update them constantly through processes of direct democracy. The construction of structures of self-government from people's own experiences and approaches means the construction of popular power. The communal councils and communes are spaces in which the class constitutes itself as a community. The construction of self-government at different levels, with the communal state as a goal, is definitely a struggle for a different system, with logics and an operational mode opposed to the ones of bourgeois society and capitalism. The different levels of communal self-administration are to be considered spaces from which class struggle develops. Building workers' councils has been much more difficult because of many Venezuelans' weak identification with industrial work, a consequence of the rentist economic model based on petroleum revenues, and because of the higher direct financial interests at stake, which also produce a strong institutional resistance to workers' control. This is due to the widespread private appropriation of public finances and resources by clientelistic and criminal networks, which is also a consequence of the rentist economy. Since the most reliable instrument to break the patronage networks and make a domestic productive development possible is the control of the means of production by workers and communities, it is met with strong opposition in the institutions. 238 After 13 years of social transformation, the biggest challenge for the Bolivarian process is the structural contradictions between constituent and constituted power. These contradictions are grounded in the difference between institutional and social logics and intensify in times of structural change when all institutions are questioned and tend to consistently prove their own importance and inalienability. One important challenge to the Venezuelan transformation process is that the institutions themselves would have to work toward eliminating their own existence, or at least completely transform their functions and reduce them in favor of the organized communities. Following an inherent logic, no institution does that on its own. For example, if an institutional employee's job as community promoter and the existence of the institution he works for are guaranteed only by the dependence of communal councils on them, then the interest of the institution and its employees in having independent communal councils will be minimal. Conversely, the individual civil servant, as well as the institution as a whole, will present advances and positive results, but always explain that the communal councils, communes, and other instances of self-administration, in whatever sector, need the support of the corresponding institution. In fact, the Ministry of Communes turned out to be one of the biggest obstacles to the construction of communes, and most of the communes under construction complain about the ministry, as described by almost all communes present at the Foro Encuentro Nacional de Comuneros y Comuneras. 84 With regard to co-management or workers' control, the contradictions are similar and even more pronounced, reflecting how contradictions and class struggle have begun to move into the institutions. On the one hand, institutions train the workers of expropriated or newly formed state enterprises in socialist politics, co-management, workers' control, and the construction of workers' councils. On the other hand, once the workers reclaim more participation in decision-making or control, they are confronted with institutions trying to maintain control. The conflicts around workers' control and the transformation of the social relations of production shows who in the Bolivarian process particularly, who in the government is willing to be a part of the democratic construction of a new society, and who acts in order to perpetuate the old model of a capitalist rentist state. The conflict is an expression of class struggle. And it is exactly the tension between constituent and constituted power that reflects the emancipatory potential of the Bolivarian process. Government sectors opposed to workers' control and to socialism are trying to prevent both using whatever means they can, and when they do not succeed they try to make initiatives of workers' control fail by favoring private enterprises and imports over national workers-controlled enterprises. These sectors have provoked severe setbacks to the construction of workers' control in state industries, especially in the heavy industries in deficit, whereas a Chavez-led government plan 239 and a strong workers' organization has aimed at restructuring production under workers' control as agreed in the Plan Guayana Socialista 2009-2019. 8s But even if they slowed down the expansion of workers' control, they could not succeed in stopping or reversing the general tendency. In fact, the reluctance or hostility of many institutions is what often has provoked workers' struggles. This is once again the case with the socialist workers' councils, which in many instances are used by institutions in order to try to institutionalize, limit, and control the struggles of workers. The institutional attempts to deviate the council's function have provoked conflicts around participation and workers' control in almost every state institution and enterprise. The CST turned into an ulterior vehicle for the struggle for workers' control and contributed to the growth of the movement for workers' control. Especially since 2007, the government's ability to reform has increasingly clashed with the limitations inherent in the bourgeois state, the capitalist system and rentist logic. The movements and initiatives for self-management and self-government geared toward overcoming the bourgeois state and its institutions, with the goal of replacing it with a communal state based on popular power, have grown. But simultaneously, because of the expansion of state institutions' work, the consolidation of the Bolivarian process, and growing resources, state institutions have been generally strengthened and have become more bureaucratized. As mentioned earlier, institutions of constituted power aim at controlling social processes and at reproducing themselves. Since the institutions of constituted power are at the same time strengthening and limiting constituent power, the transformation process is very complex and contradictory. Nevertheless, the struggles liberated by constituent power in Venezuela are often struggles for a different system and not within the existing social, political, and economic system. In this context, it is interesting to underline that some grassroots organizing mechanisms were originally initiated and promoted by the state, such as the CTU or the RNC, succeeded in developing a relative autonomy from the state, which is a central condition enabling them to transform the state. Does this bring Venezuela any nearer to socialism? If we consider socialism as a movement and not a condition following a premeditated concept, then there is little doubt that Venezuela represents a novel attempt at initiating a process of the transition towards socialism. While 14 years ago the idea of socialism had little support in Venezuela, currently more than half of the population identifies as being in favor of a socialist society. 86 The institutional resistance to workers' control and the conflicts between state bureaucracy and workers have contributed to strengthening the movement for workers' control, as well as creating and promoting class struggle where none existed before. Meanwhile, communities could also set up community-controlled 240 enterprises through the enterprises of direct communal social property. The process of constructing a concrete alternative, based on self-government through the organization of councils, has made huge advances. It has progressively been emancipated from institutional influence, defined its own agenda, and is able to set up pressure on the constituted power. The RNC, for example, mobilized and managed to pressure the Ministry of Communes to register some 20 communes at the end of 2011. 87 The contradictory political tendencies have maintained themselves in the same process of social transformation for 14 years now, something considered impossible by most observers. Contrary to most known revolutionary experiences, the movement has not been eliminated or forced into submission by the institutions of constituted power, but are more organized and have more clarity than a decade and a half ago. Postscriptum Hugo Chavez died of cancer on March 5, 2013. His death sparked fear for some on the future course of the transformation process. Former Foreign Minister Nicolas Maduro won the presidential elections in April of 2014, promising to carry on Chávez's legacy. It is still too early to comment on his overall politics. Nevertheless, he campaigned with the slogan Communes or Nothing and has appointed a new Minister of Communes, Reinaldo Turiza, removing his predecessor who had been widely criticized. The new minister changed the approach of the Ministry of Communes, recognizing the limitations of the ministry and the primacy of the constituent power organized in communes. His efforts have been welcomed by the communards. A communal census carried out in September 2013 revealed the existence of 40,035 consejos comunales and 1,401 existing communes or popular efforts toward their construction. Chapter 10 Radical Working Class Socialism in the Early 21st Century. David Camfield. The dream of a society without divisions of rich and poor is a very old one. A collectivist tendency without democracy one can be identified long before the development of capitalism. But as a political movement, communism first emerged at the close of the 1700s. Since that time, a number of distinct political currents can be identified as part of the communist lineage broadly understood. Radical working class socialism is one such current. It is distinguished by its identification of mass working class struggle as the path to a revolutionary transformation of society that would open the road to communism, its belief that such a transformation requires taking political power, its rejection of reformism, and its refusal of political approaches that give primacy to the agency of small radical minorities, such as terrorism and conspiratorial insurrectionism. This chapter aims to provide a historically contextualized account of this particular political current in the early 21st century, one that explains why it remains so weak in spite of global capitalism's crisis and the limited but real revival of anti-capitalist politics since the mid-1990s. This explanation can also inform thinking about the possible future prospects of radical working class socialism. To this end, it opens with a sketch of this current from its emergence in Western Europe in the 1840s through its subsequent mutations up to the end of the 20th century. This allows us to make sense of the weak state of radical working class socialism today, which is documented through an attempt at a global overview of its principal forces that fills a gap in existing research on left politics. Following 252 The survey. The chapter offers an analysis of why radical working class socialism did not benefit more from the global wave of radicalization that began in the middle of the last decade of the 20th century, suggesting that this is best explained by the combination of the contemporary crisis of politics induced by neoliberalism, the enduring impact of the collapse of the communist bloc, the decline since the mid-1970s of the working class as a political force, and certain specific characteristics of this marginal political current. From the 1840s to the end of the 20th century, communism as a political force first came into existence in France in 1795 as a group of plebeian radicals around François-Noël Babeuf. They represented the communisation of Robespierreism, 3 aiming for the common ownership of social wealth and a return to the 1793 Jacobin constitution. This was to be achieved by an insurrection that they, organized as a conspiracy, would orchestrate. The insurrection would establish an educational dictatorship over the masses that would be maintained until the people were ready to live under the regime of universal adult male suffrage of the 1793 Constitution. Communist societies in this conspiratorial tradition revived in the 1830s, fused with the new experience of the proletariat in the capitalist society of the early Industrial Revolution. 4. Auguste Blanqui was the best-known figure in this current, whose politics spread to Germany via German exiles in France, some of whom later fled to Britain and elsewhere. One group in the radical German diaspora, the League of the Just, influenced by British left Chartists, Owenites, and trade unions, evolved away from conspiratorial politics and the other, quasi-religious, strain of contemporary communism. Other radicals were independently moving in a similar direction under the influence of early working-class organizing, such as the French socialist feminist Flora Tristan. 5 By 1846 the League had converged politically with the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee, which Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels had helped to found. The following year its members changed the group's name to the Communist League. Marx and Engels joined it, contributing to the process of political rethinking in the course of which the slogan "Workers of all countries, unite!" replaced "All human beings are brothers." Marx was given the task of producing the political declaration published in 1848 as the Manifesto of the Communist Party. 6 This marked the birth of a new political current on the far left of the emergent European workers' movement, a new communism. Breaking with conspiratorial insurrectionism and spiritual inspiration. 7 As roads to a classless society, its supporters looked instead to mass struggle by 253 The working class movement, the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. 8. This was radical working class socialism. It is a tradition for which the working class is the central agent or political subject in the struggle for the conquest of political power. 9 In some cases in an alliance with other class forces, the precise nature of which has been a matter of debate within the tradition. As a broad current, it is politically demarcated on one side by its refusal of conspiratorial insurrectionism and terrorism as represented by, for example, Blanqui in the mid-1800s, Luigi Gallini at the end of the 19th century and in the early decades of the 20th century, and the Red Brigades in Italy in the 1970s. On another, it is distinguished by its rejection of reformism. In most cases this has not meant a rejection of struggles for reforms within the existing social order, but rather of politics whose strategic horizon is limited to achieving reforms, what reformism's able critic Rosa Luxemburg termed the method of legislative reform in place of and in contradistinction to the conquest of political power and social revolution. 10. These basic political demarcations were not immediately and permanently established on the left wing of the workers' movement in the mid-1800s. Nor were they always treated by socialist activists as the fundamental political commitments that would distinguish their organizations from others. For example, most parties affiliated to the Socialist International before 1914 contained significant and openly reformist currents. 11 Outside those parties there were socialists who were neither reformists nor insurrectionists but who were excluded from, or chose not to join, parties of the Second International. 12 Noteworthy here were those anarchist socialists who championed what Michael Schmidt and Lucien van der Wald call mass anarchism. 13 As well as those syndicalists who were not anarchists. 14 In its early years, the Communist International united many but not all socialists who rejected reformism and insurrectionism. Nevertheless, it is possible to discern the existence of a political current demarcated by belief in the centrality of the working class in the struggle for socialism and a rejection of reformism and insurrectionism. These are arguably key dimensions not of a disembodied intellectual lineage or a coherent unitary tradition whose descent can be traced in revolutionary continuity, but of an often discontinuous but nonetheless identifiable trend of radical political activity present in societies around the world from the middle of the 19th century to the present. Within this current, there have been a range of important divisions. The most significant of these is different positions with respect to the working class's role in transforming society. 254 And the relationship between socialists and the working class, socialism from below, whose guiding principle is workers' self-emancipation, and socialism from above, for which socialism is handed down to the grateful masses in one form or another, by a ruling elite which is not subject to their control. In fact, 15. Other major disagreements have centered on the character of revolution, the appropriate form of socialist political organization, and socialist participation in elections to the existing institutions of government. Yet, in spite of these disagreements, from the perspective of the social history of politics we can identify the existence of a political current made up of people whose shared reference points have made such points of contention meaningful differences among themselves, rather than lines of demarcation between fundamentally different currents. The break with conspiratorial insurrectionism was reinforced with the development in Europe in the 1860s of a new type of working-class politics, the independent mass party of labor, independent, because it organized separately from liberal coalitions, mass, because it required broadly based public agitation, labor, because it stressed the need for class-based organization, and a party, by proposing permanent, centrally organized, programmatically coordinated, and nationally directed activity. 16 Most supporters of radical working-class socialism were active in such parties, but many members of these parties were proponents of reformism, as became increasingly clear in the late 1800s. At the close of the century, Edward Bernstein's explicitly reformist evolutionary socialism and the Milrand Affair 17 were hotly debated on the working class left. 18 However, the political debates over reformism within the Second International in the years before World War I rarely led to organizational splits. For example, the 1909 expulsion of radicals from the Social Democratic Workers' Party in the Netherlands 19 was an exceptional case. It was not until after 1914 that most of the forces of radical working-class socialism began to split organizationally from reformism. 20 While most of the former rallied to the Third International after its launch in 1919, a minority did not. Some of the dissenters were affiliated to the International Working Union of Socialist Parties between 1921 and 1923, or in the 1930s with the London Bureau formed in opposition to the Second International and the, by then Stalinist, Comintern. The expulsion of supporters of the left and right oppositions from the Comintern at the end of the 1920s further complicated the map of radical working-class socialism. So too did the continued existence of anarchist socialists and non-anarchist syndicalists. 255 The ongoing presence of the Second and Third Internationals as the two main centers of the left competing for workers' loyalties subsequently masked the important move of the parties of the Comintern away from radical working-class socialism. The 1935 adoption of the Popular Front strategy by the Comintern as a pragmatic response to the urgent requirements of Soviet foreign policy 21 was the turning point. The drive to build popular fronts stretching from communist parties to any portions of ruling classes that favored diplomatic alliances with the USSR against Nazi Germany made Comintern leaders more openly concerned with class collaboration than most Social Democrats. 22. Communist Party reformism would be demonstrated on many occasions in the following decades. 23 Perhaps most famously during the massive student and worker movement of May-June 1968 in France, of which that country's CP was a conscious opponent. 24. Not all CP members followed their leaderships into reformism, but henceforth support for radical working-class socialism within CP ranks usually took the form of inchoate minorities. 26 This trajectory in part explains why the resurgence of radical working-class socialism that took place between the mid-1960s and the late 1970s happened largely outside the CPS. 27 Much of the new radical left of that era did not see working-class agency as central. For example, insurrectionists like India's Naxalites and Latin American Guevarists 28, as well as many new left trends. However, a significant portion of it represented new incarnations of the radical working-class socialist tradition. These included small but significant semi-Maoist, Maoist, and Trotskyist organizations in Europe 29, South America 30, and the United States 31, as well as other tendencies, such as Italian Operaismo 32 and elements of the Christian left in Latin America. However, the resurgence was relatively short-lived. 33 Every kind of left radicalism was greatly weakened by the counterattack of dominant classes against the struggles of workers and oppressed groups that began in the mid-1970s and continued in the era of neoliberalism. Defeats dealt to workers' movements reduced the appeal of radical working-class socialism, whose supporters looked to their struggles as evidence demonstrating the validity of their politics. The fall of the communist regimes in the USSR and Eastern Europe and the Chinese CP's economic turn 34 was demoralizing for the majority of radical working-class socialists who saw these countries as in some way socialist, on the road to socialism, or at least progressive in comparison with capitalism. More important for the future of this political current, including those of its adherents who did not see the Stalinist regimes as progressive, was the dominant popular interpretation of the collapse of the East Bloc. Socialism had failed and no alternative to capitalism was possible. 256 The most important new radical working-class socialist organization to come on the scene in the late 20th century, swimming against the stream globally but in sync with the rising wave of struggle and self-organization in its national reality, was the Workers' Party in Brazil. Formed in 1980, the party initially rejected reformism. However, its leadership moved to the right as a result of the decline of social struggles, the coming of neoliberalism to Brazil, and the further discrediting of socialism in the wake of the collapse of the USSR. By the time the PT won the presidential election in 2002, it had become not simply reformist but a new party of Order 35. The global wave of protest and resistance against neoliberalism that began with the Zapatista uprising in Mexico in 1994 and included the global justice movement and movement of movements visible at world social forums generated a new radicalism, much of it anti-capitalist. 36 Yet unlike previous waves of radicalization since the 1840s, this one did not produce a widespread resurgence of radical working-class socialism, a point to which I will return. The rising tide of struggle in Italy did push the party of communist refoundation in a radical direction from 2000 to 2003. 37 Yet this change in the party turned out to be shallow. In the end it was sucked back into the fundamental framework of its own political tradition. 38. This was just one of the setbacks experienced by radical working-class socialism after the beginning of the War on Terror in late 2001. Radical working-class socialism today, without an attempt to document the actual state of the forces in question, any account of this current today will inevitably be extremely thin, leaving most readers without any grounded sense of its material 39 existence. Unfortunately, radical working-class socialism as a political movement has received very little attention in recent research. As a result, any brief global survey of its principal forces will be hampered by both the scale of the subject and the poor quantity and quality of published sources. Within these constraints, the following examination surveys radical working-class socialism on the three continents in which its principal forces exist and, briefly, in the rest of the world. The organizations discussed are those which are most significant in terms of either their absolute number of members or their relative influence in their respective geographical contexts. Asia, the largest organization today that can be considered to fall within the broad political demarcations of the radical working-class socialist current. 257 is the Communist Party of India Liberation 40, which claimed 114,000 members as of its last Congress in December 2007, up from 75,000 in 2002.41. This party comes out of the insurrectionist tradition of Naxalism, which, between 1967 and 1972, saw tens of thousands of people throw themselves into attempts at rural guerrilla warfare that usually involved assassinations, animated by interpretations of the Maoist experience in China. 42 The original Naxalite CPI formed in 1969 a movement as much as a party 43, but soon split into an assortment of groups. In 1977, one such group with a significant base of support in the state of Bihar, CPI Liberation, began a critical re-evaluation of the original Naxalite strategy. Moving away from armed struggle, this party gradually entered legality 44 while retaining an underground organization for some time. In place of rural guerrilla war, the party adopted a strategy based on the mobilization of poor farmers and rural wage laborers, urban workers in the formal and informal sectors, women, students, and other young people on the one hand, and participation in elections on the other. It created the All India Central Council of Trade Unions, All India Agricultural Labourers Association, All India Peasants Coordination Committee, and similar party-led mass organizations for women, students, and youth. Its armed units, which had to contend with the reactionary private rural militias of landowning castes as well as the armed forces of the state, were likely disbanded before the end of the century. 45 Today the party claims its primary social base as being among the rural poor and agricultural workers. In the urban population it has more of a presence among informal sector workers than those in formal wage labor. Its regional areas of strength are the states of Bihar and Jharkhand. 46 The ICSU has been granted official state recognition as one of the country's central trade union organizations. Since 2010, the CPI Liberation has been part of an all-India left coordination with three other organizations that share a rejection of both the class collaboration of the country's two largest self-identified communist parties 47 and the left adventurism of the armed struggle-oriented Maoists. 48 At the ballot box, the CPI Liberation scored over 10 million votes in the 2009 general elections, which amounted to 0.25% of total votes cast. 49 In Bihar, the party had between 5 and 7 representatives in the state assembly between 1990 and 2010 but, despite garnering over 500,000 votes, elected none in the 2010 elections. 50 In Pakistan, there exists a smaller but still noteworthy radical working-class socialist organization, the Labour Party Pakistan. This organization formed in 1997 and has grown to around 7,000 members in spite of the very difficult conditions in the country. It comes out of a political 258 tradition that has historically been very weak in South Asia, except in Sri Lanka, namely Trotskyism. While it was a group of Trotskyists who launched the LPP, along with former CP members, the LPP defines itself as simply Marxist, with an anti-Stalinist understanding. One consequence of this heritage is the LPP's rejection of the practice of creating so-called mass organizations, which are, in reality, subordinate appendages of political parties. If, in its eyes, only a common front between left parties and social movements can ensure the strengthening of struggles, this alliance must take place in a transparent fashion, respecting the independence of the social movement. 51. In Bangladesh, there are supporters of radical working-class socialism within the multi-party Democratic Left Alliance. Through the struggles of party-linked unions and mass organizations they have won a degree of mass support among workers and peasants. 52. In East Asia, only in South Korea is radical working-class socialism of any significance. Its single largest organized expression is All Together, a Trotskyist organization. 53. In Southeast Asia, the current has a significant presence in the Philippines. Most of its forces are descended from splits in the early 1990s from the country's largest organization commonly identified with the radical left, the Communist Party of the Philippines. 54. Two of the largest groups, the Party of the Laboring Masses and the Labor Party, are based mainly in the Greater Manila region and Luzon and concentrate their activity among unionized workers and the urban poor. The third, the Revolutionary Workers' Party Mindanao, is, as its name suggests, based on the southern island of Mindanao. Its politics are the most clearly anti-Stalinist of these groups, and its activity is mostly among the rural poor and indigenous people. 55 South America. Turning now to the continent, where the forces of the moderate and radical left have grown considerably since the late 1990s as a result of social struggles and widespread revulsion of neoliberalism. 56 We can observe that radical working class socialism as a specific current has not benefited dramatically. For example, the cycle of explosive urban and rural social struggles in Bolivia from 2000 to 2005 that toppled neoliberal governments and propelled Evo Morales to the presidency radicalized many people but did not lead to the emergence of a significant radical working class socialist current. 57 In Brazil, the Party of Socialism and Freedom, formed in 2004 by former members of the radical wing of the PT, is officially pledged to building a broad anti-capitalist alternative to the PT. However, in reality it operates more as an alliance of tendencies than a united party. With close to 80,000 members and a core of some 3,000 activists, 58 its presidential 259 candidate won nearly 900,000 votes and 0.9% of the popular vote in 2010, down from the 6.8% won by PSOL's Heloisa Helena, who ran as the candidate of a multi-party left front in 2006. 59 PSOL has 3 members in the Federal Chamber of Deputies and 2 in the Senate. It has some influence in unions, particularly in the public sector and especially in education, and also among students and youth. The other organization in Brazil that deserves mention, the Unified Socialist Workers' Party, was formed by a Trotskyist current expelled from the PT in 1992. It is politically narrower and has many fewer activists than PSOL. Nevertheless, the PSTU is highly organized and has a not insignificant influence in union and social movement struggles, and through the central it leads con lutas. 60 Venezuela received considerable international attention in the first decade of the new century as criticism of neoliberalism and imperialism by Hugo Chávez's government grew louder. Chávez declared himself for 21st century socialism in 2005. The United Socialist Party of Venezuela, formed in 2007 at Chávez's initiative, is not a party of radical working class socialism. Rather, it is, as Roland Dennis puts it, an electoral machine, in which there are internal battles for access to power within the bureaucratic corporatist state. It is dominated by government figures. 61 However, there are supporters of radical working class socialism within the ranks of the PSUV 62, along with larger numbers of socialists and radicals of other stripes, reformists, and people who are members simply for opportunistic reasons. 63 It is very difficult to assess how much support each of the various political currents has among active PSUV members. In Argentina, most of the radical working class socialist forces are Trotskyist, a series of groups descended from the Movement for Socialism, a sizable Trotskyist organization torn apart by splits in the late 1980s. Some of the groups have grown somewhat since the 2001 uprising against the country's financial crisis. 3 of them, including the largest, the Workers' Party with close to 3,000 members, 64, formed an electoral alliance for the 2011 presidential elections. This left front scored 2.3% of the popular vote. 65 Europe, on the continent in which radical working class socialism first arose, its forces have lost some of the numbers and modest influence they attained at the height of the global justice movement in 2001. However, they still possess more members and a higher profile than socialists in other regions in the global north. The crisis of Greek society, deepened by austerity policies demanded by international capital but rejected by most of the population, 66, has led 260 to a remarkable growth in support for the coalition of the radical left. Syriza's membership of approximately 15,00067 is made up of a majority of anti-neoliberal reformists and a minority of radical socialists. 68 Though the dominant forces in Syriza are indeed relatively moderate, the other forces are not mere appendages. The stances that emerge are the result of complex forces within the organization as well as from external pressures. 69. In the first parliamentary election of 2012, Syriza's share of the popular vote leaped to 16.8%, in the second, its support rose to 26.9%. 70 There is also a smaller alliance made up purely of radical working-class socialists, anti-capitalist left Cooperation for the Overthrow, with close to 4,000 members. 71 Antarcia secured 1.2% of the popular vote in the first election of 2012, only to see its vote collapse in the second. Denmark does not have the reputation of being a bastion of radicalism, but in this small country the Red-Green Alliance won 6.7% of the vote in the 2011 parliamentary elections. 72 The best score for a European party of radical working-class socialism since the Portuguese left bloc's 9.8% result in 2009. 73 The RGA, the first broad and pluralist anti-capitalist party in Europe to develop out of the changed political landscape after the fall of the Berlin Wall, had over 5,500 members before the elections, though the level of activity of the membership is low. 74 The RGA has a greater national influence than the only other noteworthy organization in Scandinavia, Norway's Red Party, which scored 1.3% in the 2009 elections. 75 Portugal's left bloc was launched a decade after the RGA, but it is also a pluralist anti-capitalist party originally formed by the coming together of several socialist groups and, crucially, many other unaffiliated leftists. With roughly 9,000 members in 2011, 76 its result in Portugal's legislative elections that year was 5.2%. 77 The left bloc has recently played a leading role in struggles against austerity measures and in the protests of precariously employed and unemployed workers. Its approach strongly emphasizes concrete demands. We are not a party that makes abstract propaganda for socialism. 78 In 2009, the new anti-capitalist party was launched as a broad pluralist anti-capitalist party to considerable fanfare in France and internationally. It initially united nearly 3,000 members of the Revolutionary Communist League, the main group in France of Trotskyist heritage, and close to 6,000 other individuals. Most of the new members had no previous political affiliation and had been attracted by the political message of the LCR's candidate in the 2002 and 2007 presidential elections, whose popularity exceeded the 4% of the vote he received both times. 79 However, it was not long before the party went into crisis and began to lose members. The unanticipated emergence of the left 261 Front presented the NPA with the challenge of how to relate to this larger, broader, and less radical left-wing electoral alternative to the Social Liberal Socialist Party. Internal political disagreements about what kind of organization the NPA should be also contributed to its crisis. 80 Its membership has fallen to around 2,500. 81 The other notable radical working-class socialist organization in France is Workers' Struggle, an ultra-disciplined orthodox Trotskyist sect of some 2,000 activists that is very focused on workplace activity. 82 Straddling Europe and Asia, Turkey has radical working-class socialist forces worthy of mention. The largest group, the Freedom and Solidarity Party, has declined in size and political diversity but still has around 3,000 members. The main tendency within it is revolutionary solidarity, which has Guevarist origins. The ODP is well rooted in a peasant movement against hydroelectric power station construction. There is also the Labour Party, which has close links to the Kurdish nationalist movement, and the smaller Socialist Party of the Oppressed. Both are of Stalinist ancestry, although the latter is evolving politically. 83 In Italy, radical working-class socialism is much weaker than in neighboring Greece, the largest group. Sinistra Critica scored close to 0.5% of votes cast in the legislative elections of 2008. 84 In Germany, most of its splintered forces are found within the reformist left party. 85 Ireland's numerically small socialist groups experienced an electoral leap forward in 2011, when 5 candidates of the United Left Alliance were elected to Parliament. 86 Radical working-class socialism continues to have a visible presence on the British left, but a sorry history of sectarianism, demagogy, and opportunism. 87 has prevented the development of a unitary framework and reduces the influence of its supporters. Two main Trotskyist organizations exist, the Socialist Workers' Party and the Socialist Party of England and Wales. The SWP claims some 7,000 dues-paying members, while the SP claims around 2,000. Both groups have a degree of influence within the country's public sector unions. The SWP is more of a force among students than the SP. In Scotland, the Scottish Socialist Party and Solidarity together have slightly over 1,000 members. 88 Elsewhere outside of Asia, South America, and Europe, radical working-class socialism is today, with few exceptions, a negligible current whether its forces are considered in relation to their size and influence in their context or in absolute terms. One exception is Mexico, where an array of radical working-class socialists have a presence in the workers and peoples. 262 political organization formed in 2011 by around 1,000 delegates brought together at the initiative of a militant electrical workers union. 89 Another is Tunisia, where among the political organizations able to emerge from the underground after the 2011 uprising that toppled that country's ruler were the Workers' Party, a Stalinist organization that won 3 seats in Constituent Assembly elections 90, and the Movement of Democratic Patriots, a party of semi-Maoist heritage that garnered 1 seat. 91 In Morocco, there is a noteworthy socialist organization named Democratic Way. 92 In Egypt, radical working-class socialist forces are active both independently and within two parties formed after the uprising of early 2011, the Socialist Popular Alliance Party and the Workers' Democratic Party. 93 In Mauritius, the very small group Lullet has an influence far greater than its membership size would suggest. As the population of the island state is only slightly over 1 million people and the group is heavily involved in unions. 94 This overview of the contemporary condition of the principal forces of the current with which this chapter is concerned suggests that radical working-class socialism has not recovered from the setbacks it suffered from the mid-1970s onward as a result of the ruling class counter-offensive against the social movements and radicalization of the previous decade, out of which neoliberalism developed. The demoralization of most of the radical left that followed the collapse of almost all of the communist states and the ensuing strengthening of capitalist hegemony still affect the fortunes of radical working-class socialism. If the growth of CPI Liberation membership reinforces its status as the largest radical working-class socialist organization in absolute terms, it is in Europe that this political tradition continues to have the most influence, such as it is. Yet this influence remains weak even in the European countries where its forces are strongest. Although global capitalism has been in crisis since 2008-95 leading to an intensification of austerity measures across Europe, not only is the radical left too weak to be seen as an alternative, but it has not managed to consolidate itself and strengthen qualitatively more than it had in the previous period. 96. Analyzing experiences since 1994 in order to understand why radical working-class socialism is in the weak state documented earlier, it is necessary to analyze its recent history in more depth. This examination can also inform thinking about the future prospects of a current that first arose in the 1840s. However, I offer no predictions. It is impossible to accurately predict the future of a political current due to the complexity of the forces that can condition its fortunes and the degree of indeterminacy involved in how social experiences are politically articulated. Radical working-class socialism in the early 21st century. 263 With hindsight, it is possible to identify an international wave of left-wing radicalism that began with the Zapatista uprising in Mexico in 1994 and subsequently spread and grew globally in an uneven way through 2001. 97 The War on Terror launched after the terrorist attacks in the United States on September 11, 2001, both a bid to advance U.S. hegemony internationally and to restructure relations of force domestically, tilting them in favor of business and a strong coercive state, in numerous advanced capitalist states constituted a major setback for the anti-systemic movements that had been developing since the late 1990s. 98. The radicalization did, however, continue in South America through until 2006. 99 The wave of radicalism associated with Zapatismo and the global justice movement, which denounced neoliberalism and drew enormous attention with very large and militant protests in Seattle, Genoa, and other cities, had a significant political impact on popular consciousness on a mass scale. Indicators of this include the popularity of books like Naomi Klein's No Logo 100, which was published in 24 languages 101, and the vote by over 10 million people in Italy in favor of extending protection against unjust dismissal to workers in workplaces with fewer than 16 employees in a 2003 referendum championed by the PCR and other left-wing forces. 102 Nevertheless, this radicalization did not produce a resurgence of radical working-class socialism. In this it was different from the international wave of radicalism associated with the Russian Revolution, the wave driven by class struggles and anti-fascist movements in the years 1934-1939, and the global radicalization from the mid-1960s through the mid-1970s, for which the national liberation struggle in Vietnam was a central reference point. 103 In comparing Latin America in the early 21st century with the region in the years 1960 to 1980, Claudio Katz makes the point clearly: it is not the intensity of the social conflicts, the willingness of the oppressed to struggle, or the capacity of the oppressors to control that has substantially changed, but the visibility of and confidence in a socialist model. 104. Other radical political currents were the main beneficiaries of the most recent global wave of radicalization. Prominent here were varieties of anarchism and autonomism that did not seek to replace capitalism with socialism, along with forms of anarchist socialism that rejected both the centrality of working-class struggle and the aim of taking power in order to begin the socialist transformation of society, both of which continue to be distinguishing elements of radical working-class socialist politics. 105 Of even more importance is the fact that in many places militant mass struggles against neoliberalism since the mid-1990s have not led to the rise to a much higher level of lasting influence of any organized political forces to the left of reformism. Bolivia is a case in point. 106 Argentina in the years since the uprising of 2001 is another. 107 A third example is France. 108 Why 264 Did radical working-class socialism not benefit more from the radicalization that began in the mid-1990s? Here it is important to bear in mind the dangers of an epistemology of absence, 109 of seeking to explain what did not happen rather than what did. However, considering a number of features of contemporary societies sheds some light on why the degree of radicalization that has taken place in the late 20th and early 21st centuries has not put more wind in the sails of this political current. This analysis can inform speculation on its future prospects. Neoliberal capitalism has contributed significantly to producing a general crisis of politics. This has been registered by a range of analysts. For example, McBride and Whiteside write of democratic malaise during the neoliberal era, a growing condition of generalized cynicism and apathy, along with lowered expectations with respect to the extent and nature of support offered by the state. 110. More fundamentally, politics as a form of being together, acting together, and thinking together. 111 Rather than the mere management of the status quo within extremely narrow ideological parameters, has declined. 112 This crisis is, in part, the result of a change of the spaces and times in which politics was thought and acted. Where is the function of politics situated if the spaces of action and the lengths of its effects overflow its modest mastery in every sense? This feeling of powerlessness before occult mechanisms or anonymous powers is without any doubt the background to the discrediting of politics and policies. 113 This crisis affects all of political life, but it is especially disabling for political currents that challenge neoliberalism from perspectives that entail reducing or eliminating the regulation of social life by capitalist market imperatives. Another important factor has been the way in which the collapse of the communist regimes in the USSR and Eastern Europe has had a lasting impact on the ideological terrain globally, including on the language of politics. It strengthened the grip of capitalist realism, the widespread sense that not only is capitalism the only viable political and economic system, but also that it is now impossible even to imagine a coherent alternative to it. 114. The fall of those regimes specifically discredited the ideas of socialism, communism, and Marxism. This effect is entirely independent of the question of how the communist societies ought to be characterized. 115 Even if one considers them as non-socialist, what matters politically on a global scale is that so many people have associated them with socialism and continue to do so. The ensuing disrepute in part explains why so many radical impulses since the mid-1990s have flowed not into any kind of socialism but elsewhere. A notable feature of the neoliberal era is that there have been few revolutions or pre-revolutionary situations involving 265 high levels of working-class self-organization, such as the wave of unauthorized strikes and workplace occupations in France in 1968. Such events have historically given radical working-class socialism its greatest appeal. In their absence, this political current is more likely to be associated with the past, not the present, especially when its symbols, language, and favorite references are linked to long-ago events and persons that are no longer meaningful for many left-wing people. Even in Latin America, where the most subaltern radicalization has taken place in recent years, Katz notes that the present generation of Latin Americans did not grow up like their parents in a context marked by revolutionary triumphs. This absence of a successful anti-capitalist reference close to their immediate personal experiences explains their spontaneously distancing themselves further away from the socialist project. 116 The insurrectionary upheavals in Bolivia between 2000 and 2005 117 stand out as a rare exception, as they featured a great deal of self-organization by urban and rural workers, but they did not culminate in a revolutionary triumph that would probably have helped supporters of radical working class socialism globally to make a more persuasive case for their political alternative. For some socialists, Venezuela under Hugo Chavez 118 has been a source of inspiration or even a model. However, Venezuela has not given this current anything close to the degree of political magnetism that it gained internationally as a result of the Paris Commune, the Russian Revolution, or, to a lesser extent, events in the second half of the 20th century, including those in France in 1968 and the Portuguese Revolution of 1974 to 1975. 119 The paucity of dramatic episodes of intense self-organized working-class struggle is itself part of a larger reality, the decline of the working class as a political force since the mid-1970s. The existence of working-class movements as militant independent political actors has been crucial for radical working-class socialism since the 1840s. It is such movements that have coupled aspirations for the goal of anti-capitalist social change with the means of working-class collective action. In the neoliberal era, working-class formations have experienced a great deal of decomposition. 120 As a result of the dominant class's attacks and capitalist restructuring, witness, for example, how in manufacturing industries the reorganization of labor processes, mass layoffs, plant closings, and the construction of new factories in areas with weak union traditions have eroded workplace and social solidarity and some of the conditions in which solidarity has historically been forged. 121 Working class movements have been weakened, with their activist bases often depleted even more than their formal organizations. So too have the broader infrastructures of dissent that have historically 266 produced organizers and provided a social environment conducive to radical political activity. 122 With working class political agency much reduced, the appeal of radical working class socialism has been sapped. Finally, it is essential to recall that the actually existing forces of this political current are in most countries extremely small and marginal. Not only that, they are also frequently fragmented, more committed to self-preservation than other political goals, and incapable of much practical collaboration. As mentioned earlier, their cultural forms often refer to histories that are no longer living even for most people who are consciously anti-capitalist. The internal life of many socialist organizations is undemocratic, leading to additional difficulties in attracting and retaining members, on whom great demands are sometimes placed. These characteristics all have the effect of reducing the appeal of these political forces not only to people open to socialist ideas but also to convinced socialists. Future prospects, a concluding speculation. What, then, do these contemporary realities suggest about the future prospects of radical working-class socialism? Clearly its supporters face daunting obstacles as well as opportunities created by the global economic and ecological crises that have removed much of capitalism's allure and are fueling the development of new movements of protest and resistance. One obvious implication of the experience of the last several decades is that an outbreak of widespread and intense self-organized workers' struggle in at least one country would probably be a necessary precondition for an international revival of this current. However, such an outburst would not guarantee a socialist resurgence, given the global crises of politics in general, working-class movements, and confidence in the idea of socialism as alternative. Silver's argument that the late 20th century crisis of labor movements is temporary and that we should expect to see emerging labor movements in the leading industries of the 21st century 123 is plausible, with the caveat that new workers' movements may be organized outside the sphere of the paid workplace as well as within it. But new militant working-class movements alone would not resolve the crisis of politics or give this current the kind of political magnetism that it once enjoyed among people who want radical social change. If a resurgence of radical working-class socialism occurs, it will very likely be as a renewed movement with a language and political culture dramatically different from those of the socialist forces that exist today.